Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have New Jersey, the new Azure Lane, Iowa copy, the third of the four Iowa quadruplets, if you will, a brand new premium ship, and we have a review of it today. If you haven't been around for one of our reviews before, we're going to go over the commander, the module, the consumables, go through all the stats, and then show off a game in it. So if that sounds like a good time to you, make sure you stay tuned. So, who do we have commanding Azure Lane, New Jersey? Well, none other than Azure Lane, New Jersey herself. I know, big shocker. As far as inspirations go, we are just trying to go full on accuracy with a little bit of the extra damage. We have Scharnhorst and Arthas. The Cold Arthas is going to give you a 20% boost to damage when using your fighter plane, which you'll see why we're doing that. Then, as far as skills go for Azure Lane, New Jersey, we have Flammable Cannoneer, Gyrating Drill Bits, Firefighter. Her unique skill, Don't You Just Love It, which with our current rank up is going to boost Citadel damage by 12.5%, and then Will to Rebuild. As far as our mod slots go, well, in the first slot, we are running Main Battery Mod 2 for added turret traverse, then the good old Steering Gears mod, then Concealment mod, and finally, Artillery Plotting Room. You know, that one thing that you're probably trying to grind towards to get the ultimate mod on. So, those are our mods. What are our consumables? Same thing as Iowa. You have Damage Control Party, 12-second duration, 70.4 second reload time. Repair Party, 492 health recovered every second for a total of 9,643 health recovered per heal. It's going to last 19.6 seconds, going to reload in 80 seconds, and you're going to get 3 charges of it. And then finally, we have the good old Catapult Fighter. It's going to be up for 27 seconds, going to reload in 80 seconds. Unfortunately, only enough time to put out one salvo. So those are the consumables. Let's go ahead and dive on into the stats. So Azure Lane, New Jersey, 67,000 health with an armor thickness between 6 and 439 meters. And we'll go ahead and take a look at the armor view, but there's nothing that should be a surprise here. 32 millimeter bow, 50 millimeter or 32 to 38 millimeter deck, a Citadel that you should know very well. You know, there's nothing too surprising here. It's in Iowa. It was one of the first battleships in the game. You should know this armor scheme by now. So nothing really to point out here. Torpedo reduction on the vessel is going to be 25%, and then total potential health is 95,929. Next up, we have the main battery, three-barreled 406 millimeter guns with a firing range of 19.5 kilometers, a reload time of 31 seconds, giving you a shells per minute of 17. 180 time on those guns, 28.6 seconds. You're going to do 5,700 HE damage, which is 96,900 DPM, and those shells will have a 36% chance to set fire. AP, you're looking at 14,410, which means you'll do 1,400 on overpens, which is pretty good. DPM of that is going to be 244,970, just eking out her sister ship. Mind you, there are a couple of things here, especially when we're running Azure Lane, New Jersey. Anything we fire at over 10 kilometers, we'll get an additional boost on that. So there's all of that. Secondaries, you got 10 two-barreled 127 millimeter guns. Firing range on them only going to be 5 kilometers. You're going to reload in 6 seconds, do 1,800 damage, and they're going to have a 5% chance to set fire. Next up, we have AA, 5 kilometer range, 151 minimum damage, 648 maximum damage, so pretty respectable for the tier. It's kind of what you would expect from the Iowa. Max speed of the vessel, 27 knots with a turning radius of 920 meters and a rudder shift time of 15.6 seconds. Finally, concealment of the vessel, you're looking at 13.2 kilometers by sea, 11.1 by air, and 14.8 when firing and smoke. And those are all of the stats of Azure Lane, New Jersey. So, nothing too surprising there. we'll go ahead and talk about everything else, and let's go ahead and just dive on in to that game with it. So, welcome to the good old northern waters, Azure Lane, New Jersey. Do you need the ship? Well, if you have Iowa, probably not. Let's open this review with that just right here. If you have Iowa, there is no huge need to get Azure Lane, New Jersey, unless in case you just want the at this point the 3 Iowa ships. We don't know if we'll ever get Wisconsin, making it the 4, but we don't know if we'll ever get the 4. So if you want all 3, this is going to be the New Jersey in this game. But don't hold your breath for like a tech tree. This will be its representation. Anyways, as we start out here, sadly we don't get to spread our legs as soon as we want. I want to head out to the flank, try to get some crossfires going because this build is all about getting crossfires, and we can't just like slip past our teammate there. So as soon as he's clear, we're gonna hit full throttle. Anyways, differences between Azure Lane, New Jersey, and Azure and regular old Iowa. Well, you're gonna get a main battery range increase from 17.7 kilometers. New Jersey's base firing range is 18 kilometers, so fairly decent there. The probably the selling point, if you will, I'm going to call that in rabbit ears and in quotation marks, the selling point is improved accuracy. You're going to have a better sigma from 1.8 to 1.9, which are just all made up numbers, and it's kind of hard to tell because you'll get some beautiful shots. You'll get some normal Iowa shots. So, it's all RNG. It's all roll the dice. The AP and HE both have a higher, I believe it's about 100 meter per second added rate, or maybe it's like 60. I think it's like 790. They were like 790 and they go up to like 850-ish, if I recall correctly. So you're looking at a decent bump, I would say, to the overall shell velocity. Of course, that can be a good and a bad thing because, shell velocity is part of what gets factored in to the AP penetration formula. So if you have too high of an AP, if you have too much penetration, you're going to overpen. And we know that is a very common complaint amongst battleship players, is the amount of overpens you're getting. So this ship does have the potential to overpen a bit more than the Iowa. And then we get into the negatives of this vessel. Decreased HP. Iowa, your base HP is 70,000. You're going to go down to 67,000 with New Jersey. And then the main battery reload time is increased by 1 second. So if all of those trade-offs sound fun to you, maybe consider getting New Jersey. Like I said, I don't think personally, Tommy Boy, the person before he was a CC, who would have had to pay for it and not get it from Wargaming as part of, hey, you're a CC, here's some things to make videos about. I would not be caring about this at all. I think I've said it multiple times before I was a CC. I was not a big money spender in this game. It's only once I became a CC and I wanted to be able to get the rest of the ships that I had missed out on that I began to dabble with the wallet a bit more severely. So when I say this thing is, you don't really need it, trust me when I say you don't really need it. Azure Lane, the commander, though, depending on the way you look at things, you may want. Anyways, we finally made it out to the point where I wanted to start kiting back into the map. We've come out. We're leaving ourselves a little bit of room off to the left-hand side in case we need to maneuver, but we have this moss right here, and more importantly, we have an island between us and this moss, which means we're going to be able to maintain the fact that we don't have spotting. We also do have a battleship and a destroyer within the area. As far as what my plan is right now is, that moss probably doesn't have his torpedoes loaded because we can see some torpedoes kind of going out as he gets the kill on our dear friendly Gneisenau, which means German smoke, by the time it's been completed, by the time it's finished dispersing, he won't have his torpedoes, which means it's safe for us to kind of push up into his smoke, use his smoke as cover, and then just kind of be a welcoming party for when he gets spotted. He gets spotted a little bit earlier. We have the HE loaded for him. We'll go ahead, say adieu to our friend in the moss. I know that's not German for goodbye, but you understand. He's out of here. Cool. Next up, we have this Iowa. We're going to try to kind of make our way towards C. We're going to go ahead and flip over to AP. We're already getting that loaded. And, well, the way he's angled right now is looking a little promising. You know what I mean? So we're going to go ahead and you plan to use our plane on this shot, right? We get 3 shots a game where we can boost the damage of that shot by 20%. We're going to go ahead and get that rear gun ready. Let the plane up because it really doesn't matter. We've just committed to taking the shot in the next 30 seconds. I'm going to lead him just a tad right there. And, well, the shot is out. He's probably looking at us now. And, well, he can't be looking at us anymore. There we go. 4 Citadels with Ozerle, New Jersey. And he's out of here. He's gone. He is no more. And we have now cleared this side of the map, and our team has, well, taken fairly effective map control. So go team. We're doing great right here. We're now going to go ahead and use our plotting speed. One of the downsides to Ozerle, New Jersey is we're still running gyrating drill bits, which is still going to take away from our max speed. And as a result, it's going to take us a little bit time to get over there, but we can see the rest of the enemy team kind of over there. So we're going to just start making our way over onto the other side of the map. And as we do, kind of the final thoughts on New Jersey as we make this pilgrimage on over. Like I said earlier, I honestly don't think anyone really needs New Jersey at the ship. It's 17,500 doubloons. There are plenty of great games right now that you could spend that equivalent money on and get. You know, if you haven't ever played Dead Space, the Dead Space remake is absolutely incredible. Personally, Hogwarts Legacy has been looking incredible. The reviews came out today, not from a lot of outlets, so I'm kind of waiting on that one, but that one kind of has struck my eye. Anyway, Nelson pops up right there. We're going to go ahead take our shot at Nelson because he has very little health left, and those two are most likely using will to rebuild off of each other, so we want to get one battleship out, and then we'll have this next salvo up for Bismarck. But what I'm trying to say is, right now, there's lots of fantastic games out there. If you're considering spending the 17,500 doubloons on Ozerle, New Jersey, might I interest you in any number of incredible games that are currently out there that you can buy for your same console. Like I said, Dead Space has been fantastic. Anyways, we take out Bismarck, they end up losing all the rest of their points, and that is the match. You know, like I said, it's in Iowa. It's slightly more accurate. It's pretty fun. Ozerle Nelson, the commander, kind of makes this game. She provides a new play style, which you would usually associate with a premium ship. This one, not really a new play style. Anyways, guys, that's the game. If you like the video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have a review of one of the 2 campaign ships, the one I feel like you're gonna be walking home with because, well, is the better of the 2. Let's be clear. It's the all new American Tier 7 destroyer, the Black, and yeah, it's a Fletcher with radar, boys. Is going to be a spicy one. Is great. Anyways, we're gonna go over the commander, the modules, the consumables, talk through all of the statistics, then head on into a game where we show off, and then you can kind of get an idea on whether you think this campaign is worth it. Hint: it is. It is so much better than the Belfast campaign. Go out and buy it because you'll want a destroyer that has smoke and radar. Anyways, let's go ahead and just start on down with the commander. I run Vincent Mordoff, though you could absolutely still run William Halsey if you don't have Mordoff. I like Mordoff just because his base trait does highlight certain things specifically. It's going to reduce the main battery reload time. The 2 inspirations we are running are Eric Bay and William Sims, and I recently just got Eric Bay to 16.4, So this is a fully maxed out build other than the final bit on Mortif, but I need more universal commendations. Other skills, we are running Observant Rage, Mortar, Perceptive, Sheltered Arms, which is his unique skill, which is going to decrease the risk of main batteries being incapacitated by 75% and reduce the risk of torpedoes being incapacitated. And you know what? It does reduce the risk, because earlier today I lost a whole torpedo launcher. It was a good time. Anyways, last thing we're running is Unstoppable. Then let's go ahead and take a look at those modules. First things first, in the first mod slot, I'm running Aiming System Mod 1. Then in the second mod slot, I'm running Propulsion Mod. Now, a lot of people will probably say steering gears. Propulsion Mod is what I really like for the American ships, just because you are going to want to use it to juke shots. You're going to want to use it to reduce your speed when you're coming into your smoke screen. I think propulsion mods work the best on the American destroyers, and I've been having a good time with it. Next, we're running Concealment Mod, and then the final one, we are running Main Battery Mod 3. Finally, let's go ahead and roll on into those consumables, because that's what makes this ship special. First, you have the Damage Control Party. 5-second duration, 40-second reload. You know it, you love it, you have it on all your destroyers. Next, we have the good old American Smokes. 28-second duration, 124-second dispersion time, 240-second reload time, and you get 2 charges. And finally, you have either the engine boost, or you can give it up for the radar. If you take the engine boost, you're an idiot. There's no reason to run the engine boost. Yes, you kind of miss it a little, but radar is what we're going to be here for. It is a kind of a weak radar, but it needs to be on the weaker side as far as in the grand universe of radars, or else this thing would be absolutely broken. Detection is 7.5 kilometers. It's going to last only 13 seconds, which still gives you a couple of salvos to get out. Reload time is 150 seconds, and you get 3 charges of it, which is a very, very numerous radar, especially for a ship that that we're not running fully packed on. So those are all of the fun little consumables and such. Let's now get on in to the stats of the Black. So hit points, it's going to have 19,500 hit points with an armor thickness between 6 and 20 millimeters. We'll go ahead and take a look at the armor view. Guys, it's a Fletcher. I don't know what to tell you. You got 19 millimeters all around. You're just coated in 19 millimeter armor, pretty much. It's a Fletcher. You know it, you love it. The boat does not have any torpedo reduction, so if you are about to take on a torpedo, just try to take it on the nose or the butt and try to get it saturated. That's the best help. That's the best advice I can give you. Beyond that, there is no torp reduction on this boat. Main battery, well, it's a Fletcher, so it has 5 one-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 11 kilometers and a reload time of 2.7 seconds, which is 4.4 seconds longer than the Fletcher. That's going to give you a shells per minute of 111, 180 times 6.1 seconds, HE damage 1,980, giving you a DPM of 219,780, and this is a significant reduction from the base Fletcher. Base Fletcher has both a heavier, harder hitting shell and a quicker reload. Its DPM in HE is 271,700. So you're looking at a fairly good hit to your overall gun DPM. You have a 5% chance to set fire. AP, you're going to be doing 2,310 damage with a DPM of 256,410. There are no secondaries on the boat, so you don't need to worry about secondary stats. What you do need to worry about is the torpedoes, because these torpedoes hit like a truck, but you're not going to be hitting many of them, because, well, you have 2 3-barreled 533 millimeter torpedoes with a reload time of 96 seconds. Nice. Damage is 21,600. They hit heavy. Detectability range 0.9 kilometers, which is respectable until you hear the top speed of these torps. It's only 43 knots. There are ships that go faster than these torpedoes, folks. They take forever. They are sea mines. They are slow goers. It is difficult to use these torpedoes because if a target is at any sort of range, and they make any sort of course correction, you're going to be missing them. I started sending out a lot of widespread torps. Oh, and you're going to be tempted to send them out a lot because, well, they have a 13.7 kilometer range. AA is respectable on the ship, just like on the Fletcher. 5 kilometer range, 54 minimum damage per second, and a maximum of 125 damage per second. Max speed of the vessel, 35 knots with a turning radius of 560 meters and a rudder shift time of 3.3 seconds. I will say, I think this is one of the ships I would maybe consider running one of the speed flags on, just because you don't have that engine boost. To have a higher average top speed would be very, very useful. As far as history of the vessel, guys, I think the main reason the black is in the game is because of its hull number 666, the devil's number, so it was hull number 666, and if I recall correctly, it was the 66th Fletcher of the 135 they ended up making. So that's, I have a feeling it's just in the game because 666 and they wanted to have some fun. Anyways, with all of that said, those are the stats of the ship. Oh, concealment. Did I go over that? 6 kilometers, 6 kilometer by sea, 3.2 by air, and 2.6 while firing in smoke. Okay, and with all that said, let's go ahead and dive on into a game with the black. We are here on Shards on the best spawn on the map. That's right, we are on the mid spawn. This is, I'll be honest, this is one of my favorite spawns in the game, period. It is always a blast to spawn mid spawn at Shards. It's all about duking it out with the mid, with the other mids, and just trying to come out alive. It's a knife fight. I enjoy the good knife fight. Anyways, we're gonna push on into B and try to cap B because, you know, win the area. And while we're a destroyer with sonar and smoke, we're kind of set up to contest the caps, and that is what black is kind of the king of. It is very much the destroyer hunter, the king of getting out there and engaging enemy destroyers. And it is a ship that you build a little bit differently than you would usually do with the other kind of destroyer hunter gunboat type ships. A lot of times I feel like you would normally build these sorts of vessels with as much concealment as possible because you want to get within range of the enemy ships. And I was actually struggling when I built this ship for more concealment, like I wasn't using mortar. Anyways, Fletcher pops up right here. I'll get to this point after we knock out this Fletcher. Anyways, Fletcher turns in. He's not firing at us, which tells us he is definitely trying to lay down some sneaky torps. We're going to continue our forward progress until he gets right behind the island. Once he's behind the island, we're going to stick the ship in full reverse. That's going to make it so that none of those torps that he most likely fired will get to us. And as he starts to smoke up, the Kansas takes him out. Anyways, as we were saying about not building for full concealment with the black, I was struggling a bit earlier in the day when I was building this with as much concealment as possible. Usually you want that concealment to be able to get close, but because you have smoke and because you have radar, you have a trump card that no other destroyer has, right? You have Orkin, who has radar but no smoke. You have the Pan-European destroyers who can have radar but also have to give up smoke. You're the only one with this ability. But what you need to avoid is getting close enough for ships with hydro to be able to pick you up. So you don't want to get super close to any enemy destroyers because the number of vessels that have hydro, like, you know, Grosse Könfust right there, the number of ships that have hydro, have that ability, is significantly higher. And if you get close to them, they have hydro which is going to last way longer than your radar, and it's going to put you at a significant disadvantage. So it behooves you to be in that sweet spot that is detectability just outside of their hydro range. That way, if you get detected and you can't detect them, you're able to easily pop your radar, detect them, and kind of continue on with your day, be able to focus them down and keep them at range where their hydro won't be able to detect you, or if they smoke up, make it so that you make sure you're staying far enough away to not push. So that's my kind of tip with the black. Anyways, we came around here. We know we need to be cautious with the Grosse Kernfürst. And it's Hydro. We don't know how long he's going to be running it, but we're going to start using these torpedoes. Now, these torpedoes, there's kind of two uses for them. One, you can use them as very much zoning torps, and by that I mean you know the popular areas on a map where ships like to go. Throwing these torpedoes there, especially in like bases where you have to the domination game modes, where you're like, oh, I know if I get at this angle and I throw these torps this way, this is a popular spot where people like to capture from. That is where these torps are great. The other one is kind of in this ship is nose on, and we've gone ahead and smoked up, and we're just going to slowly start throwing torps their direction. Because of the range on these torps, ships can continue to back up, and these torpedoes will continue to go ahead and kind of make their way towards the enemy ships. Anyways, we've gone ahead and smoked up because, well, we have these two battleships here. They are ripe for the farm-in, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The original plan was to try to take over that Fletcher smoke, but by the time we got over to the Fletcher smoke had dissipated. So now we're just going ahead and using our smoke to go ahead and kind of farm away on these ships. Watch the torpedo reload kind of get ready. We have that one torp that looks like it's going to go well for the Grosse Kernfürst. You can see just how long these torpedoes take to get anywhere. Like, the thing I always try to remember when using these torps is like, hey, that is about how long it would have taken the destroyer to like YOLO rush over there, which is an insane amount of time when you think about it like that. Anyways, we get the nice hit on the Grosse Kernfürst. We see the damage continues to tick up even as he drops spot, which is good news for us. That means he's burnt his damage control party, and he's going to continue to flood. That's exactly what we want. We're going to now flip our attention over to the Massachusetts. We get a nice fire on Massachusetts. He drops down. We look back, and we see enemy torpedoes coming in. We're going to assume that is the enemy destroyer, which means the enemy destroyer is hunting us. We also have the RGA indicator as well as our tag being located, so he knows we're still in our smoke. We're going to continue to stay in this smoke, and we will see what happens as soon as the smoke dissipates, but we want to continue to farm this Massachusetts as long as we can. We see some what looks like relative close HE fire, so we know that destroyer is most likely close by. We're getting down to the last second of the smoke, and as it dissipates, I think we instantly get spotted. As soon as we get spotted, we're like, up, okay, we know there's an enemy destroyer nearby. Pop the radar, and away we go. Now we need to go ahead and start to engage this Östergötland. The good news about this is now that smoke is gone, people have a nice line of sight on the Östergötland. He doesn't have smoke. He can't really disengage. We can go ahead and start farming him down, start getting those hits in, make sure that he can no longer really be an effective destroyer. And as we've kind of sat in B this whole time, we've taken out everyone who spawned here. Östergötland's going to be the last one we need to hunt down with the little slither of health. Our team has successfully taken A. They are still kind of fighting for the remaining control of C, but with our two current, now two enemy ships, but with our two current caps, we have the points advantage. We're going to try to finish off this Östergötland. He still has relatively sneaky torps that could cause a hindrance to our remaining battleships, so we want to go ahead and wipe him off the map, and that's what we're going to do. He's going to kind of flee for the rest of the map. So let me just go ahead and give my final thoughts on Black. It is a fantastic Fletcher that gives up a little bit. It does absolutely give up DPM. It gives up a lot in the torps, right? It's a very different playstyle from Fletcher, but it still is reminiscently the same with such expanded utility. Fletcher is one of my favorite boats. It was the first tier 7 I bought. The American destroyers were the first ships I went from all the way to the lowest tier, all the way to the highest tier with. And to have the Black, which is a nice new turn on the Fletcher, I am in absolute love. Does this ship need to be at tier 7 when we have the Fletcher already? I'm not 100% convinced. It is going to be very powerful. This ship is going to be played by those people who play into divisions all the time. it is a fantastic utility ship just for that radar alone. And because of that, be prepared for it to become a very aggravating sort of ship to come and play against when you play as a destroyer. I think for other ships, I think black can be relatively easily countered, especially because of just how slow those torpedoes are. But, you know, it's still an American gunboat. It can still dish out the HE, it can still cause the fires, it can still engage the enemies and do a very good job of it. It's just a sort of thing where black is giving up some of its ability to engage everyone else just to specialize in killing destroyers, and it's fun for that. It's great for that. I really enjoyed it, and it's a ship I will happily keep in my port. So yeah, guys, if you liked the video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we have a review of the Charles Hughes, the all-new Tier 6 American destroyer. I know what you're thinking, we have enough of them already, do we really need another? I'll tell you, probably not on this one. Just to be clear and upfront, Wargaming did provide the ship as for review purposes, so just keeping those disclosures all up front. We're going to be going over the stats, a little talk on the history, and then we'll be showing off a game in this ship. Overall, I am not too impressed with this one, so let us just dive on in. So, Charles Hughes, well, she's an American destroyer, 14,300 hit points with between 1 and 20 millimeters of armor. I'm not going to put up the armor view just because it's a destroyer, guys. You know what the armor view on a destroyer looks like. It ain't anything special, and if you really are curious, go look up the Benson, because this is a Benson class ship. Anyways, no torpedo reduction on that armor as well. Main battery, she has 4 one-barreled 127mm guns with a firing range of 10.6 kilometers and a reload time of 3.5 seconds. It's going to fire 69 shells per minute, nice, with a 180 time of 5.3 seconds, doing 1,800 damage with HE, which gives you about 124,200 DPM. You have a 5% chance to set fire. AP, you're going to do 2,100 damage, giving you 144,000 damage per minute. Does not have any secondary, so let's move on to torpedoes. Just like the Benson, she has two 5-barreled launchers that are center line mounted, which means she can fire it on either side. Reload time on those, 110 seconds. With 11,733 damage for each torpedo that hits. Detectability range on them, 1.3 kilometers, with a torpedo speed of 64 knots. Torp range on them, a very short 6.4 kilometers. AA range, let's move on to that. AA, you're going to get 5-kilometer AA range, minimum damage on it, 43 DPS, and a max of 80. Max speed of the vessel, 38 knots, with turning radius of 570 meters and a rudder shift time of 2.7 seconds. Concealment detectability by sea is going to be 6.8 kilometers, detectability by air 3.5 kilometers, and detectability while firing in smoke 2.6 kilometers. As far as a commander, well, I'm going to be running and recommending Vincent Mordiff. He is the Halloween event commander that's going to boost the main battery reload time. We're running inspirations as Eric Bay or William Sims with observant range. Look at me now. Perceptive, sheltered arms, and unstoppable. If you don't have Mordiff, Halsey is essentially an exact mirror for him. Basically, the only things that changes down here, we get smoke on the water, and his base trait is going to increase the AP damage of the ship as opposed to reducing the reload time on those main batteries. Let's go ahead and talk through the consumables and the modules of the ship. Ship mods, in slot 1, I'm recommending Aiming System Mod 1. In the second mod, I'm recommending Prop Mod, and in the third slot, I'm recommending that Concealment Mod, though I do think you could make an argument for target acquisition, just because if you're going to be sitting in smoke and you get people trying to push you, that may be somewhat useful, but that's really up to you. As far as the consumables on the vessel, well, you have the damage control party, which is bog standard, 5-second duration with a 40-second reload time. Smoke generator, it's going to last 27 seconds, have a dispersion time of 121 seconds, reload time of 240 seconds. and you get 2 charges of it, and you also get an engine boost. It's going to boost your max speed by 8%, giving you increasing the consumable duration of 120 seconds, and it's going to take 180 seconds to reload, and you'll get 2 charges of it. And that is the kind of the stats on the Charles Hughes. Now, the history of the Charles Hughes, it's not that spectacular. Basically, it's the same class of ship as a Benson, but it wasn't too stable, so they removed one of the guns from it, and they added some extra AA armament, which is manifested in game by having one less main battery and a little bit better AA damage overall. Now, does that make this a good vessel? No. We'll go ahead and start the game, and we'll go ahead and talk through that now. So the Charles Hughes, it's a mess, guys. I don't know why you would want to buy this ship, honestly. It pretty much matches Benson in every single stat other than a couple. One, it has one less gun, so that means you're going to be doing less damage because, of course, you have one less barrel pointing at the enemy. 2, it has weaker shells because, of course, the Benson received a damage buff as part of a way to try to boost the tech tree ships. So the Benson, while you have an identical reload time, pretty much gun swing time, like you have pretty identical everything on this vessel, it's going to be doing 100 more damage per shell, 100 damage more per shell than you are in this. You're going to have one less gun. And what are you trading for that disadvantage? Well, the only thing this has significantly different, that beyond just the boost to AA damage, is going to be in the torpedoes. You're giving up almost 2 kilometers in range on those torpedoes. Benson's torp range is 9.2 kilometers. This one's 6.4, so actually 3 kilometers in range. To get torpedoes that are 10 knots quicker, 10 knots per hour quicker, and do 100 more damage. Like, I don't... Why you would buy and purchase the ship, I don't know. I had a similar kind of feeling with the Sims, but at least the Sims had those unique torps that made it have a different playstyle than the rest of the ships. This just has it's the Benson, but worse sort of playstyle. Anyways, we got into the B cap here. You do just have to play this ship like an American gunboat. You are still pretty decent at being able to gun down other ships. You still have a fairly quick reload time. You're fairly maneuverable, so if you can kind of start sailing away from enemies, you can usually do some pretty good damage. We see Otago right there is sailing in a pretty straight line, trying to support something or doing something in sea. So we go ahead, lay down the torps on him because he's well within range. We go ahead and capture B. We see Paolo pops up. We're going to go ahead and start engaging the Paolo because if the Otago sees us and turns in, that's going to benefit us because we've fairly well spread this the area with torps, and we can see they're looking good. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits with the torps taking down Otago, and we get the little tiny ribbons on the side. It's a good time right there. Paolo is sailing straight, hasn't activated his super smoke yet, or maybe he had already done it and now he's fully into the YOLO. I'm not 100% sure what his plan was, but he does appear to be on the track to YOLO. So we're going to go ahead and help gun him down and head on over to C. As I was saying, Charles Hughes, it's a collector ship. I think, personally, my opinion as to why this ship got added, a couple months back, I talked about how COVID, we would start seeing probably a downturn in this game because of COVID, just because of lockdowns and like it probably put certain plans behind schedule. I think this is an example of one of those ships. It doesn't seem... I don't understand why it was brought into the game. It doesn't have a niche really to speak of. And I think this was just a quick import because, of course, next week we're getting the first premium aircraft carrier, and I think the devs were like, okay, let's quick import the Hughes. Let's copy over the Benson stats into it, call it a day, and let's go ahead and focus up on this new aircraft carrier. We've already seen the devs kind of talk about that there's going to be an incoming balancing pass on the aircraft carriers that are coming through. Also, look at that. We missed out on the Paolo kill right there. really unfortunate. Anyways, we've already heard the devs talk that there is going to be an incoming balancing pass specifically to concealment on the aircraft carriers, and that this upcoming aircraft carrier is more in line with the concealment we should anticipate to see on the remaining of the aircraft carriers, on the aircraft carriers already in the game. So, with that being said, I think personally they may have decided to invest resources in looking into next week's premium ship. That's my guess. I don't have an inside track, but that's kind of the feeling I get, because let me tell you, it does not make sense to me that we literally have a ship that is the exact copy. Like it is the exact same thing as a Benson with -1 turret, and we've already acknowledged the ship with one more turret needed a shell buff. Like in my metaverse, in my head, that means like the US developed a better shell for these guns, gave it to one of the same class of ship, and we're like, should we load it into the other? And the guys on the docks were, nah, it only goes to this one ship. What are you talking about? It's literally like I don't know. Anyways, we took C, we took B. It is now time to head over to A. So that is exactly what we're going to do. If you can't tell, guys, Charles Hughes, not my favorite ship. It just is not overall. I think if you want to play an American DD, there is plenty of other ships you can play. If you want the king of gunboats, well, there is the Kid, though technically Benson does out DPM it right now, which is a bit odd. But, you know, Kid has more health. If you want a torpedo boat, there's Benham there. If you want more of a hybrid, there's Sims. This Charles Hughes just doesn't find the correct home. It just doesn't have the right bits, the correct stats to really stand out. Can you do okay in it? Yeah, it's still an American destroyer boat. It still does fairly well, but when there's what's already on offer at tier 6 for the American destroyers, why would you choose this ship? I cannot wait. Like, these will probably be the last games I play in it until like a couple patches from now. It might get a buff. Like, the least they could do is give it the same damage buff that they gave the Benson, but who knows? I personally, I know I say this a lot, but I think utility is king. It would have been nice if they buffed the utility on this somehow. Give it the enhanced AA. Like, in IRL, the real Charles Hughes had that turret deleted and added AA. It was for it being unstable in choppy seas, but we don't have to worry about choppy seas in this game. It's not something we have to grow accustomed to, or because it was something to increase the handling, give this ship a better turning radius, give the ship a better rudder shift time, give it a little bit more top speed. But it has the exact same stuff as the Benson, right? Like, I just can't with, like, they didn't do much for this ship, and there's no reason for you to go out there. But that's just my opinion. Anyways, we saw Tirpitz was coming around the corner. We go ahead and launch a tight spread and a wide spread. I like doing this, the tight and the wide spread, just because it helps cast the net a little bit wider. So if a ship only decides to hit the brakes and it's just going to miss that narrow spread, the wide spread still does usually end up making it so that you can do some damage. And we see right there, we ended up getting 2 hits onto the Tirpitz like that. And that definitely helped to sink it right there. That's just been one of my go-to kind of tool tips here. And right here is where I mix up what direction I turn. Instead of turning out, I turn straight into the torps. 1 torp, 2 torps, and that ends my day. So yeah, guys, that is the Charles Hughes. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments below. As always, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we're taking a look at the Constellation, the first American battlecruiser to come to World of Warships Legends. If you're interested, we're going to go over the commander, the modules, go over all of the stats of the vessel, and then show off a game and nerf. So if that sounds good, make sure you stay tuned and hit that like and hit that subscribe button. But before we dive into everything, quick shout out to the folks at Wargaming. The ship was provided for review purposes as part of their community contributor program, which I am a part of. Cool. Awesome. Let's go ahead and dive on in. And we're going to start off with the commander, and I'm using one that you don't often see me using, and that's Justinian Lions. And the reason I'm using Justinian Lions, you can absolutely run Sims or Azur Lane, New Jersey, but the reason I'm running Lions is because there's a bit of a different build on them, and I didn't want to mess up my Sims build. I wanted like a specific sort of Constellation build, and because we don't have like, you know, specific commander loadouts for specific ships, this is kind of what we've ended up with. So Justinian Lions, he's one of those weird ones where he has extra things when you activate certain parts, but I think you could absolutely bypass it all and be just as happy running Sims on this vessel. So his base trait, what it's going to do is it's going to boost the HE fire chance of your guns, both primary and secondaries, when you have a repair party active. And it's also going to boost the damage of your vessel when you have that repair party active. That's what his base trait does. Cool. The two inspirations we are running are Paolo Di Ravel and Charles Madden, i.e., it's all about getting the reload down. And that's kind of the goal on this build without running Brawler. Then we have Celestial's Blessing. That's his unique skill, though I think you could easily do a good day's work. I'm avoiding Flammable Cannoneer because this boat likes to burn, baby. But Celestial Blessing, what it's going to do is it's going to cut the damage that your vessel receives when you have a damage control party active. Pretty cool. That's an interesting trait, but something you have to like, okay, I want to keep a fire going so that if I come out broadside to someone, I can hit the damage control party. Or if there's torpedoes, I can hit the control party so I take less. Like, it is an extra thing you need to keep track of in your brain. And I'll be honest, I was not doing that throughout any of my play sessions today. Cool. Then we have Gyrating Drill Bits, Marksmanship, Reaching Out XXL, and we are running Fight Fire with Fire. All basic standard accuracy commander sorts of traits. Beautiful. Let's now move on to those mod slots, because these are a bit different than what I would usually run on an American battleship as well. First, we're running secondary battery mod. This is just because I think you either run this or the turret traverse. Like, all three of these are good choices. If you end up picking up the ship, run whichever one you like best. Then we are running steering gear mod. Usually I would prefer the engine boost or the engine propulsion mod, but steering gears I think is more important on the ship, and you'll see why when we get to the armor. You have to be very good about angling in this vessel. If you're not good about angling, you're going to be in for a very rough time. You are going to want that steering, that extra time you gain in steering gears. So I would say 100% we're running steering gears over prop mod. Then we're running concealment mod, and finally we are running main battery mod 3, i.e. the reload buff. Cool. Those are our mod slots. Let's get into the consumables, and these are the special ones. So first, you have the base standard damage control party. Because of Celestial's Blessing, we only have a 10-second duration and a 76-second reload. Then we have the repair party, 316 health, recovered over 28 seconds. It's one of the weakest heals for the American battleships, only 8,848 health recovered per charge, so just be aware on that. Then we have the crowning glory of Constellation. It is a battleship, or a battle cruiser in this case, with a radar, and a pretty good one at that. 9.9 kilometer range, 30-second duration, reload time is 142.5 seconds, and you're going to get 2 charges of it. And then in the final slot, you have the option between the catapult fighter, the spotter plane, or enhanced secondary targeting. If you're running the Arthas build, you'll want the catapult fighter, but I think overall spotter plane is probably going to be the thing that serves you best overall. So those are all of the consumables. Let's now go ahead and dive on in to her stats. Constellation, she has 63,300 hit points with an armor thickness between 19 and 457 millimeters. Let's go ahead and take a look at that armor, and you're gonna see just what we're dealing with here. And it is not great. It is not battleship grade armor. It is that hybrid between cruisers and battleships. We have only a 27 millimeter bow and stern, which means all the 16-inch guns are going to overmatch you. You are not safe from a lot of guns at tier 7 and tier 8. So you are going to have your head on a swivel. Beyond that, if you look in the back, we got what I call trap. You got shot trap central with that large vertical plate. The good news is we do have 32 millimeters of armor on the torpedo bulges, and then up in that upper freeboard area, you're looking at like 57 millimeters of armor. So you have a decent casemate, but you also have that massive American superstructure. Shots can absolutely drop down through that superstructure and detonate and take full damage. As far as your Citadel is concerned, it's below the waterline, but you just are susceptible to shots from a lot of places. This is a boat that's going to be all about angling and all about knowing where shots going to be coming from and planning your routes accordingly. It does not have the steel to go toe to toe with the other battleships at the tier. It has the guns to do it, does not have the armor to do it. And that's going to be something you have to remember time after time. Moving on, let's go ahead and talk about torpedo reduction. You're looking at 20% reduction. As far as total potential health, i.e., if you maximally use every single heal, you're looking at only 89,844 health, one of the lower, definitely the lowest of the American battleships. So there's your sort of survivability. Let's move on to the main guns. 4 2-barreled 4.6 millimeter guns. They're pretty much Colorado guns, is the way I like to think about them. Firing range 17.6 kilometers with a reload time of 22.3 seconds, giving you shells per minute of 21. 180 time on those guns, 31.7 seconds. HE damage, not that great, 5,700, giving you a total DPM of 119,700. Cool. Chance of fire on those HE shells, 36%. I wouldn't really recommend firing the HE. You may want to use it to try to set permafires if you end up getting a flood, something like that, if you're bow-taking battleships. But I would, as always, kind of especially with American battleships, recommend sticking with that AP. The AP, 13,392 damage, giving us a DPM of 281,000. The highest of, I think, all of my American battleships according to my stat sheets. I don't think I have Kansas on here right now for some reason, but it outdoes New Jersey, it outdoes Georgia, outdoes Alabama, outdoes Iowa, outdoes Massachusetts. It's AP, if you can land it, is going to slap. Secondaries, you have 10 2-barreled 127 millimeter secondaries, the kind of bog standard secondaries that you know from every single American battleship. 6 kilometer range, 6-second reload, 1,800 damage, 5% chance to set fire. Literally the same secondaries that are on every other tier 7 American battleship. You know their performance. Torpedoes, the unique thing for the Americans. 2 3-barreled 533 millimeter torpedoes with a reload time of 98 seconds, doing 16,633 damage. 1.1 kilometer detectability range, 55 knot top speed, and 9.2 kilometer range. They're essentially Fletcher torps, guys. You get 3 Fletcher torps. They're fantastic defensive torpedoes. If you look at the firing angles, your forward firing angles are very compromising. If you use them going in to attack someone, you are going to open yourself up to being slapped. But if you look at the rear of the vessel and you look at the rear firing angles, they have some excellent rear firing angles. They're very much kind of more defensive built torpedoes. You can easily kind of use them behind an island, kind of to shoot them off as you play Ring Around the Rosie, essentially, is the way I like to think about using them. AA, anti-aircraft armament, you're looking at a 5 kilometer range, 151 damage at the 151 minimum damage per second. It's going to go up to 548. It's like slightly behind Georgia by like 1 damage per second. So I think pretty good all around. It's going to be fine. Max speed of the vessel, 31.9 knots, turning radius 830 meters, and a rudder shift time of 13 seconds. Finally, concealment of the vessel, and this is the thing that, like, kind of confused me a little bit because, like, I kept on seeing people like, oh, it's so stealthy. It has such great concealment. With our build, 13.1 kilometers, which is only 0.1 kilometer better than Iowa or New Jersey. So not really incredibly concealable. Detectability by air, 11 kilometers, and in smoke, 14.7. So those are all of the stats of the vessel. Now let's go ahead and take a look at a game in her. So welcome to Tears of the Desert. And let me just get this out of the way as we begin this little adventure. Constellation, I think she's going to be one of those fun ships that isn't the best. I don't think she's going to be meta defining. She's going to be a great vessel for you to go out there and have fun because she's so different from all of the other American battleships, but she maintains some of the good and some of the bad of the American boats. So if you like American boats, I think you're going to enjoy Constellation. If you decide to pick her up, you can have a conversation with yourself if 17,500 doubloons is worth it for a digital boat. But I think you're going to have a fun time. I don't think she's going to be considered overpowered, especially with that 27 millimeter bow. She's going to be a ship that you have to know what you're doing when you play her. But just be aware, I think you're going to have a fun time in her. So, Constellation, what are we doing here? Well, we're going to see if we can get some crossfires. And Zeton right there, already looking a bit rough. And I do apologize. Voice has decided it's starting to go out. So you may hear it crack and kringle as we go through this. Sadly, the blind fire on the Zeton didn't really pan out there. But we can see Key coming off to the right-hand side. And a Harbin. And, well, if we know anything about Harbin, it's Dev Strike City, baby. So let's see what two turrets of 16-inch guns can do to a Harbin. And, ooh, yeah. Constellation, very good against cruisers. A couple of things you have to know, though. Her shell velocities are a bit slower. She does feel more in the North Carolina, Colorado sort of range. She feels like she has those tier 6 guns, not as quite as much velocity, which can be good or bad. It does make it feel like you get less overpens that way, which is pretty good as we slap that Zeton across the map right there. And we slow down to see if we can get another round off on the Zeton. And if we can, that would be great. But the slower velocity shells mean probably going to get a couple less overpens, which is great because you're going to see what precisely we can do against some of these vessels. Anyways, Key is coming around the corner. We're kind of checking his progress with our torpedo indicator. We want to see if he wants to kind of push around. These torpedoes, like I said, you saw the aiming indicator there. They don't have the best angles. I think we can easily acknowledge that. They don't have the best forward firing angles. The rear firing angles are incredibly solid as we line up the shot on what feels like an oblivious Leon right here. And as he does that, we see that our Helena goes down. So we're going to begin the most fun game on Earth, Ring Around the Rosie, on the sea cap right here. Because, well, if we saw our Amagi, who spawned with us, he was like, it's flank. It's not my thing. I'm not going to play it. I don't feel like it. Shout out to our Helena trying to play the island. I do feel bad we didn't fully support him there. But now we get to play Ring Around the Rosie with a Key and a Harbin, which can go either incredibly well for us, or the Harbin's torps could absolutely sink us. So let's see how this goes. Key, we're kind of seeing if he wants to turn out. He's maintaining a decent angle here, which is exactly what I would expect him to do. We can see, we fire, we're getting, a ricochet. Like I said, he's well angled, and we kind of expect that. And it doesn't look like our Amagi friend, who could fire off his stern, wants to even consider helping us with this. He's like, that side's lost. Oh well, we tried. But did we? Anyways, Key's starting to turn in as we go around this island. We're like, let's go ahead and see if we can take advantage of that. Pop slow down right here. In case that Harbin has fired his torpedoes. We also have a second just to let things reset, reload. We're going to burn one of our heals. Of course, running this with an accuracy build means we don't get the full number of heals. I did try running this with a brawler build, and I just wasn't impressed overall with the performance. I think while the heals are nice, I think the accuracy you get, while Constellation, I think she does have fantastic accuracy. I think the way of running it this way, where we're running the reload mod with the two reload focused commanders, with the accuracy perks within the commander, is a better route than going brawler commander with the plotting room. Anyways, New Orleans popped up as we ran our radar there, and we are going to accelerate and see if we can get a clear shot over this island right here. He's trying to sneak by, and we are going to take a massive chunk of his health and then use this time to GTFO on out of here. We've lost the side, and we're going to try to use Constellation speed to our advantage and her torpedoes. This is kind of the position you want to be using her torps in. As you saw, the area where we can't torp off our stern is incredibly narrow, as Harbin thought he was going to be cheeky and try to farm a little bit more damage from us. I think he's regretting that as we pull another 7,000 damage out of him. And Key is coming around because he's smelling the chum in the water. We're going to go ahead, take a massive hit from him. And this is one of those things you have to be concerned about. Like I said, there's shot trap central in the rear of the Constellation. You saw that flat plate. It means he can easily pen it. You need to be incredibly well angled. And that's kind of the weakness of Constellation right there. We don't have the armor to redo this. New Orleans coming around the corner right there. We're kind of hoping Key has stayed on a more straight path and is going the long way around the island. If he does that, we should be able to sort of intercept this New Orleans and maybe rendezvous with our team a little bit and get their assistance with taking down Key. As it looks like it's been made clear, Key isn't coming around that short area of the corner. He's going to go a long way around that island. We can go ahead, take this opportunity, beeline to the New Orleans, and prepare ourselves for what is going to be taking care of this Key, as we are very close as far as the battle goes. If you've noticed, yes, we've ceded C, and they're up on points and ships at this point, but I think it is still doable and winnable. We dropped the torps very short there, thinking once the Key comes out, he's going to try to kind of bow into us. But we can go ahead, wipe New Orleans off the board, and then we just need to keep an eye on our friend, the Key right there. He's not making the turn like I thought he was going to do, which is unfortunate. We kind of have to now play with our angle. I was initially planning on making this hard cut off between the island as now kind of to our stern, but with the way this Key is continuing down, we are now going to have to kind of go out around this island and see what we can do. Good news, though, is we do have other ships in the area that could maybe assist with the Key. We kind of ping our teammates like, hey, I'm in a new boat. I can't exactly deal with this Key on my own. Sadly, the torpedoes won't go on to do anything, but I think you can see the idea of how you want to use the torpedoes. They can be incredibly effective, but they're definitely more of a defensive tool rather than an offensive tool. I think you really only want to use them in an offensive ideal when you're like last ship. You don't care how much health you're going to end up burning. As we make this small turn here and we take a decent chunk from the Key. The goal right now, try to reposition to C, see if we can pick up C. We do have a slight ship advantage at this point, but the Key does not seem to be a priority to anyone else, though we do now have a pretty decent chunk coming out of the Key. And as we kind of transition to this running around the island trying to backcap C using the maneuverability of Constellation, I'm going to kind of give my final thoughts on it, as we've been able to chunk the Key pretty decently in this game. As I said in the beginning, Constellation, it's a fun ship. You have so many options in it, right? You have, I'm going to say, pretty great guns. The guns are incredibly accurate, even when you don't build them into accuracy. I feel like you get some pretty decent salvos without the accuracy build. If you build in full accuracy, they are pretty dang good. They are some of the better guns for the Americans. They kind of need to be, because you have so few of them. You can do the hybrid build kind of like we did here, where we went for the reload, and I think you can see it works out well. Having new 16-inch guns to fire every 22 seconds is a fun time. It performs pretty well as we pick up the high caliber right there. You could technically build the ship into secondaries. It's not that great. I tried. You could try that. That's one of the things I kind of wish they did, but oh well. That's fine. It's a boat that has torpedoes that, I will be honest, I had no idea it had torpedoes until like my second match, where I was like, wait, why do I have what? Oh, it has torpedoes? Oh my goodness. You put all of that up with the fact that it has a radar, and I think Constellation is going to become an excellent support battleship, an excellent get out to the flanks, cause some havoc out there, or in a division, I think it's going to be a pretty good performer, not in being able to carry anything, but being I'm going to call it a utility battleship, right? It has a lot of abilities that you don't really see anywhere else, especially in the American lines, where I think you're going to find yourself having a fun time with this vessel. Does that mean you should go out and buy it immediately? Probably not. Probably not. This is going to be a boat that the collectors out there are going to really enjoy. And I think maybe if you really, really enjoy the American battleships and you want something different, this isn't quite Missouri, but for me, it definitely checks all the boxes personally. Like having this out there, would I prefer to take this or Missouri out? I think I'd prefer Constellation every single day of the week, as we get this nice little window to take a shot at the key just as he takes out our last friendly vessel. But we can go ahead and pop him down to 3. As far as the game clock goes, it's not looking good for us, right? There's two enemy ships. We don't know what health they're on. We are now even on capture points, but beyond that, not much else. Constellation pops up there. We're like, okay, we know he doesn't have the best armor. He has shots out on us. We have shots out on him. We absolutely slap him, leaving him with a slither, but he does the same exact thing to us. So at this point, I'm like, okay, can we re-engage him before his front guns get back into working order? Because if we can get around the horn of this island really quickly, we have a nice 100-point swing for us, and then we can attempt to take down this cruiser. Hopefully, our gun reload does it. At this point, both of our guns are going to be reloaded. I am a sneeze away from death, but maybe the Constellation thinks I'm going to go around the wide way of the island, not pop out through the same gap, and that's exactly what happens here. He's looking the wrong way. We put shots out because we know exactly where he's going to be, and by the time those shells land, he has not let any fly. Beautiful, but now we have a real problem. Minute 19 seconds to finish out the cruiser for the Kraken and for the win. Can we do it? We're going to turn this vessel hard to starboard and just try running towards D, and maybe we can get a hit on, I think it's a Cleveland. As far as our plan is, because if he spots us first, which he probably will, he's going to win. Even with shell arcs, the flight time, I don't think we will be able to see the shells fire, acquire him, and fire our guns, and for those shells, even with our better velocity, to really beat him out. But we are going to try, God damn it. And we're going to wait till the last 30 seconds of the game. We're going to go ahead and hit our radar. If he's within the 9 kilometers, we'll hopefully be able to see him as he flips D. But at this point, sadly, we are not going to be able to see him, and enemy team is going to end up walking away with the victory. Would have loved to have played this one out. We're going to end up getting spotted in the last couple seconds, but no shells fly our direction, so we can't put any shells downrange towards him. Anyways, guys, if you liked the video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have the all-new American legendary cruiser, the Des Moines. Start researching this thing now. It has quickly become my favorite legendary tier cruiser. Of course, Minotaur still up there, but Des Moines just an excellent ship all around, and I am not looking forward to the date in 3 weeks when it gets taken away from my port and I have to research it all over again, because oh boy, is this just a fantastic ship. If you haven't been around for a review, what we'll do is we'll go over our build, our commander, the stats of the ship, then go ahead and go over a game in it. So if that sounds interesting to you, stay tuned and we'll start covering all of that. So first things first, let's go ahead and talk commanders. Now, the one that I have gone with is Victor F. Einstein. He's my go-to for the American heavy cruisers, just because I really enjoy everything that he brings to the table. And I do have him kind of spec'd to AP. Reminder that American AP shells do have better pen angles, so we are exploiting that fact. We are building towards that fact. So his base trait is going to increase cruiser traverse speed. That's fine. That's whatever. We have Ingenious. That's going to help more that traverse speed. Also, it's going to give you an indicator when people are aiming at you, which is nice. Then you have Intuitive, which is going to give you that sort of twist and track indicator, and it's going to boost your radar and your sonar duration, radar being the key one here. Then Punch Through, which is going to boost AP shell damage, and it's going to increase AP penetration multiplier. Then Fixated, which is going to boost main battery, shell grouping, and dispersion. And then Refill Station, which is going to reduce the reload of the main battery, and it's going to boost your range by 10% when you are within range of another ship. Two inspirations we are running are Von Essen and Riegerwald, and that is my preferred build. There are two other options you really could go with on this one. The other one, you can do a full stealth radar build with Shelly Beepley. So if you have a highly ranked up Beepley, a fully maxed out Mikasa, you could go the Beepley route. You could also use Swirsky to help get that detection down. But that is one option. And then if you are not a person who has either of these premium commanders, you can absolutely build the good old Norman Scott for this ship. So those are the options. Let's now talk about the modules. In mod slot 1, we're using aiming system mod 1. In mod slot 2, we're running steering gears mod 2, though you could absolutely also do propulsion mod. Kind of a dealer's choice on this one. Then we're running concealment mod, and to round it all out, we have the main battery mod. As far as consumables, you do have a full selection of them. You have the damage control party, which is a 5-second duration, and it's going to reload in 60 seconds. We all know it. Then you have the option between sonar and defensive AA. Just use sonar. Detectability on it, torpedo detectability 3.4, detectability on ships 4.9. Consumable duration is 105 seconds with a reload time of 180 seconds, and you get 2 charges of it. Next, and this is something you want to remember for the first time you play this ship, you want to choose radar. It's going to come defaulted with the plane, and you're going to be like, wait, no, why wouldn't you want the radar? Radar, super powerful on the ship, detection 9.9 kilometers, duration 42 seconds, reload time 180, and you're going to get 2 charges. And then finally you have the repair party, not a super powerful one, but still useful, 252 HP per second. It's going to last 28 seconds. Reload time on it is 80 seconds, and you're going to get 2 charges of it. So those are all of the items about the ship. Before we dive on into the stats, let's go talk about how you unlock this ship. You do unlock this ship through the Bureau projects. One thing that is interesting about the Bureau projects for Des Moines is all of them have a challenge for you to use the current campaign ship Flandre to unlock it. So usually with Bureau projects, you have one premium ship in there that gives you 125,000 XP for using the ship per day as one of the challenges. With Des Moines, you have 2 of them, both Flandre and then whatever the usual random premium is. So if you are looking to min-max your way to getting this ship, make sure you are either purchasing the campaign so that you earn Flandre down the line, or if you're crazy, and I don't recommend you do this, but if you're going to do it anyway, this is just another little tick in the box to make it worth it to you in your head. You can also use Flandry if you buy out the campaign instantly to boost your way through the Bureau project. So that is just something you need to be aware of. You want to maybe keep in your head. So let's now dive on in to those stats. Des Moines, 50,600 HP with an armor thickness between 6 and 203 millimeters. Let's go ahead and bring on up that beautiful, beautiful armor view. Bow armor only 27 millimeters, so you will not be bow tanking things like Yamato or any of the very large caliber shells. The deck armor is between 27 and 30 millimeters, so that is a little bit more. Citadel wise, well, it is just a little bit exposed, and by that I mean it's not quite built like the Baltimore is. You are sitting above the water, so if you aren't careful in the ship, you will be punished. I think personally the way to play this vessel is just kind of bow on, because as you can see, you don't get additional armor in the belt. It's all 27 millimeters. Bow tanking is going to be the way to play this ship. As far as torpedo reduction goes, you're looking about 19%. Main battery, you have three barrel 203 millimeter guns with a firing range of 15.5 kilometers and a reload time of 4.5 seconds, giving you a shell sprint of 120. 180 time on those guns, 23.6 seconds. HE damage is going to be 2,800, giving you 336,000 DPM with a 14% chance to set fire. AP damage, the thing that we have buffed with this, 5,490 per shell, giving you 658,800 DPM. Secondaries, well, you have 6 two-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 5.2 kilometers and a reload time of 6 seconds. Damage on those secondaries, 1,800 with a 5% chance to set fire. There are no torpedoes on Des Moines, one of the kind of downsides of the ship, but it is understandable. Most American heavy cruisers, most cruisers in the American tiers overall don't have torpedoes, and Des Moines is not the exception. AA range, only 5 kilometers with a minimum damage of 426 and a maximum of 469 damage per second. Max speed of the vessel, 33 knots with a turning radius of 770 meters and a rudder shift time of 6.9 seconds. Finally, we have the concealment, 11.2 detectability by sea, 11.2 kilometers, detectability by air 7 kilometers, and detectability while firing in smoke is 7.5. And those are all of the stats on the ship, and let me tell you, she's just fun. She is just a fun ship. She is going to be the bane of people's existence, and I have a feeling a certain hammer with Nerf will be coming her direction. So yeah, we're in for it's either going to be a rough time or a fun time, depending on how you feel when this thing is going to be everywhere. With all that said, let's go ahead and dive on into a game with the ship. Okay, guys, so here we are on Crash Zone, and we are on the good old far right spawn, and it is time to just enjoy what the Des Moines can do. Now, I do have to say, sadly, I don't have a Kraken game to show off. I got one, and the recording software crashed, which is sad. And then I got 2 other close Kraken games, so you're going to enjoy one of them right here, because I think it shows off really just how crazy the Des Moines is. This ship is going to be the bane of people's existence. I do not know how it got through balancing the way it did. It could probably use a reload nerf, because the rivaling light cruiser damage output with a heavy cruiser damage output is just slightly crazy there. Anyways, we're kind of observing and just trying to figure out what we can do and where we want to take this. We can see that the two, the Baltimore and the Vladivostok, are kind of doing the usual play here of going the long way around that island and then hooking in. So we're going to go ahead, take some pot shots at him. We have cover by the island. We're not being spotted. Beautiful, wonderful. Okay, we got a couple of hits there. Go us. Now, we do have the option. One, we could go in and try to start bow tanking a Vladivostok. Probably not going to be the best solution there. So we're going to head on into the cap. Because if you can position Des Moines correctly, you are going to be unstoppable. And I'm just going to kind of show off a fun sequence here and what is just a glorious, glorious little ship. So we're, like I said, we're going to go ahead, push into C. We can see our team's doing a fairly well job of trying to push into C and get everyone handled. Wichita over there, kind of, I like to think of it like, yes, Baltimore is this ship's strategic or kind of default, like, lower tier, but also I feel like this ship shares a lot with Wichita in the way that it is going to be a bane of people's existence. So our friendly destroyer just set a smoke screen right here, which means we can go ahead and take up a position that usually isn't used by cruisers because he has created a nice amount of cover for us. So we're going to go ahead, kind of push in right on over here, use the smoke screen to block that right hand side in case in case that Vlad starts to push around. Alaska full broadside. We're going to just start engaging the Alaska with our beautiful AP. Try to use this island as cover. As you can see, we have pretty decent shell arcs. Yes, we just hit the island there, but once we get around it, we'll start seeing it. But this is where we know Vlad has started to come around the corner. We're gonna go ahead. Vlad can't see us, so it's safe for us to kind of make this turn. Of course, as we do that, Alaska is gonna go ahead and start spotting us. We do, I think, relatively soon start picking up and taking out the Vlad. So Alaska, we take a couple more pot shots at him, doing decent damage there. We can see both Baltimore and Vladivostok have come around the corner there, and now we're just going to start engaging these guys and firing them down. AP on the ship, absolutely fantastic. Nothing, you can do some pretty great damage there, but you also have the ability to use the HE, and the HE is also fairly strong, especially for an American heavy cruiser. It has a fairly good fire chance, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with flipping over to the HE and just start pumping out damage there. As we can see, Baltimore just taking it on the nose right there, and we're doing decent chunks to him. We're getting decent amounts of fires on him. He's about to go down, or he is in full retreat mode. We do start peeking over to that Vlad relatively soon. We do just kind of want to knock out this Baltimore. The friendly battleship over there is a brawler, so we're kind of hoping he's going to be able to take care of the Vladivostok, because, you know, the Vlad's in relative short range. All he needs to do is line up a citadel, but sadly the Bismarck has been flat broadside to him for too long. So we now get the opportunity to use our beautiful AP on the Vlad, and as you can see, we are just going to chunk him down, and that is the glory and the beauty of Des Moines, is just the power of this AP. We get a citadel there, absolutely beautiful, and well, down the Vlad goes. I think we need one more salvo after this one, or do we finish him off? We finish him off here. Sweet. There goes one ship. Alaska nose in there. We're gonna go ahead, start turning in. We have C, we have A. So as far as our team goes, cap points wise, we're doing well, but there's starting to be a noticeable trend towards well, our ships are being lost incredibly quickly. And this is at this point, I was not even like conscious of the fact, because I was like, oh, we're doing fairly well. Like, I still got a good chunk of health. I feel like our team is still around. We go ahead and finish off the Alaska there. Wichita is starting to push in over on the side here. We're going to go ahead, start trying to engage him. He's going to try to push into the cap. Good on him. He's going to try to contest the area. We get a nice 4K salvo and 2 fires out of that one. And now we are going to go ahead, push in. We know there's a destroyer around. We know there's multiple cruisers. We know that Baltimore that we engaged with earlier is around, gearing, trying to be a sneaky little bugger. Baltimore goes ahead and I believe he's the one radaring us, or it could be the Wichita. Both of them have that ability, and we are well within range of both of their radars. So we do need to be cautious, or The Wichita, I don't have Wichita, so I can't remember if it does or doesn't have sonar. But we go ahead, pop our sonar, and with that, we are able to see the incoming torps from the gearing, able to slide easily through them right there. And now we're going to go ahead and start pushing, hoping that that us pushing in this way will kind of lure the enemies out from around behind that island, because we know they just kind of want to ambush the new ship. So we're going to give them what they want. We can see they are still ready to go. This destroyer has pushed in. We see the fire coming over. We're going to go ahead and pop the radar and now start engaging those two ships. Baltimore is going to be the bigger threat to us, so we go ahead and start prioritizing the Baltimore right here. He's nose out, but our HE is still going to do plenty of pen damage to him. 3 salvos and he goes down, I believe. Nope, one more. 4th salvo, he goes down. Time to flip on over to the gearing, and this is just the power of the Des Moines right here, right? We are the last ship remaining at this point, so it is fairly certain that we are going to lose. But you know, there goes the 4th ship, and we know Wichita is going to be coming from behind. We flip over to AP, and well, the one downside of Des Moines is the turret traverse isn't the best. Wichita is going to get a beautiful salvo on us. Going to take us down a little. We're going to go ahead, returning kind. It looks like our shells should have hit the island, but we end up getting the citadel right there. We get another citadel right there. We just kind of need to keep our tail at a somewhat angle, and we think we can go ahead and finish off this game for the Kraken. But Wichita sets us on fire, and well, that's all she wrote right there. But God, is she a fun ship, guys? She is such a fun ship, and I wholeheartedly recommend starting to research her, because I feel like she is going to get a nerf, and the sooner you can go ahead and use her, the better. So guys, if you like the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have my home state battleship, the Florida. Yes, I know she's made up, and technically she's not the real Florida, but she's in the game now, and we're going to have a good time reviewing her today. She is very different than the rest of the American battleships. She does not play like them. She is an oddball, much like my home state. I will take the Florida man charges. Anyways, we got a review today. We're going to go over stats, builds, mods, all that good stuff. Also, we'll of course show off a game in her to highlight her unique play style for the American ships. You may also call it passive, because it's kind of what you have to be in the ship. Anyway, Florida, Tier 6 premium battleship, released in the first week of this update, which is kind of surprising, but hey, we are here. Let's go ahead and start diving on into those stats. So first off, her base hit points, 63,800, with an armor thickness between 12 and 406 millimeters. Let's go ahead and throw up that armor view, and you're gonna notice just how thin some of this armor is. Bow is 25 meters, which isn't too not standard for the ships of this tier, but then you will notice her belt armor, which is only at 26 millimeters, meaning that anything with 15 or 16-inch guns is going to be able to overmatch not only your nose, but your sides as well, which can get pretty interesting, because that's about half the battleships at Tier 5. It's about 2/3 of the battleships at Tier 6, and the majority of the battleships at Tier 7. So you do not want to be shot at in this ship. One bright side to her is going to be her deck. It is 37 millimeters, so you will be able to resist all of those shells. But the only way you're going to get fire on the ship, or on that part of the ship, is if you are very, very far away. So that is kind of how you have to play this ship. Very, very far away. As far as torpedo reduction does go, really good torpedo reduction at 26%. Her unique feature, and it makes her kind of feel like almost a French battleship, is 3 quad barrel turrets that are 356 millimeters, so essentially same size as the good old New Mexico. Firing range on them, 16.1 kilometers, with a reload time of 33.5 seconds, which is a whole long time. Shells per minute, it's only going to give you 21 shells per minute, which is just based on the math. Really, you're going to get 1 salvo per minute, and then just on the other side of that minute, you'll get your next salvo. Rotation time on those turrets, 45 seconds. HE damage is, it's not great. 4,750, giving you a DPM of 99,750. Not even breaking the 100k per minute mark, which ain't good. 22% chance of fire on those shells, which is also fairly low. You will not be setting fires with this ship. AP damage, 9,500, giving you 199,500 damage per minute. Once again, also not breaking that the usual like 200k mark for battleships per minute. Like this ship does not do well as far as pumping out large amounts of damage. It can do decent alpha strikes. You will be kind of hunting for cruisers in this, because you will be able to damage them significantly more than any other ship. Secondaries, she has 6x1 127mm guns and 4x1 127mm guns. Both of them have a range of 5 kilometers. Reload time on the dual turrets is 6 seconds. On the single is 3 seconds. Damage coming from them, 1,800, with a 5% chance to set fire. AA is another strong suit for this ship, and you will kind of want it, because it can get kind of nasty out there with some of those carriers. The carrier players have been rejuvenated as of late, if you haven't played. So having good AA is definitely a strong suit. Max AA range is going to be 5 kilometers, doing only 43 damage, and then once you get out to the innermost circle, you're going to be doing up to 363 damage per second. Max speed of the ship, 27 knots with a turning radius of 760 meters. And then finally, rudder shift time is at 15.4 seconds. Concealment of the ship, 13.7 by sea, 11.5 kilometers by air, and 12.4 while firing in smoke. And that's the history, or those are the stats of the ship. Let's now go ahead and go through the build of the ship. As far as mod slots go, you don't have main battery mod 1 to kind of fall back on. So I went with AA guns just because there's already a really long reload on the ship, and you can go for main battery mod 2 if you want to increase the turret traverse speed, which can be helpful. But I think buff what the ship is strong at. It's already fairly strong at AA. Boost up your max range to 6 kilometers. You're going to thank yourself, especially when you get assaulted by German dive bombers. In mod slot 2, we have steer gear mod 2, just to try to increase the maneuverability, because that's all you have to protect yourself in this ship. And spoiler alert, it's still not the most maneuverable ship. It's fairly decent, really tight turning radius. And then finally, in the third slot, we only have target acquisition mod. I really hope in the future we get something else to put in here, because half the time I don't even feel like buying this sort of mod for these ships, because I don't find it particularly useful, especially with Florida, because you're supposed to be playing this at really long range. If you need to increase your guaranteed detection radius, you may be sunk already. If a destroyer is hiding that close, you may just need to give up. Now, as far as commander goes, we're going to be using William Sims. Recently, we did get Scharnhorst and Cunningham. It's going to be the typical kind of long-range build, just because you just need to be able to hit your shots. The accuracy and dispersion on this ship, it's not incredible, but it is fairly decent, and the shells do kind of like to stick all together. Base rate for Sims, of course, is going to gain the HP, so we do end up boosting up our ship's base HP to 64,430 for 65,240 for me, or it could be higher if you have your Sims ranked out higher. Then I'm running Flammable Cannoneer, Gyrating Drill Bits, Marksmanship, Emergency Specialist, and then finally Will to Rebuild. I think last on Emergency Specialist, you can easily switch between that and Reaching Out XXL depending on what you want to do. And that is the build. As far as some key stats that are different, We already went over that the max HP went up to 65,240. Range on the guns went up to 17.3 kilometers, and our max AP shell damage went up to 10,070. We also already covered the AA is now up to a 6-kilometer range, and finally, the rudder shift time is down to 13.1. One last thing we should probably cover is going to be the consumables. So on the ship, we have 3 kinds of consumables. We have your bog standard damage control party. With our build, we have a consumable duration of 6 seconds with a reload time of 67.2 seconds. Repair party with a recovery, and it's a fairly substantial recovery, of 548 hit points per second. And you will be using this a lot, especially if you can manage to not get citadeled and not get citadel damage, because of course you only recover 10% of citadel damage, and there's all that. But if you can manage to not get hit in the citadel, you can recover a lot of hit points with this. So hit points per second, 548. It's going to last 22.4 seconds with a reload time of 80 seconds. And you're going to have 3 charges of it. And finally, you do have your final one, and you're going to be able to choose between 3 different consumables here: catapult fighter, spotter plane, and enhanced secondary targeting. My go-to has been the spotter plane, just because there's those moments where I want to really use to really count on the accuracy, and I'll go ahead and pop that. So yeah, guys, that's all of the stats and the builds. As far as history go, we did allude earlier to the fact that this is a paper ship. The idea being that this was a preliminary design for a battleship in accordance with the Washington Naval Treaty. Of course, it never got made, so here we have it brought to life in this game. Oh, I should also say, the camo you see on the ship right now does not come standard with the ship. It is available in the shop for 750 doubloons. I really like it because it's ostentatious and dumb looking, and I'm all for some nice gold, some gold accents on my battleships. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into a game with this thing. So we are here on Trident, and we are going to be playing the middle cap, and that's probably the best spot for us in this ship, just because we like to kind of play middle, pick our shots, and try to see who we can really damage. Now, our ships of choice to hit are going to be cruisers. This ship is incredible at getting those hits on cruisers. The guns have no trouble reaching out and touching them and doing some significant damage. You do have the chance of overpens, which at this time in the game, there is a slight issue with the overpens where it can end up reading like 0 damage. So you may not see the highest damage game, but I think this shows off a lot of the capabilities of this ship. So we want to play at longish range, and we want to go ahead, pick our shots, and try not to get focused down by anyone. So we're kind of heading to this island to take cover, and as other ships push in, we're going to go ahead and utilize their aggressiveness against them and try to start whittling down. We do have that beautiful 17.3 kilometer range, so we can absolutely reach out and touch ships, and we can do some fairly significant damage to them. And the one downside I would say is in this match, we don't have many cruisers to go after. We have 2, and one of them is a Siegfried, which is essentially a battle cruiser, which doesn't do a lot. So we do go ahead and switch over to HE, just of course as the Scharnhorst comes around and pretty much shows broadside. But this is an excellent example of what this HE can do and why it shouldn't be snarked at, laughed at, where this ship can kind of help hold its own against battleships. Look at that. Beautiful damage for HE. 8,000 damage. Not too shabby at all. So we're going to go ahead and keep playing this midpoint right here and seeing who we can keep our shot at. Right now, it's looking like Scharnhorst is going to be our target of choice. Of course, as I say that, Belfast goes ahead and pops out. And at this point, we're just going to go ahead, try to fire our shot at Scharnhorst, switch over to AP, and go after that Belfast. Because as we were talking about earlier, cruisers are who we want to target. That is going to be our bread and butter, especially with these current guns. As we see right there, another great salvo from the HE. Nothing to really laugh at as far as HE goes, but you do always want to try to use AP because of that potential damage, and that's just what we do here. Switch on over to that AP, and of course we lose the Belfast as our destroyer smokes up. Florida as a ship overall, it is a it requires a very passive and long-range playstyle. You don't have the armor to go ahead and stand up to ships in closer range combat. We will show that off a little bit later, where we switch from this passive gameplay out into a much more active, chase people down, sort of aggressive gameplay, and you'll see we do not really stand up. But Belfast decides to pop back up. We switch back over to AP, knowing that if we can get a round off in the next 33 seconds, because once again, this is one of the downsides to this ship, is the sheer amount of time it takes to load a salvo. Of course, we are selecting back and forth between the ships, maybe hopefully trying to make the Belfast think that if he has Ingenious, that we're not fully targeting him, but at this point, he all but knows that that is what we're doing. And as we are ready to fire our shell, he goes full broadside. We go ahead, fire those shells. Look at that beautiful dispersion right on target, and we go ahead and smack him for a good chunk of damage as we rear end our teammate. But hey, we needed a tactical stopping point to go ahead and accelerate forward, especially because Scharnhorst now pushing forward and going full broadside to us. We do still have that rear turret. This ship does have decent rear turret angles. That is one thing to say, and because it has an okay rudder shift, you can kind of do that thing where you fire your front guns and then you shuffle out and get your rear gun on target and you shuffle back in. You know what I'm talking about. We've all done it. But it has very decent rear firing angle, so you can absolutely do that. Scharnhorst about to go down, and we're just kind of hunting for the next target. As far as kills go for in this game, not many kills have been put up on the board. We've lost a cruiser, they have lost a destroyer, but a lot of their ships are on fairly low health. Belfast now utilizing its HE. We can see it had us spotted and then it doesn't anymore, so he's going to start blind firing. There, Scharnhorst does go down, so we are now up one ship as far as everything goes. And now we're going to start seeing what happens when you play this ship more aggressively. We go ahead and start putting on the charge. We know they have... Oh, we did actually take down their Scharnhorst. My bad. Scharnhorst pops back up. We're going to go ahead, take him out with our first salvo, and we knock him out fairly easily, just because he's broadside, and that's easy enough for us to get. And we get set on fire once again. Siegfried is broadside, so we're going to start to get a little greedy on that. And you'll see what happens in the Florida when you start to play greedily and start to kind of leave cover and leave the safety and protection of relatively long range and somewhat well angled. First salvo out on Siegfried, completely miss him, and the second salvo is going to go straight in to that mountain because we missed it just in time. And Belfast goes ahead and sets 3 fires on us, and that doesn't do well. And of course, as soon as our damage party ends, we get another 2 fires set on us. Kind of wishing we didn't take certain perks that limit the damage control party time, because we now have a heavy permanent fire. But this will let us show you just how much HP these the repair party can actually end up recovering for us. And we go ahead and destroy the Belfast, and he gives us a parting present of a 3rd fire on our ship. And Siegfried is now also fully on our broadside, and we take another huge hit from him, and we are down to below half health already, and just in those couple seconds of playing rather aggressively. And that's kind of what happens in this ship, is if you get caught out, you lose a ton of your health really quickly. We're going to go ahead, return fire on Siegfried, 1 shot away, does a little bit of damage, and the next salvo does just a little bit more, bringing us up to 88,000 damage, and we are on the lifeline. Thankfully, our damage control party brings us back into the fight, and we're going to start kind of running away, because we don't have the hit points, as we've been saying, to really sit in a stand-up fight. We need to either A, disengage fully, but thankfully Siegfried here turns the way his guns are not looking, and we are going to be able to reach out and hopefully wipe him from the map, if not get a couple of extra shots out on him. shots fall just short, and a teammate ends up wiping him out. And that's really the end of this match for us. The rest of their team just sort of melts around us. But yeah, guys, that's the Florida for you. Like I said, she plays really well at range. Once you get into an aggressive play, once you start pushing, you're gonna get hurt. You're gonna get hit. If that's the kind of play style you want to play, if you're a big American battleship aficionado and you're tired of the Iowa and things like that, and you want to experience something different, maybe pick up the Florida. But buyer beware, she is a rough ship to play. Yeah, guys, that's the video for today. I hope you like it. If you did, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we have a little bit of a delayed review. We have the Georgia. Now, I did get early access to the ship, but I just forgot to record mod footage, and with all the battleships that came out, it basically overwhelmed me just a little, and sadly I didn't have all the footage I needed to make a review before the ship was taken away, so I kind of had to delay it until I had the ship back in my port. It's now back in my port, and oh boy, am I still loving this ship as ever. Georgia, I think, one of my top campaign ships of the year. It is just a versatile, good battleship that has quickly become one of my go-to ships. I am absolutely loving playing Georgia. So, with all that said, as always, we're going to go ahead, talk about the stats, the mods, the commander build, all that good stuff, go over what has changed with our commander build to give you the final stats. Then we'll go ahead and cover a game. I think the game's really interesting this time. Short one, but it shows the 2 lives the Georgia can live, which I am always enjoying. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive on into those stats. So first up, Georgia is, of course, from the USA with 63,000 base XP, minimal armor thickness of 6 millimeters, and a maximum of 540. Let's go ahead and take a look at that armor view now. So as we can see, there is a fairly good amount of armor everywhere. Looking at the bow, you're looking at about 32 millimeters, meaning you're not going to be able to shrug off those 16 millimeter guns on the bow. There won't be bow tanking for you, but you should be able to fairly well protect your side with up to 38 millimeter. That will go ahead and deflect large caliber guns, assuming that you can get it to angle there correctly. Additionally, you are also looking at deck plating that is 38 millimeters, which will also provide pretty decent protection at range, assuming you're not getting purely plunging fire, but at least you're getting like some sort of angle on the shot. You're going to be protected fairly well on your deck. Finally, let's go ahead and take a look at that superstructure, or not superstructure, at that citadel, right at the waterline right there, meaning this ship can be pretty decent in a brawl. Going on from that, you're looking at a 26% torpedo reduction. Main battery, you're going to have 3 2-barreled 457 millimeter guns. That's right, they're big guns. Sadly, you're not at the 460 of Yamato, meaning you will not be able to punch through 32 millimeters of armor plating, but it still means you're going to be punching through a lot, and you're going to be delivering a huge chunk of damage when you do. Firing range on the ship, 17.2 kilometers with a 26-second reload time, meaning if you decide to go ahead and equip the spotter plane, you're going to go ahead and get 2 shots with that spotter plane. Very, very useful. Shells per minute, that gives you 14 rounds per minute with a 180 time on the turrets of 45 seconds. HE damage, pretty small. I mean, it is large for the class, 6,450, but not much when you compare it to its AP damage. Chance of fire on those HE shells, 43%. AP damage, 15,750 maximum damage, giving you a DPM of 220,000, which puts it right in the middle as far as DPM for tier 7 battleships. But when you punch through and you hit citadels, oh boy, you just see large damage numbers, and it just makes you feel good on the inside. Secondaries, it has the usual 10 2-barreled 127 millimeter secondaries that most American battleships have. Secondary range is going to be 5 kilometers, the reload time of 6 seconds. Damage on them, 1,800 with a 5% chance to set fire. Then let's go on over to its max speed. This is one of those beautiful, also features of this ship is its max speed at 30.7 knots. Much like the Iowa, this we won't really talk about history because there isn't. This wasn't a real ship, but this was a proposed design for an Iowa class, essentially. So it shares the hull, meaning it is a fast battleship design. Max speed of the ship, 30.7 knots, but more importantly, you do have an engine boost, which does help a lot. Anyways, turning radius, 890 meters, which is kind of middle of the road for the tier. Rudder shift time, 14 seconds, making it somewhat maneuverable. AA suite does have a range of 5 kilometers, which is kind of what you would expect at this tier. Minimum damage, 151 damage per second, and max count at 549. So it does have a pretty impressive AA suite aboard. Finally, let's go over concealment, 14.8 kilometers by sea, 12.4 kilometers by air, and 5 when in smoke. As far as mod slots go, the first one, I think it's fairly open. I'm currently running secondary battery mod 1. I did have the main battery mod installed, but I did just want to kind of boost the fire rate, and the turret traverse speed was good enough for me, but that's absolutely a slot you could use if you kind of wanted to go with a brawler build. The other one that I tempted around with was the AA gun mod, just because if you are having trouble with bombers, with aircraft carriers, as we definitely were at the beginning of this update, I feel like it's kind of leveling off now. AA mod is also an excellent choice. Secondary battery mod is just what I went with, just to kind of help out when those troublesome situations. In the second slot, I went ahead and went with steering gear mod 2, just in order to help out with that rudder shift and to speed that up a bit. Then the only option we have in the third slot is going to be target acquisition mod. Sadly, we do not have an option to equip anything else. I would love to see something added there. The French now have a unique one that they're able to equip. The British have concealment. I'd love to see a concealment mod added to all battleships, or something unique for the Americans. I'm down to see something else there. And then finally, I'm running main battery mod 3 to help with that, with rate of fire, just to increase it even more, just to get it down to like 20 something seconds. You could absolutely also do artillery plotting room. This thing does have super accurate guns. I didn't think it really needed the assistance in the accuracy department. Let's go over now what commander we are running. I'm running William Sims with Scharnhorst and Andrew Cunningham. Of course, his base trait is going to be build to last. It's going to boost up the base HP of the ship. Then I'm running Flammable Cannoneer, which increases the main battery range and shell grouping for the battleship, but increases the chances of catching fire for any type of ship. Gyrating Drill Bits increases the main battery traverse speed and AP shell damage for the battleship at the cost of decreased max speed. Then Marksmanship, which increases the main battery shell grouping for any ship, but reduces the rudder shift time. Then Emergency Specialist, which reduces the damage control consumable reload time, but it decreases the duration. And then finally, I'm running Will to Rebuild. With all of that, let's now finally go over the last thing, and that's going to be the consumables. She does have a full set of consumables, and with our build, we are getting a damage control party, as we all know it. Duration on it's going to only be 6 seconds, and a reload time of 67.2 seconds. Then we do have a repair party with HP per second recovered of 412, consumable duration of 22.4 seconds, reload time of 40 seconds, and we're gonna have 3 charges of it. Next, we do have the kind of choose your character slot. We can run catapult fighter, spotter plane, or enhanced secondary targeting. I've been running catapult fighter, as I found that has been my go-to for dissuading aircraft carriers. But I think if we end up in a place where the aircraft carriers are no longer a threat, spotter plane, absolutely a great idea, especially because you can just get even more accurate shots, and you're going to be able to get 2 of them off with 1 spotter plane uptime. Finally, we do have the engine boost. This is kind of the unique consumable of this ship. It's going to boost the max speed by 8%. It's going to last 180 seconds, and it's going to have a reload time of 180 seconds with 2 of them. And I love this ability, just because it gives you the ability, if you need to reposition very quickly, or if you need to go ahead and pump the brakes when you're in close quarters and need to dodge some torps. Also allows you to get stopped and going way quicker than you usually would. Overall, I absolutely love having engine boost, especially on an American battleship. And guys, with all of that, let's now go over the final stats of the ship with our build. Let's go cover what we've changed. So now we're gonna have a max HP of 64,680, a range on the main guns of 18.5 kilometers with a reload time of 22.9 seconds. 180 time on the guns down to 42.1 seconds with an AP max damage of 16,695. Secondary range has been boosted to 6 kilometers, and finally that rudder shift time is now at 14 seconds. And those are all of the stats of the ship. Now let's go ahead and talk about a game in this, and we have this beautiful match here, which I think really covers what this ship can be, because it can either be a long-range sniper or a brawler build, and you kind of get to choose how you want to play it during a match. It does well in both scenarios, or at least I find it does really well. It can absolutely drop bombs at long range when you need it to, or if it needs to get up close and do some damage, well, that fairly quick reload time on those guns allows it to do significant damage. And as we were talking about earlier, it falls middle of the line as far as AP damage goes to the rest of the ships at the tier, meaning it performs well when it needs to get most of its guns on bear. And the good news with it having so few guns is if you're in a bow in position against someone else, well, you still have 2/3 of your firepower, and that can't be said for all of the ships at the tier. Sometimes it's only half of that DPM is available if they are bow in. So design wise, it also does fantastic. And up here, we're going to go ahead and see what these guns can do when they're at long range. We see the Colorado out here. We line up our shot. We take it. And here it comes. Wait for it. It's a long flight time, guys. Long range guns, man. And opening salvo 17K. And you're just going to see that consistently with the ship, of taking just massive chunks of damage out of people, really allowing you to just take away ships that are at broadside and are at range. This is one of the reasons I love the Georgia, because it's just accurate. Look at that fly. We hit another huge salvo, another 15K, 13K. We're up to 30,000 after 2 salvos. Beautiful ship. We nose our way in here, and we can see we're already being contested in the cap. We knew this was going to happen, and Colorado out at range is about to go. We can see the enemy ships are on the other side of A from us, but we are still able to maintain kind of our position and really assist with getting this Colorado down. 9 hits, 30,000 damage. It's absolutely beautiful, and you can absolutely run this as a sniper build, or as you're about to see, if you need to brawl in it, you can also brawl, because as we can see, our friends who are also in the ACAP are about to come visit us, and we are going to do some significant damage to them. And as I was talking about earlier, the massive guns, the diameter of the guns means you can really punch through a lot of material, meaning that when you need to get in a brawling situation, you have the best opportunity to go ahead and punch through armor and get access to the citadels to do that max damage of, in our case, 16,000 damage for any sort of citadel hit. We see Z23 is here, being brave. We know he's up to no good because he's going to try and torp us. He's horizontal. We know he is probably going to go ahead and torp us. We go ahead, throw it in reverse, and we hit 1 shell on him, and we're just waiting on those guns to reload. And we can really see the enemy team going ahead and pushing through at this point. We're going to end up ceding A to them, but we'll be taking a good number of ships with a Z23. There's his torpedoes. We go ahead, we've thrown it in reverse, and we dodge 1. I think we only end up taking 1 hit here, which is the best case scenario, really. Well, 0 would be the best case, but for what we were dealing with here, 0 is the best case. We do still have our friendly destroyer kind of got disconnected, and he's going to stay frozen in this position for the rest of the battle. Sadly, we did lose his support, but now we see that their Alabama is starting to nose his way around the corner, and we're going to go ahead and put the brawling ability of this ship on display. Alabama nosing our way in, and we go ahead, activate our speed boost because we want to be able to get moving and to slow down as quick as possible. We see enemy bombers coming in. We go ahead, fire just above, and we knock one of his turrets. That is one of the nice things with this ship as well, is that because you have such large guns, you can, when you're in stupid close brawling range, as we are at this moment, fairly consistently hit those shots that are going to knock out turrets, make sure that they are disabled. Lenin then pops out flat broadside. We aim right under the turret, and we take another huge chunk out of him, getting 3 penetrations. Lenin goes down. Massachusetts now forced to go around the carcass of his former ally, and we know what's coming, so we're going to go ahead and try to kind of pop ourselves in reverse, slow down just a little in hopes that he wasn't going to turn in. We see guns right there. We get a beautiful 14k salvo into the superstructure. Sadly, we don't knock any of the guns, as that is always kind of something that you can go ahead and do. We take a fairly large hit on the nose. Of course, we do only have 32 millimeter bow armor, which means Massachusetts and Alabama's guns, giving they are sister ships, those 16-inch guns will go ahead and penetrate straight through our nose, but we can pull the same trick on them. Guns are reloading at this point. We probably should have stayed with the Massachusetts, but we are in full reverse, counting on our teammates to go ahead and take the shots. But Alabama, a little bit more of a danger to us right now. We go ahead, hit fairly hard with him. Unfortunately, go ahead and collide with our teammate. Massachusetts now closing in on our teammate. We're going to go ahead, try to swing our guns over to Massachusetts and finish him off. And unfortunately, the Alabama does take us down, but we end up doing 117,000 damage during this short amount of time. And yeah, guys, I think this really shows what Georgia can do, both on the side of being able to hit at long range and also brawl. You saw we were doing some very impressive close quarters numbers there, and that's why I'm really loving the Georgia. Guys, if you like this video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we have a review of the Hill, the all-new premium destroyer that you can either buy or earn for free if you play the April Fool's event enough. You can get it for 6,250 doubloons or 6,250 of the title coins. So pick and choose. Overall, I'm really enjoying the Hill. We'll go ahead and go over our build with her, the commander, the stats, all that good jazz, and then show off a pretty fun game in her. So the commander that we are running is going to be Vincent Mordoff. He is my go-to American destroyer commander because they tend to be gunboats, and he does a fairly decent job at buffing some of those gunboat traits. His base skill is going to reduce the reload time on the main battery. The 2 inspirations I'm running, Eric Bay to help with that concealment, and William Sims to boost the hit points of the vessel so it can duke it out a little bit more. Then we're running Observant Rage. This is something I usually run Mortar, but because of the range on the Torps, which we will get to, I'm running Look at Me Now. Then we are running Perceptive, Sheltered Arms, and Unstoppable. As far as the consumables go, we do have 3 of them. The first one is the Damage Control Party, 5-second reload, or 5-second duration, 40-second reload. 2 charges of smoke, gonna dispense for 25 seconds, be around for 115 seconds, and then reload in 240. And we also get an engine boost, 8% boost in speed with a duration of 120 seconds, reload time at 180 seconds, and you're gonna get 2 charges of it. The last thing that we have is, well, the mods, and there's only one mod slot because it's a tier 4. We're running Aiming System Mod 1. So with all of that said, let's now get on in to the stats of the vessel. The Hill, with our build, is going to have 13,620 hit points with between 6 and 13 millimeters of armor. We'll go ahead and take a look at that armor view. Woo! 10 millimeters of armor everywhere, boys. That's what we got. It's nothing too impressive. We wouldn't expect it just because, well, it's a destroyer. It doesn't do really, armor isn't its thing. Anyways, moving on to the main battery, we have 5 one-barreled 127 millimeter guns, which are a different gun than the ones on the Farragut. They do behave a little bit differently. They definitely fly quicker and have a bit of a flatter arc. I really do enjoy them. Firing range on them, 10.1 kilometers with a reload time of 4.2 seconds, giving you a shells per minute of 71 and a 180 time of 12 seconds. HE damage, 1800, giving you 127,800 damage per minute when firing HE, and a 5% chance to set fire. AP damage, you're going to be doing 2100, which gives you 149,100. So that puts it just slightly behind the Farragut as far as DPM goes. But I will say, I think the guns are better at longer range. These do seem to be a little bit more consistent at the further ranges. The next thing is the highlight of the vessel, and those are going to be the torpedoes, or at least they're what is substantially different. 3-barreled 533 millimeter torpedo tubes, giving you one additional one over Farragut. Reload time on those two tubes, 66 seconds, meaning you're going to be able to fire more torpedoes more quickly. Damage on those torpedoes, it's a standard American Torps, 11,733. Detectability range on those torpedoes, 1.1 kilometers, with a top speed of 56 knots and a range of 5.5 kilometers. AA is somewhat of a highlight on this ship. Pretty decent overall for a destroyer. Range on it is going to be 5 kilometers. Min damage 30 goes up to 52, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but at tier 4, it's surprisingly good, especially for a destroyer. Max speed of the vessel, 37.5 knots with a turning radius of 560 meters and a rudder shift time of 3.4 seconds. Finally, on to concealment. Detectability by sea is going to be 5.3 kilometers, so just barely being able to stealth fire those torps. Detectability by air, 2.9, and firing in smoke at 2.3. And those, my friends, are all of the stats of this vessel. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the ship in action. Okay, so here we are on ring, and it is domination mode. 3 destroyers on each side. Each kind of grouping of 3 got 1 destroyer spawn. So we're all looking good. We're set up for a decent match. Before we get into the action, let's go ahead and just talk about Hill. I quite enjoy this ship. It is not my favorite tier 4 destroyer, but it is definitely up there. I enjoy the additional flexibility you get from the shorter reload torpedoes. Those are nice. The guns feel just that little bit different from Farragut. That makes her special. She doesn't outcompete Farragut. Farragut could out DPM her, but I do definitely feel like these guns have a better trajectory than what we would usually get out of American guns. They feel just like they fire just a little bit flatter than you would usually expect, and that means you are a little bit better at engaging at those further ranges. Mind you, at that point then, those torpedoes become point defense because the torpedo range is just 0.1, or at least with this build, is just 0.1 kilometers longer than your firing range. Anyways, we are here in the cap. We're going to go ahead and use our first smoke. I had heard tale of this ship's ability to put out AP damage, so I want to test it out on this broadside Hawkins. We're doing decently, not great. I had heard a lot of things from other community contributors that the AP damage on this thing was great, or at least the AP pen was pretty good. I've heard other people doing really well. We're doing okay with the damage. Anyways, we are now in our smoke, and we kind of noticed something. One, we ain't capping anymore, which tells us we're in danger, because that smoke on the other side, not in the cap, which means that enemy destroyer is most likely pushing into our smoke and firing torps at the smoke, because if you sit in your smoke, you're going to be dead. So we are turning as hard as we can. Thankfully, Ohotnet's torps don't have the range to quite punch in, and we narrowly missed that. but that gives us an ability to go ahead and engage this first destroyer of the enemy team. We're going to send one set of wide fire torps because he's going to bow in to our friendly destroyer over there, which gives us plenty of time to engage the murder sausage and, well, murder him. As you can see, we're doing pretty good damage. We're chunking him for a good amount, and we finish him off with the torp there. So now we're doing okay. We're about to cap A, but we notice down in D, our team is not doing too hot, right? There's only kind of 2 ships over there, and that Gnevny is not long for this world. He doesn't have much health left, so we're going to go ahead and kind of head down there, try to assist, do what we can, be a thorn in their sides down here. I think our team, our 5 ships that are on this side, they can handle the one battleship, or at least I hope they can handle the one battleship. We need to kind of assist where our team is weak. We haven't lost a ship yet, but they are definitely not looking great on this side. We can all see both of the enemy destroyers are back over here. Gnevny, like I said, not much health left on his left on his ship, so we're going to kind of sub in for him. He's going to go away. He's going to peel away as being the destroyer on this flank, and we are going to sub in for him. But we do need to be careful, right? There aren't many other ships on this flank. We can't go rushing out there. We need to be careful, understand where the enemy ships are, and kind of let them come to us. Use the islands as cover so that they can't come and easily have an angle to attack on us. So we're going to position ourselves right in this inlet right over here. We know they should, if they want to kind of push into sea, they're going to have to cross this area. We should be able to get a nice line of fire on them. Additionally, hopefully it'll be kind of concentrating on our forces, but Farragut comes around the corner right here, probably assuming the Gnevny was around the corner, and well, 1 salvo, 2 salvos, and I think this third one will finish him. Down he goes, and we are all set. Next, Cavor out in the distance. He's not within range to fire his what would be absolutely deadly secondaries at us, but sadly he isn't turning in, so we're not really able to push out to him because we know there's a Gorky that's sitting in the cap, and if we push out, that Gorky will absolutely kill us. So now we are going to try to get this Gorky to come in close, because if we can get him to come in close, we can use our torpedoes. We may be able to use that AP we've heard so much about. We kind of want to tempt him our way. In this Cavor not paying us any attention, and that Fusion out in the distance not able to really deal much damage back. So we are going to kind of focus our way on the Cavor, see what our AP does, see what our HE does. We see we're kind of shattering a lot with the AP, so we'll flip over back to the HE, try to get a permanent fire on this Cavor. Mind you, Cavor tends to be built as a brawler, so he can heal a lot of this fire damage back, but we just want to force him to think about something else. We want a little bit of additional pressure to be applied to this Cavor, and we also kind of want to signal to that Gorky, hey, there's a juicy destroyer right around the corner. Just come push around the corner. Nothing wrong could happen if you push around the corner, right? We want him to kind of come our way, but we don't want to be exactly in contention with him quite yet. We get the second fire set on the Cavor, and we're doing decent damage with the fires. Like, we don't have the greatest fire chance, right? We only have a 5% fire chance, but with 5 guns and firing every 4.2 seconds, you do get a good amount of fires, especially for a lower tier DD. It's not a barn burning ship, but you do get a decent amount of fires. But we can see this Gorky, he's had a little bit of his health chipped away. He's starting to come out around the corner. He starts to turn broadside. We're like, okay, here's our next chance at trying out this AP, and it's, you know, we're gonna fire, see what we do. We get a decent hit right there with the AP or with the HE. AP, get one little ricochet there. See what this next one does. Okay, decent right there, but we're going to flip over to HE just because he is starting to angle out. We want to get these hits in, because we can see we're doing decent. We're getting good clusters there, but we end up taking the Gorky down. That's 2 kills. We are tied currently on ships, but we need to start supporting our guy down in C. We don't want them flipping over to C, so that's going to be our usual priority. Now, a lot of times I probably would have said go for D, but we know that there's an enemy destroyer pushing towards our one battleship over there. We want to support him. We want to prevent them from flipping sea. We know this Cavor hasn't had much interest in reconciling us and making us pay for being spotted this whole time. And we know that Fushin over there, well, we can outgun him if he decides to start shooting at us. And more importantly, he has torpedoes that can't hit us. So Cavor, very low on health now, so if we can get a fire, we may be able to get that kill. Mind you, it's a bit of a yoink at this point because we have not done a ton of damage to him, but we've done decently. We've done enough, but we want to go ahead and start protecting sea. We're going to move in. Engine boost is about back. That's the other thing I want to talk about on the ship. Engine boost, really good. Gets you up to about 40 knots, which is, well, pretty good for a tier 4 ship. 40 knot tier 4 ship. It's relatively quick. Sadly, we see that our Tennessee off to our flank has gone down, but we know where that Fushin is. We can go ahead and push into him. We go ahead, pop that engine boost, and we can see we're going to get up to 40 knot, close the distance as quick as we can. We know we can out DPM him just because he does not have the damage there, and we know he can't hit us with torps, so we don't need to be really fearing there. One thing to note on the hill as well is where the guns are positioned. It's easy to get kind of 4 on target, a little bit more difficult and hard to get that full broadside. You do have to give a lot of your broadside out in order to get all 5 guns on target, which is a bit unfortunate, but I understand why. You know, the guns are positioned the way they are. It's just a little bit, you lose a good chunk of your DPM when you kind of turn in an angle correctly in the ship, which is unfortunate, but hey, it's a destroyer. It's not like you have a citadel to worry about. It just makes you a bigger horizontal target, and that's usually kind of the spread of enemy ships, or at least that's the spread of incoming shells, is that horizontal spread. So it is a little bit of a downside to have such a horizontal spread. Anyways, we still have 48 seconds left on this very, very quick engine boost. We've taken out the Fushin. We're at 4 kills, which means the Kraken hunt is officially here. We are going for the Kraken. We are at full speed. We know it's an enemy battleship. We can see he's kind of out in the corner right now. We're going to use this island just in case he's closer than we expect to be able to get in and get a little bit closer than what we could if he is within our spotting range. But we don't quite know where he is yet. We can see our twist and track is putting him somewhere behind this island. We see Ismail is right there. Guns are somewhat aimed towards us, so we do need to be careful. He is sailing at a perpendicular angle to us, which is unfortunate because we need him to be pushing into us if we want to be able to get those torps off to kill him. Just because of the range on that ship, I don't want to take on this Ismail just because he has a ton of guns and he could easily get rid of us if he so chooses. So we can see he's starting to turn out, so we know we are going to have to use our guns. We know this island is coming around. We know we can't really aim those guns quick enough to turn over to us. Also, he has 2 battleships approaching from the other side. So we are cleared to go ahead and just start kind of aiming at him over this island. We get a few hits here. We can see he's well within our range. So if we want, we could stop, deploy the smoke, and be pretty safe in finishing him off. That's what we kind of play with doing here. We're going to kind of check his guns. If they start rotating towards us, we'll go ahead, pop that smoke, and hit in the full dive. But right now, he hasn't quite done that, but we are going to kind of prep that. We get a fire. Of course, Ismail, Russian ships, they do have that quick damage con, so he's able to put it out. We hope we can get just one more fire to whittle him down. They don't have a very long active time, the Russian damage con, so if we can get another fire, it will spell the death of this Ismail. Of course, we're the only one spotting him, surprisingly. We get the fire on some shells that go over. And, well, that's all we wrote for the Ismail. We get the Kraken. Anyways, guys, that's the game. As far as Hill goes, I think it's a fun ship. It's a little twist on the American gunboats. If you like American destroyers, you'll like the Hill. You can have some pretty fun. If you like the racing mode, I think it's a good way to go ahead and earn this thing. So yeah, guys, if you liked the video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we're taking a look at the Independence, the all-new Tier 5 premium aircraft carrier that is technically one of the campaign rewards. And The thing is with this campaign, you can either choose the independents or you can choose the black. If you want to take a look at the black, we do have a review of that up on the channel already. The way I see it is when you finish the campaign, you're going to have the option to choose one of the ships and you could purchase the other one for 10,000. Well, it turns out, everyone, that other tier 5 premium aircraft carriers are also 10,000 doubloons. So am I just saying that this is just to get the independence, it's purchasing a premium with more steps? Yes I am. Anyways, we're gonna go over the independence today, talk through it, and you can decide whether you think it's worth it for those 10,000 doubloons. Hint, I probably not. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead, go over the commander, modules, stats, then go ahead and show off a game in the ship and give my opinion on it. So if that sounds good, make sure you stay tuned. So first things first, let's go ahead and talk with who our commander is, and we are running good old George Dewey. That's right, he's my main American aircraft commander just because I prefer some of his traits over our the default one. His inspirations, we are running Space Fishy and Iona. Space Fishy is going to boost that torp speed. Iona is going to buff that aircraft restoration time. His default trait is going to boost torpedo detectability range, which doesn't really help. Then our skills are as follows. Contact is imminent to boost torp speed again because torps need as much love as they can. Look at me now, which is going to reduce your detectability range. Hidden Threat, which is going to help boost the HP of your torpedo bombers and help with their concealment. Then Burn Baby Burn, which is going to boost HE bomb damage and also boost the chance of causing fire with HE bombs. And then finally, we are running Fully Packed. As far as the mod slots go, we are running Flight Control Mod 1 because, well, what else would you run? You probably wouldn't want Air Groups Mod 1. And then we are running Air Groups Mod 2, which boosts plane HP. So yay, we have that. So with all that said, let's go ahead and dive on into the stats of the vessel. And first things first, hit points, you have 39,000, making this the second weakest aircraft carrier in the game. Armor thickness is between 6 and 127 millimeters. The armor view I'm just going to show because, well, it's interesting. That 127 millimeters is just this little plate that sits under the water. It's on the belt because remember, of course, Independence is a converted cruiser. It was a cruiser hull that was converted into an aircraft carrier. So it has some of that cruiser DNA still within it, and that little strip of armor, I believe, is part of that DNA. The only other thing you really need to know about is the flight deck has 13 millimeters of armor, so it's not going to be stopping many HE rounds. Next up, and torpedo reduction, it's going to have 0%. As far as its squadrons go, well, the first squadron is going to be those torpedo bombers. Each one is going to have 2,830 hit points with a cruising speed of 105 knots and a max speed of 148 knots. You're going to get 2 units in each drop, and there's going to be 6 of them per squadron, and there's going to be a total of 12 aircraft in your reserves or in your flight decks. Detectability range on them is going to be 8.2 kilometers with a restoration time of 55 seconds, the fastest of any vessel, of any tier 5 aircraft carrier. Torp damage, you're going to be doing 6,600 damage, which is also a huge improvement, putting it only behind Ryuju and Zuiho as far as damage done per torpedo. Torp speed is going to be 55 knots, and it's going to have a range of 3.5 kilometers. The other planes are, of course, the American HE dive bombers, and well, these are gonna have some of the weaker planes at the tier, 2,266, but they're gonna cruise at 115 knots and have a max speed of 149 knots. You're gonna have 2 planes per attack run, but you have a up in the air squadron of 8. This also means that your total planes in your bank is 16. Detectability range on the ship is, or on the planes, is going to be 8.5 kilometers with a restoration time of 53 seconds. Not quite the best. Ranger outdoes it by a significant margin at 46 seconds, but this is on the lower end of restoration time at the tier. HE bomb damage is going to be 15,810, which is above the Rangers, and you're going to have a 44% chance of fire, which is the second lowest at the tier. The ship does not have any secondaries, so you do not want to get within range of anyone that could end up doing you any sort of damage, because you will not have secondaries to defend yourself. You do have anti-aircraft armaments, though. Your range, though, is fairly short for an aircraft carrier, only 3.5 kilometers. The minimum damage you're going to be doing is 134 damage per second, and the maximum damage you're going to be doing is 184 damage per second. Max speed of the vessel is going to be 31.5 knots, with a turning radius of 820 meters, and a rudder shift time of 11.4 seconds. Finally, concealment. Well, this is one of the least concealed vessels at the tier. 12.4 kilometers by sea, 10.9 by air, only really being beat out by Serov, which is 13.5 kilometers by sea and 11.3 by air. So those are the stats of the vessel. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at a match in the ship. Okay, so here we are on northern waters, and spawning over on this side does present us with some fun opportunities, and you'll see us take advantage of that here in the Independence. We go ahead and launch our fighters and just head straight out. We want to be able to see what side the enemy is going to choose to kind of camp on this nice little half moon, this crescent right here, because if we see that they aren't going in to the side that is sheltered, we may be able to take advantage of that. Of course, the enemy aircraft carrier also have the same idea. We kind of both come in and collide with each other in the air and kind of turn off after we both drop our squadrons. So we can see we're evenly matched aircraft carriers so far. Anyways, we're going to go ahead, do our spotting runs. Interesting thing to note about this game, no destroyers in the match. So we can't really go out and harass individual destroyers. So it is going to be up to us to kind of burn this opening squadron, and then from there, try to start picking off people who are out on their own, because that's going to be the only way we really deal effectively with the rest of these enemy ships. Now, as far as my plans for the game, we can see something very interesting going on right here after our opening thing. Because we spawned at A, the enemy team felt like they were going to be weak on this side as well. Well, when an enemy feels like they're going to be overwhelmed, they start running away. And as we can see, the total amount of the enemies coming towards to capture A is now 0. We have this Pensacola, who is going to be flat broadside to 2 of our battleships. He's not going to last very long. So our new plan is to try to use our carrier to push into A, because, well, we can see the 2 battleships on the opposing side are fleeing the area, and we might as well push in and get the capture points, and that's exactly what the new plan is. So we have our beautiful and improved HE bombers with 8 in the air. It is very nice to have these guys out. It does feel like you run the risk of deplaning yourself if you get caught out in the wrong area, just because these are fairly weak dive bombers. So while they have a relatively low restoration time, there is still a significant risk of losing 8 of the planes at a time and then not having time to really recover them. So that is one thing I do have to say about the Independence and its aircraft carriers, is just its planes, is you just have to be on the lookout and be prepared to kind of really know when it's a good idea to push and when it's not. This Arizona is starting to push out on its own, and we get a nice hit with it right there. And now we're starting to get a little bit further into like the match. As far as how I feel about the Independence, it's okay. I think, in all honesty, it is in the upper tiers of tier 5 carriers, but is it the first one I would go and play? No, probably not. The one, like, does the ship knock out Furious as my favorite tier 5 carrier to play? No. Is this one a Serov to play? No. Is it better than Ranger? Maybe. Like, it has higher alpha strike. Some of the planes do recover in a quicker amount of time. Like, a lot of the stats have it as being a better Ranger, pretty much. In which case, if you're a huge Ranger fan, I think Independence may make sense for you. Anyways, we got that beautiful drop off on the Arizona, but we're kind of coming over to the enemy other side because, well, Arizona's gone now. We need to start supporting the team out on this flank. It is going to start costing us. We're going to try to find the ones who have isolated themselves. We are starting to cap A, which is exactly what we wanted to do. But because the enemy is so concentrated over here, we do need to be worried about anti-aircraft. We get the nice drop right at the edge of the island right there. We get the nice double hit with the torpedoes. We're starting to really rack up damage, but we are one ship behind. And now we have some long flight times. So initially, I was like, oh, this is a great plan, just because, well, this will put us significantly closer to the enemies. We're going to be able to use the Crescent as a shield from fire. We're going to be able to engage them. We're going to be able to cycle our planes a lot quicker, but not, the best laid plans don't survive first contact with the enemy, I believe the old phrase goes. And unfortunately, our first contact with the enemy has shown that, well, both teams have decided to overload the side the carrier is not on. And, that does happen in aircraft carrier games just because some side has to be the weak side because the carrier is in the match. And unfortunately, people don't want to be on the weak side because they don't want to be sunk early or they don't want the glory of holding out. I don't know. Anyways, this Gneisenau has sort of isolated himself. We're going to try to start taking him out. Of course, Gneisenau has a pretty substantive AA suite, and as we can see, we unfortunately hit a good chunk of the flak coming in, but we want to support this last ship out here. We want to make it. He already has a couple of fires on him, so if we can go ahead and get a couple more hits onto the Gneisenau, it is definitely going to help. I think he did just damage the party though, so if we can get this next salvo down, it will be a good run. Unfortunately, we are taking very heavy losses, as you can see right here. This is where the lack of hit points within the planes does really come back and hurt, because that did take a significant chunk out of us. We do now see the opportunity, though, that the rest of the enemy team has decided not to really come back to D. So if we can kind of push into D right now, we're equal on points, and our team is very much concerned with finishing off the enemy vessels out in the area. So if we can push to D, we can maybe start flipping that cap, start gaining some points, because of course we are currently down on points, even just because we are down on ships, and they've sunk a good chunk more. Thankfully, that Gneisenau now goes down, so it is even on boats as far as it goes, even on what types of ships are still up, but they have very much concentrated their cruisers in a very tight fashion, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for us, that concentration of AA. But at this point, it's what we have to do, right? They have a good chunk of vessels, and they are concentrated together. We are just going to need to kind of put shells, put fish in the water, put planes in the air, and try to start hitting them where it can hurt. Yes, it's going to cost us our planes, but at this point, there's no scouting to be done. We know where they are. If we can get the hits on the cruisers, we are going to take some big chunks out of them. As you saw right there, we got a very nice hit on DeGrasse right there. And we can just kind of hope that our team is able to out DPM them while we do our little sneak towards D and try to get it into our hands. Try to start accruing the points that way. Like right now, we are one ship down. If we are able to accrue it, if we're able to start providing air support for our teammates, maybe we can go ahead and they'll stand a chance. Though our cruiser right there just took a heavy hit. We go ahead, drop the planes over, and that's going to be a running theme that we're going to be doing. We're just going to start dropping our planes on top of our friends, trying to make it so that they are a little bit less appetizing to go after. We are running a risk right now at D just because of where the enemy is. If they do spot us, they will have a very nice shot at us, but this is kind of what we have to do in the moment, or else this isn't going to go well for us. We can also see they have started getting the idea of, oh, maybe we should go Cap B as well. We want to start to disincentivize that. Line up this nice hit on the DeGrasse right there. Another couple of hits. HE bombs, like American HE bombs, are really nice and powerful on the Independence, and that's exactly what we want. We do only have 5 minutes remaining, so we're two-thirds of the way in, and we are now down 2 ships on the enemy side. Thankfully, we have been doing a fairly good job. I think our battleship, he's still at full health. And I'm pretty sure he'll end up be running Will to Rebuild. Probably that Tennessee is doing the same, and that Tennessee is also being covered by the Helena. So we're like, okay, do we risk it? How do we want to do it? Also, the enemy has one of the best tier 6 vessels, the Weimar, on its team. So this is going to be a little bit of a lift in order to get it. Good news, though, we have moved into D. We finally got our way to D. If we can stop the DeGrasse, if we can sink it, then we're going to be starting a nice points accrual on our team. So we're going to go ahead and lead it just a little right here, see if we can go ahead and hit the DeGrasse. Sadly, he goes to turn, and thankfully, he overturns just a little and ends up getting his tail into that torpedo. We start a flood. He has to damage con immediately. If we can hit him with any sort of damage, we can go ahead and knock him out of the rest of the game. That front torpedo looks good. Beautiful. DeGrasse down. That's exactly what we want. We only have 1 torpedo plane left in the air. We're just going to go ahead, kind of throw it out there, try to make it so that the Helena has to move in one way or another. Just try to cause a little bit of chaos. We'll just drop as soon as we see that we're on fire. Unfortunately, he does take us down. Damn Helena and its ability to be an A8 ship. Anyways, we've done very nice. At this point, we're like, okay, what else can we do to benefit our teammates? Well, we could try to spot the enemy carrier. We're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. It's not like we're going to have secondaries, but if it comes down to it, maybe we'll have to ram. Maybe we can do something. But we do need to start making progress somehow, some way. So we are just trying to do it as this Weimar pushes over, like, oh, we don't want to push too far down, because Weimar could absolutely start to annihilate us. The Weimar and the rest of the enemy team, all nice and low on health, and they have not capped B yet, so we just overtook them, or we're about to overtake them on points. We want to just use these bombers to take out the Weimar. If we can do that, that takes out what is their best DPM machine. Sadly, we just slightly missed the mark, because doesn't it always feel like when you just need that hit that you just end up missing it? Of course, we are now down to 2 ships versus 4. The good news, though, is that we have I think our battleship on its own has more HP than the enemy's. Bad news, they way outclass him DPM wise. So we are going to need to really step up. If we can remove this Helena, it is going to make our lives a bit easier. We can also see that Weimar has started to capture B in an effort to retake us on points, because of course when they sunk that last cruiser, they have done well. Helena has moved into a position where he won't really be able to dodge because there's an island, so that leaves us a nice easy way to drop these torps in and, well, wipe him off the map. Beautiful. That brings us up on points, and then our man goes down. So we are going to have to finish this. We are going to have to get up on points, and there's only one way, and that's going to be to sink these enemy ships, get the Weimar out of the cap. We drop the torps nose on, and we're like, okay, maybe that will hit him. He moves and dodges, but because he has to tap the accelerator, he does in fact end up sailing right out of the cap, giving us a minute of points where we are going to accrue more than the enemy team, which is exactly what we need, but we aren't quite up enough. So we need to sink another enemy ship in order to win. And while we do that, I'll give my final thoughts on Independence. Independence, it's a fun CV. Is it worth 10,000 doubloons? Probably not. Once again, I don't know what 10,000 doubloons means to you. I don't know what that money could be better spent on. Personally, I would not spend 10,000 doubloons, and I'm going to assume you're going to spend 10,000 doubloons on it, because I think you'd be crazy not to use a ship, not to get a ship like the Black. But you know, I don't know your life. But for me personally, I think Independence is a cool ship. Will it come back? I don't know. I think it's interesting that it's currently up for doubloons and not for like the GXP or in the Bureau, but it needs to be kind of the other side of Zuiho to Ryujo. So there we are. Guys, if you liked the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we are in the Indianapolis. A somewhat unique ship given the way that she can be built. Today we are going to be using a stealth radar build with her. Also, she recently got a buff, and more importantly, I think it's important to use this ship on today. For those of you who don't know, if you're not in the United States, today is Memorial Day. It's when we in the United States remember those who gave their lives serving our country, and Indianapolis is a ship that I think can be remembered for that reason. If you don't know, when she went down, she's considered to have been one of the worst naval disasters in the United States history. Of the 1,200 that were on board, only 300 survived her sinking. And at this point, I'm going to do kind of a moment in silence in recognition of Memorial Day. Awesome, guys. Thank you. So, Indianapolis, also, another ship, the town of Indianapolis did host also their famous race this weekend, the Indianapolis 500. So, Hilo Castroneves, shout out to him. He went ahead and won, I believe, his 4th in a row for any of you racing fans out there. Okay, enough about the namesake of the ship. Let's go ahead and talk about the build. With the most recent event in the game, the wonderful April Fool's event, we did get Shelly Beepley. And Shelly Beepley does give us the ability, given her skill set, to buff the concealment of this ship. Now, Indianapolis is unique in the way that she has the longest radar, or the furthest range radar of any American ship, 9.9 kilometers, which means if you can get your surface detection below 9.9 kilometers, you can go ahead and radar destroyers when they spot you, which is exactly what we've done. I'll go ahead and put my build up with Shelly Beepley. We are using Makawa. We do have a full strength camo, the one that does come with the ship, as we would kind of expect to have when you are using trying to build for sort of a stealth build. And then then as far as her skills go, we're using Burn It Down, full speed ahead, armed and ready, and then her unique trait, which is Private Zone, which decreases the detectability of cruisers, but it also goes ahead and gives you that the twist and track like ability that we do have on the ship today. Anyways, Atlanta, we go ahead, take it out, first blood right there. Indianapolis, fairly strong in its AP and also its HE. Of course, we did kind of buff the HE a little bit there. I found myself using the HE a lot in the tier 7 games just because you kind of need it to damage well-angled battleships, and you do tend to come across those every now and then. As far as buffs that the Indianapolis recently received, well, her main battery accuracy was improved by 3%. The max damage of the HE shells went from 2,800 to 3,000. Max damage of the AP shells from 4,600 to 4,800. And then the main battery traverse speed was increased from 6 degrees a second to 7 degrees a second. Okay, so with all that said, we have found ourselves kind of positioned off to the left-hand side on this map, and we're going to go ahead and start using that HE on the turrets, try to get some fires going, and then we notice there's smoke on the other side of this island, and when there's smoke, there's a destroyer. And there just was the Asashio. So we're going to go ahead and try to flush this Asashio out, knowing full well that we are going straight into a Tirpitz, which is not going to turn out well for us. When we realize Tirpitz is heading down this lane, we go ahead and turn out, but we do end up avoiding Asashio's torps and starting to flush him out of what was his hiding spot. I definitely think he was anticipating being able to ambush someone over here as they came through this small section. Thankfully, we were able to sort of flush him out. Asashio at full health. We'll go ahead. We get one shot off on him, and this Asashio will come back to haunt us later, unfortunately. Now, once that is done, we go ahead and start turning our turrets and our attention to the Tirpitz. and we are going to go ahead and start shooting away. As far as the build on the Indianapolis go, we have main battery mod 1, steering gears as a secondary one, and then the concealment mod, once again building towards that concealment build to be able to do the stealth radar, which I do really like. It I had just bought this ship, so I haven't really had previous experience with it, but the general feeling I had gotten from a lot of people is that Indianapolis wasn't the greatest of ships, and it should be avoided. But given this build, it's a very unique way to play the ship, and it's a very unique way to be able to use any USN destroyer as sort of a stealth radar cruiser, and it definitely performs well. And I like that it's a way it's a new tool in the chest, if you will. You know, the way it seemed to play before was this ship kind of played like an offshoot of the New Orleans. Now this ship definitely has its own style to it, and we saw right there we shouldn't have been spotted, but we were, which means that there was a story about that Asashio was spotting us. So we're gonna go ahead, pop the first of our radars, and go ahead and start shooting at him and try to take out at least some of his health, get him damaged down. Whenever you have that destroyer spotted, you always want to go ahead and get some shots at him. Now, one of the downsides to having such a long radar range is, as you saw right there, we only got a couple of shots off at him, and it was not enough time to be able to fully get him down to 0. But it did also, I feel like, definitely spook him, which is nice, because that is also a nice ability to be able to kind of scare off destroyers, push them in a way, and now our attention has turned on back to the turpits. And one thing that we're doing right here that is very important is we are heading away from where our teammate is. I think this is something that you really need to kind of keep in mind and keep an eye out for. A lot of times you see kind of people lemon training, and when you do that, you are essentially both covering the same angle of the ship that you're firing on, where if you guys head into opposite angles and opposite directions, what that is going to do is going to open up those angles, allow you to find better crossfires or ways that you are able to better punish the ship, and also prevent that ship from really targeting the both of you. It makes it a much more of a hassle for it to turn its guns if it wants to go ahead and change what ship it wants to shoot at. In this case, our friend goes down, so we go ahead, start hiding behind this island. We're already spotted, but I don't think the way his guns are angled, he will not be able to hit us. But we set a second fire on him, and at this point, it's pretty much terminal for him. He's going to be knocked down to fairly low health. And more importantly, we can start seeing the enemy team doing some interesting things on the map. If we look, we were the last of the holdouts over on this side, and our team is about to get flanked. Thankfully, we do have a brilliant crossfire setup right here. We have access to those ships' broadsides, and we are going to take advantage of it. Fiji is up first. Go ahead, switch over to the AP. Fiji takes a massive hit. We go ahead, fire ours to try to finish him off. Of course, American AP is still deadly as ever. Sadly, Fiji gets destroyed before we can put any damage. But then we have a Sinop, and Sinop is also in a relatively vulnerable state. And more importantly, if we see we are being spotted and our base is being captured, and that means that Asashio has decided to move his way around and get into the base and kind of force our hand. So we're going to go ahead and start chasing down that Asashio and start heading back towards our base. And while we make our way towards our base, and the enemy is very distracted because we are very vulnerable to them at this point. But while the enemies are distracted and we have these beautiful broadsides, we might as well take advantage of both our AP, the long range we are at, and our ability to just dish out and chunk away damage, especially on these battleships that are fighting what is essentially the rest of our team. And at this point, it does seem that we're really the only hope to go ahead and destroy this destroyer, if you will. The rest of our team will not be able to get to him in time. And if they do try to get to him, they will definitely be exposing their broadside. While I think we are offered some of the protection of like a visual protection. Yes, we are detected, but a lot of times you'll find players hesitant to shoot over islands when they have better targets in the area. Sinop kind of getting sick and tired of our shit, because we've done a good chunk of damage from him, we turn out, but we do take a pretty good chunk. Indianapolis, sadly, not the most armored ship in the world. I think the bow is at 16 millimeters, and the side plating is at 20, and the Citadel sits out of the water. So you can imagine what sort of damage large caliber guns can do to this. Range is your friend in the Indianapolis. Thankfully, we go ahead. We start to go quiet just because we realize Synop is focusing on us. So we should go quiet, and we're going to go ahead and load HE to prep to go on and take the Sasasio. If we look, the one nice thing about having a radar range similar to your detection range is you can go ahead and use your detection bubble as sort of an indicator as to where your radar is going to reach out. And there we go. Sasasio pops up, and we're going to go ahead and start trying to knock him down. We do really need to make sure we land our shots here because he is about to capture the base and get the win for his team. Thankfully, we get one solid hit right there, resetting a large amount of that score. He goes ahead and disappears, but we now have a heading. Sadly, we did burn our sonar coming into the base just to try to prevent him from taking us down in a from long-range torps. Synop looking very low. While we can't see the Sasasio, we're going to go ahead and use our loaded guns to try to engage these battleships. Both of them very low. If we can knock them out, we are definitely going to be helping out our team. Synop catches fire. Hopefully this will be the end for him, but I think he ends up damage conning it. We're pushing in, and right as we fire those rounds, then a Sasasio pops up. Torps from him pop up as well, and now it's full guns over to a Sasasio. And at this point, this is where we messed up. We are heading towards each other. At this point, we probably should have thrown it in full reverse, tried to buy ourselves as much time. First salvo does very decent damage to a Sasasio, and when there's a boat charging you like this, you know torps are going to be in the water. If we had gone full reverse, we might have bought ourselves enough time to be able to get both those salvos off before he did his turn, but sadly, he takes us down. But we've secured the kill on him, leaving it to 2 to 3 kind of very weak battleships, and we have a battleship and a destroyer. Thankfully, we go on to win the match. I think we end up at top of the scoreboard, but either way, good game overall, and just a fun build in the Indianapolis. Guys, if you liked the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we're taking a look at the all-new Tier 8 American tech tree battleship, the Maine. A ship that is completely and wholly unique to us here on World of Warships Legends. So with all of that said, you've probably been to our reviews before. You know what we're going to do. We're going to show off the commander. We're going to show off the modules. We're going to show off the consumables. Then we're going to go through all of the stats of the vessel, and then we have a special treat. We have a damage and XP record game to show off in the Maine. So I think we're going to have a good time overall. So with all of that said, let's first dive on in to our commander. And guys, you know him, you love him. It's going to be good old William Sims, our American accuracy commander. Nothing really to be surprised here, though I will say I have changed up my build slightly. Instead of running Cunningham, I'm currently trying out Iachino. I think he may be better up at the higher tiers, just because sometimes you just need that little bit extra accuracy on the cruisers, and I feel like you can forego the accuracy on the battleships, the shell grouping on the battleships, because they're so big, you'll hit them. And with the destroyers, like, if they maneuver at all, is the shell grouping, like, I feel like it's a 50-50 shot if the dispersion actually helps, because if they maneuver, they may maneuver into the shell, if that makes sense. So overall, we're trying a new build here for William Sims. I'll report back, but for now, Iachino is our inspiration, along with good old Scharnhorst. Then base rate, of course, is built to last. It's going to boost the health of the vessel by 400 hit points per tier. Then we are running Flammable Cannoneer, Gyrating Drill Bits, Marksmanship, Reaching Out XXL, and Will to Rebuild. Then on to the mods. We are running Secondary Mod 1, because of course American battleships don't receive Aiming System Mod 1. Then we are running Steering Gears. Then we are running Concealment Mod. And finally, we are running Artillery Plotting Room. So that's what we got in the mod slots. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at those consumables. So we have 3 consumables, and God, do we have a lot of charges of the planes? We'll get to those. Anyways, first one, damage control party. You know it, you love it. 20-second duration with an 80-second reload time. Then the repair party. You're going to be doing 842 health per second. It's going to last for 14 seconds. Reload time is 80 seconds, and you're going to get 3 charges of it. And then we have, I'm running spotter plane. You could also run either secondary battery booster or fighter planes, and you get 6 charges of them, which is frankly obscene. I don't know why you need so many, but we have that many. So it's going to boost main battery shell grouping by 10%. It's going to last for 30 seconds. It's going to reload in 200 seconds, and you get 6 of them. Like I said, I'm not sure why we chose that to have 6 of them, but, well, here we are. Let's go ahead and dive on in to the stats of the vessel. Maine, 80,200 hit points with an armor thickness between 6 and 541 millimeters. Let's go ahead and take a look at that armor scheme. It is very similar to the Montana because, of course, Maine is a Montana class ship. She's kind of a made up one where we didn't put all of the barrels, so we have 3 barrels and 2. We'll get into that. Anyways, armor. We'll go ahead and take a look. Bow. She's rocking that 32 millimeter bow. She has a huge 409 millimeter casemate with a 38 millimeter upper bow. Her deck, you're looking at 38 millimeters up top and 32 millimeters on bow and stern. We'll go ahead, take everything away to show off that beautiful citadel, and I think it sits a hair above the waterline. Kind of hard to tell with this port once again because I'm not a fan of this port. Anyways, let's get back to those stats. Torpedo reduction, we're looking at 37%. Then let's kind of rewind to those heals. You're going to regain 11,788 health per heal, which is going to give you a total potential health pool of 115,564, putting it slightly below Republique. Now onto the main batteries. You're going to have 2 2-barreled and 2 3-barreled 406, i.e. 16-inch guns. They are sectioned so that there is 5 barrels on the fore and 5 barrels on the aft, which, you know, kind of makes sense. It's kind of just like a giant Pensacola. Firing range on it, 19.8 kilometers with a 30-second reload, which is going to give us 20 shells per minute. 180 time, 32.7 seconds with an HE damage of 5,700, giving you a DPM of 114,000. Chance of fire on those shells is going to be 36%. AP damage, you're looking at 14,410, giving you a DPM of 288,200. Secondaries, well, you're going to have 10 2-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 6 kilometers and a reload time of 4 seconds. They're going to do 1,800 damage, and they're going to have a 9% chance of fire. That's going to give you a total secondary DPM of 540,000. Torpedoes, boat doesn't have any. It's a battleship, and they rarely get them, and Maine does not have them. Anti-aircraft armament, well, you're looking at 5.2 kilometer range with a minimum damage of 157 and a maximum of 669. Top speed of the vessel in current trim, 28.8 knots, with a turning radius of 950 meters and a rudder shift time of 18.9 seconds. Concealment of the ship, 13.8 kilometers by sea, 11.6 kilometers by air, and 15.5 when firing in smoke. So those are the stats of the vessel. Like I said, or hinted at earlier, she is a Montana class ship. She has a Montana-esque hull. She was never actually built because, of course, none of the Montana ships were ever fully built or commissioned. I think they did end up laying down the hulls of a couple of them, but she was never brought to completion. And this is them basically removing one gun from each side of the boat, or one barrel from each side of the boat, is their kind of balancing mechanism to turn a legendary ship down into tier 8. And honestly, I think that works good. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive on into a game. Okay, and welcome to Islands of Ice here in the Maine. We have an Epicenter match, and Epicenter is one of those game modes that it's feast or famine, and I guess we technically feast at the end of this. Pulling center on epicenter is a bit of a conundrum because your initial instinct as a battleship is must get out of open water, but you should also kind of keep in your mind that the center is a very good spawn, especially for the battleships, because it gives you access to project power across the entire game board. So depending on your build, you can make center work as a battleship, and we're going to attempt to do that right here. We get an opening shot at Yamato. I don't think we end up doing much, but look where we have access to. Look where our firing range is. Anywhere within the circle, we can go ahead and engage, and that's the important bit that we want to keep in mind here, is being able to engage who we can and where we can. Because it's early match, we also get the people who turn just flat broadside, so we'll try to take advantage of that. We have a Maine and a Tirpitz kind of dead across from us. We're going to keep an eye on Maine. Maine not looking a little too angled for our taste, but Tirpitz looking delicious. Also, we weren't quite spotted there yet. One of the nice things with the concealment mod is being able to come in a little bit closer. Now, we do have to acknowledge one thing about this game. If you notice up above, thanks to non-mirrored matchmaking, I will say I believe our team is at a distinct advantage in the fact that we have a destroyer and the enemy team just has a bonus cruiser, which, I mean, yes, being able to have a higher overall DPM is nice, but the spots are where it's at. Anyways, we took the turn right there, and as we did, you saw we took some pretty significant damage. As far as how Maine performs armor-wise, guys, it's a Montana. It's a little bit better than the Iowa. It's an American battleship. Solid armor all around. If you angle correctly, you're going to be pretty well set, but you're going to want to unangle just because you want to get the full power of your broadside. Looking back, we did slap the crap out of that Tirpitz, and we're trying to see if we can get another angle. He doesn't have much health left in him. Buffalo sitting out and sitting exposed. I think he probably has Ingenious going right now. Ingenious, because I think he could tell we were targeting him. Probably should have tried to target the Montana and then done the quick flip back over to him to attempt to get a juicy hit on him. But we're doing okay here. Thankfully, because of our destroyer, our destroyer was able to cap center. And it appears that Vanguard has pretty well wedged himself into the middle circle. So he's doing the Lord's work for the enemy team as far as getting the cap in. Maine starting to push in towards that center cap right here, and we're just kind of seeing where we can go. We're starting to get a little too far over onto one side for my choosing, so I'm trying to debate where I can make this turn to be able to get a little bit closer and to also once again push that mid. But we hit the citadel of the Tirpitz, and we take Tirpitz down, bringing us up to 73,000 damage for the map. And we had a couple of defend ribbons just trying to hold off the inevitable enemy capture of the center. Mogami pops up here, and this is where we get to experience what Ayachino does. I think we actually don't get to see it this one because we have to blind fire that Mogami. We lose sight of him just as the shells go off. But as we do, we're trying to kind of check and see where we can take our shots. Maine behind the island will go ahead, take a shot while we can. And now that we're kind of fully over here, it's time for us to realize, okay, no, we need to kind of push in. We can't let the enemies hold the middle part of the map. They are going to quickly outpace us in points, especially when we don't have any sort of representative inside to force the cap not to reset. Thankfully, we are resetting the enemy ships relatively consistently, so they haven't gotten full 2 cap points, but we still need to be careful. Mogami takes a big hit from us. Maine pretty much perfectly angled out. We're not going to hit him, so there's no reason for us to even aim at the other Maine, but there is a reason to aim at the mains or the mines right there. We gotta fire out at the mines. We only get an overpen, unfortunately, and we'll just kind of wait. We're using this island to our left to kind of keep cover from the Buffalo and from the Montana that is out there. We don't want to engage them quite yet, but we want to be able to get these broadside shots off. Of course, we do have a somewhat stealth build. You know, we have that concealment mod on there, and it does help us get in closer to the ships right here. Mines pushing in, trying to get cover up on that island right there. Of course, he is an island kind of hopping ship, so he wants to get into cover. We slap the crap out of what would be his front turret. Get two pens and 2 overpens, and we just need this reload to come in to check, and then we can start really doing some damage to him. You know, he's found what I feel like he thinks is a nice and safe spot for him, right behind this island. He's reversing. I think he's pretty much sealed his deal. We pop off the plane for extra accuracy, and well, no more mines in the game. He's out. Excellent. On to the next ships. We see Buffalo and Montana are trying to have a baby, possibly to create the Super Montana. I don't know. What would be the baby between a Buffalo and a Montana? The Kearsarge? No, I'm just kidding. That wouldn't be it. Anyways, we're going to swing our guns, get ready to aim at these two, and also try to use this island to make this turn so that we can start moving into the center caps, try to prevent them from getting a lead on the points. This will be a little bit of a dangerous maneuver for us, but, you know, it's a risk we have to take. But we take our first salvo at Buffalo. Montana looking much more juicy of a target, so we get some decent hits out of Buffalo and not much from Montana, but we're swinging that boat all the way around. We want to get re-angled. We want to get it so that we are facing away from the Montana, adding distance. One, because it's going to angle us and put our ship so that we have that access to the next set of cover for us to be able to maneuver behind successfully. You can see he's doing the similar thing to try to get behind that island. But thankfully for him to do that, it means we are going to have access to his broadside. We're going to go ahead and take this kind of split salvo right here. We do a good chunk on the first one, not so much on the second, but the good news is we are starting to push into the area where the enemy has capped previously. As we do that, we are going to neutralize the ability of the enemy to gain any points. Of course, we are a little bit up on points, mainly down to the fact that we do have more ships. We've sunk more of their ships, but there's an absolute risk of them starting to outscore us. So good on the destroyer for recognizing that, getting into the cap, though I think he may just also be pushing towards the grouping of battleships that are behind an island that he can probably easily go and torp. But we're going to compliment where we can compliment on this channel, damn it. So we've gone ahead. We're going to go ahead and push on in to the cap and just kind of slow our roll right here. Of course, if we take any fire, that's going to reset the counter here. We don't want to reset the counter. We want this to be effective. But if we do have a good shot, or if once we are spotted and there's no point in us remaining concealed, then we might as well light up. Maine comes out somewhat broadside. We'll take the risk on that shot right there, see what we get. Decent hit right there. It does give us the high caliber at 179,000 damage. Maine going back, moving to his next set of cover right there. Glad to see that we can get it. And Alaska pops up right here, and he is looking like a juicy target. So we just have 5 seconds left on the reload. He turns out making his broadside even more so to us. Of course, he is a cruiser, so we're going to get that bonus, that bonus shell grouping, and well, we take advantage of that to bring our health up to our hit points or our damage up to 199,000. And we'll just keep an eye on this Alaska, wait for our front guns to reload, and hopefully be able to finish him off right here. You know, our teammate doing a very good job. He looks like he's turning broadside for us. Shots look good, and they fall short. We get a ricochet, and most of the other ones fall short, and our Worcester is able to finish it off. That's okay. It's one more cruiser knocked off. It's giving us the ability to capture that second circle, which is exactly what we want. Montana and Buffalo are still kind of next to each other out in the distance, so we're going to go ahead, get ready to fire. Montana looking like he's kind of traversing in a beautiful broadside to us, so we will go ahead and take advantage of that, fire out the shells, see how the groupings are. We're looking good on this shot, and He drops off the map, but we end up finishing him. That's exactly what we like to see. Maine traversing broadside again. And, well, we've been doing pretty good on broadside ships so far. And, you know, let's go ahead and just talk about Maine overall. Is it the best tier 8 battleship? Probably not. I feel like it's exactly what you would expect. I haven't been too thrilled by it. Yes, this is fun. We're having a good game here. But will I ever take the Maine out after this video? Probably not. It's okay. But, like, if you want this playstyle, why wouldn't you go and play Montana? Like, there's no reason not to go and play Montana. Maine and Montana are just too similar. And the way that progression works, it's not like you have to play through Maine in order to get to the pinnacle, which is Montana. Also, we slapped the shit out of the Buffalo right there. We don't get the kill, but we definitely do the good damage. But, you know, it's okay. It's a meh-ain, if you will. It's like, yes, it's a fun ship. It's exactly what you would expect. I'm not looking forward to continuing to play it. It's not a boat that I look forward to taking out at all. You know, it kind of just fits the niche. Anyways, we end the game 248,371 damage, which is the damage record, and an XP record if you go over to WowS Builds for 3,789 XP for the game. A very good game, if I do say so myself. Guys, if you like this video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we're taking a look at the Tier 4 Premium Cruiser, the Marblehead. She is a surprising ship with a fantastic story behind her in her true history. So today we're going to be taking a look at her stats, that story, and then playing a game in her. And we'll go ahead and take a look at all of that. But before we do that, let's go ahead and talk about the comment of the video. And that goes out to Terry Roberts. He says, I love the Marblehead. And yeah, I know it's premium, but what can I say? I'm worth it. And let me tell you, I kind of agree. Marblehead is definitely a fun ship. He commented that on our best and worst of Tier 4 cruisers. That's a series we do where we take a look at the best and worst ships at a tier, and we talk about them. This Friday, we'll be having battleships of Tier 4, so if you're interested in that and want to talk best and worst ships at a tier, go ahead and make sure you subscribe. But enough dilly-dallying, let's go ahead and talk stats of the Marblehead. So as we can see down below, she is equipped with 3 different consumables. The first one being that damage control party. Consumable duration on her is going to be 5 seconds with a reload time of 60 seconds. Pretty standard for cruisers. The next thing is she is equipped with sonar. Detection range on torpedoes is going to be 2.7 kilometers with a detection of ships at 3.7. It's going to last 90 seconds and it's going to have a reload time of 180. With her current build, we do have 2 uses of that. Her final consumable is the catapult fighter, the standard 6-minute cruiser duration one with a reload time of 180 seconds, and she gets 3 of them, meaning she has plenty of time and pretty much no excuse not to have one up at all times. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at her main battery. She has 8 1x152mm guns and 2 2x2 turrets that are free turning, giving in a weird kind of orientation where she has 6 guns pointed to her front or aft, where the turrets can also be turned to broadside. They have a firing range of 13.4 kilometers with a reload time of 7 seconds, and it will take 18 seconds to turn those turrets 180 degrees. When she's firing HE, her maximum shell damage is 1,848 per shell, with a 8.5% chance to set fire. On the other end, when she's firing AP, she has a maximum shell damage of 3,100. This means she can fire about 107 rounds per minute, giving her one of the highest volumes of fire for any cruiser, just like the Omaha. She can also deal out massive damage because of how many shells she can let go, about 236,000 potential damage in HE alone per minute. So now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the armor of the Marblehead. As we can see, she has some very, very thin armor. Up front, we are only looking at about 15 millimeters of armor, which can easily be overpenned by larger shells. We can get rid of that, go ahead and look at the superstructure. As we can see, just the bridge having any major protection, and then we still have that fairly thin armor around the rest of the top portion of the ship. Our gun mounts have 25 millimeters of armor, a little bit stronger, but not by much. Then we have a little bit armor before the citadel is really what this is. And as we can see, just 10 to 15 millimeters, once again, easily overpenned by most large shells. And then finally, we have the very, very juicy citadel of the Marblehead. Just like the Omaha, these ships are of the same class and therefore have the very similar armor characteristics of that very large and exposed citadel with not a ton of armor. So if you can find one broadside, you are going to have an easy time. Let's go ahead and take a look at her torpedo launchers. She has two 3x533 millimeter launchers with a reload time of 38 seconds, which is blistering for a cruiser. Maximum damage on those torps being 6,233. They are weak American torps after all. Torpedo detectability range is going to be 1 kilometer with a range overall of 8.2 kilometers and a speed of 49 knots. Her maximum speed is 34 knots with a turning circle radius of 600 meters. Her rudder shift time is 5.7 seconds. And moving on to the concealment category, her detectability by sea is 10.6 kilometers, by air is 6.7 kilometers, and her detectability while firing in smoke is 5.1. She does have the usual guaranteed detectability range of 2 kilometers. As far as commander builds go, my main recommendation is Norm Scott. I currently have him paired with Vine and Lemonnier, with his skills being Burn It Down, Igniter, Armed and Ready, Fixated, and Equilibrium of Power. My alternate build is Victor F. Einstein, with Vine once again being an inspiration, and this time being Yamamoto. His skills include Ingenious, Intuitive, Punch Through, Fixated, and Refill Station. So those are all of the stats of the Marblehead, but now let's go ahead and talk about the incredible journey and story behind this ship. The Omaha class were a result of a 1915 determination that the U.S. lacked a fast scout cruiser. These light cruisers were intended to scout for fleets of battleships and armed enough to counter any destroyers and to counter them. But the first ship of the class, USS Omaha, was not laid down until 1918, and none were commissioned until 1923. 556 feet, 6 inches long, and displacing 7,050 long tons. By the time the Omaha-class light cruisers were commissioned, naval aircraft had already taken over the tactical scouting role, and they were never used for the purpose for which they were designed. Instead, they were used as screening ships, carrying a substantial armament of 12 6-inch guns that could provide an impressive volume of fire. By the outset of the Second World War, the ships of the class were the oldest U.S. cruisers in the fleet. USS Marblehead was the second to the last of the Omaha-class light cruisers to enter service, commissioned in September 1924 and named after the city of Marblehead, Massachusetts. In the interwar period, she served in both the Atlantic and Pacific fleets, and she did a trip up China's Yangtze River in 1938. She was then assigned to the Asiatic Fleet. Her home port was Cavite in the Philippines, and in late 1941, the U.S. Asiatic Fleet was not large, with its best offensive and defensive capability being its 29 submarines. Its service fleet elements include just 2 cruisers, the heavy cruiser USS Houston and the Marblehead, and 13 of the older Clemson-class 4-stacker destroyers. The commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Thomas Hart, was given authority to move the fleet to the Indian Ocean in the event of war with Japan. The war diary of the Marblehead noted that Hart used this discretion around November 24th and sent the Marblehead to Borneo to await further instructions. On December 8th, since she was across the date line, and it was December 7th in Hawaii, she received a message. Japan started hostilities. Govern yourselves accordingly. The outbreak of the war hastily brought the Allies together, and within weeks, the U.S. Asiatic Fleet became part of a hastily organized American, British, Dutch, Australian Joint Naval Force dubbed the ABDA Command. Unsurprisingly, the group's aging ships and untrained crews would prove no match for the disciplined and superbly trained Japanese Navy. On February 4th, 1942, the ABDA planned an attack on a Japanese convoy at a place called the Massacre Strait. The attack force included 2 cruisers of the Royal Netherlands Navy, 7 destroyers, USS Houston, and the USS Marblehead. But before they could arrive, the Allied force was sighted by Japanese aircraft. The Marblehead's battle report says at 9:49, the ship went to air defense stations, set condition Z, lighted fires under all 6 remaining boilers, and manned damage control, repair, and boiler control systems. A group of bombers, the planes were Mitsubishi G4 M1 Model 2 Bettys and Mitsubishi G3 M2 Nels, was sighted making an approach. At 9:53, the ship went to flank speed and left full rudder, as 2 groups of planes, one flight of 9 and another of 8, passed over. At 10:05, 8 more planes made an approach on the port bow. To that point, quick maneuvering and anti-aircraft fire had protected the ship, but at 10:08, one of the planes was observed to be smoking. The ship was maneuvering quickly, and Captain Arthur Granville Robinson, a 1913 graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, ordered all speed possible in full right rudder. At 10:17, 9 more planes attacked across a starboard bow, dropping 7 bombs. 1 landed close on the port side. One of the planes was seen losing altitude, and the ship concentrated its fire on that plane, which crashed about 1,000 yards off the port bow. But the ship's luck ran out, and yet another attack at 10:47. 7 planes passed overhead and scored 2 direct bomb hits. Another near miss lifted the ship's body upward and did unknown damage under the water. The damage was extensive, and fires were observed off midship, and aft internal communications were lost. The gyro was out, the aft turret was disabled, she was listing to starboard, and she was settling towards the bow, perhaps most concerningly. The rudder was stuck full left, and the ship had lost all steering. 15 men were killed, and 85 more were wounded. Having steering stuck during an air attack is a bad thing. By using the engines, cutting the starboard engine, and putting the port on maximum, the ship was still going in circles, but at least it was larger circles. As the damage control officer went to try to free the rudder, the Japanese continued to attack, managing a few more near misses as well as striking other ships in the group. Houston was also hit, disabling her number 3 turret and killing 45 of her crew. The group was too damaged to proceed with their planned attack. After this engagement, Marblehead was severely damaged. The hit under the bow had blown a 3-foot wide and 9-foot long hole in the ship, flooding the forward magazine, which kind of might have saved her because it wetted the powder, which is much less likely to explode. The second bomb had destroyed the forward sickbay and officer quarters and caused severe fires, but also included some luck, as had it been slightly further aft, it could have struck a fuel oil tank and caused an explosion and possibly the loss of the ship. The aft hit had smashed the steering motors, and there was immediate threat as several cans of powder had been moved to the mess room to support the aft turret, and the mess room was now ablaze. Members of the damage control party risked their lives removing the powder before it could explode. In all, 26 compartments were flooded and 8 others were leaking. While steering could not immediately be restored, the engineers were able to reduce the rudder to 9 degrees, enough for the ship to use its engines to steer. Without enough fuel to make it to an Australian port, Captain Robinson decided, escorted by 2 destroyers, to make for the port of Chili Chop on the south coast of Java, where the ship could make repairs and get care for its wounded. On February 13th, 1942, after 6 days in Chili Chop, under constant threat of Japanese air attack, Marblehead got underway once again for Ceylon, nearly 4,000 miles distant. More than 30 badly wounded sailors had to be left behind to recover in a Dutch hospital. 14 crew members had died and were laid to rest at the cemetery in Chili Chop. The cruiser had not yet traveled a full mile into her voyage when disaster nearly struck. Unable to steer a straight course, Marblehead was being towed through the minefield protecting Chili Chop when the tow line parted. The damaged cruiser was suddenly adrift in a narrow channel surrounded by mines. As the tug backed towards the cruiser to remake the tow, she struck Marblehead's stem hard, bending the cruiser's bow and opening a new hole near the waterline in the only forward compartment that was still watertight. Miraculously, the Dutch pilot was able to steer Marblehead out of the minefield using only the engines. Upon arriving in Ceylon on February 21st, Marblehead's crew was dismayed to learn that the dockyard was booked for the next month and major repairs would have to wait. With a few options, they continued to work on the ship themselves, and by March 2nd, they managed to repair the steering motors by using part salvage from other equipment that had been damaged in the battle. The rudder wouldn't have full range of motion, but it would have to be operated from the steering engine room rather than the bridge, but that's a vast improvement compared to just steering on engines alone. Within an hour of a successful test of the makeshift steering gear, Marblehead was underway, and on March 15th, the ship reached South Africa, where it refueled and before entering the Royal Navy dockyards at Simonstown on March 24th. On April 15th, the freshly patched up and fully steerable and somewhat habitable Marblehead left Simonstown for the final leg of her journey home. She rounded the Cape of Good Hope, steamed to receive Brazil, and finally on May 4th, 1942, reached Brooklyn Navy Yard in New York Harbor. She had completed a journey of more than 16,000 miles, an extraordinary feat for a ship that had been so damaged and had to go unescorted through so many miles of enemy water. Among the many awards that were given to the ship's crew, the damage control officer, Lieutenant Commander Martin Drewy, was awarded the Navy Cross for his extraordinary efforts in arresting and repairing damage to the vessel. In a strange sense of irony, the damage to Marblehead may have been what saved the ship. The war did not go well for that ABDA command, and nearly half of the U.S. Asiatic fleet was lost by May. Houston was lost in the Battle of Java Sea, while Marblehead was on its way to South Africa. The fate of the Houston was not discovered until 9 months later, and the full story didn't get out until after the war. After reaching New York and undergoing further repairs, Marblehead served in the South Atlantic, participated in the invasion of southern France in August of 1944, and finally she was decommissioned and struck from the naval rolls in 1946. And holy crap, that is a lot of history in one little ship. So let's go ahead and take a look at a game in her. So in this match with the Marblehead, I was using Einstein. It wasn't until later, and I actually started thinking about it, that I went ahead and used Norm Scott. Mainly because in my brain I was like, oh, cruiser, ergo Einstein. Einstein's the best one for all the cruisers. And then I was like, wait a minute. Marblehead's a scout cruiser. She's kind of light. She has a lot of guns. She fires HE. I should be using Norm Scott. And that's what we're going to go ahead and do. Omaha broadside to us. Our sister ship, we take out her torpedoes right there. Check to see if we have the range. We don't have the range. We are currently targeted by 3 people. T-22 pops up, and he just wants some pain, so we're going to give it to him. There we go. Take out almost half of his health. Disable that torpedo launcher. Launch another blind fire salvo, and we're stuck. Because I'm terrible at steering. Anyways, Omaha is still a valid target, and we should be watching our mini-map right now, because if we were, we would notice that there is a destroyer heading straight towards us. We finally pick it up. We're like, oh, hey, look, Farragut, dead ahead. Let's go ahead and aim forward. All 6 barrels from our guns are able to make that target. That is one of the nice things about the Omaha class, is you can get a substantial amount of firepower when looking straight ahead or rear. You're only really picking up 1 extra barrel by going full broadside. Farragut, we're just dishing him the pain. I think he's realizing that this was a mistake for him. He probably should have been firing AP. He doesn't even end up firing at us. Launches those torpedoes for a very weird, as if we were going to turn back for the other island of cover. Our old friend, the T-22, pops up, and we are able to get him down. We take out his torpedo launchers once again. It looks like he is also having engine trouble. He's knocked out. That's 2 guys. Not quite the double kill, not quite the double strike, but we'll take it. Yahagi off in the distance. We are broadside to him, and he has the AP to be able to punish us for it. And in just 2 salvos, he's going to end up taking about 7,000 health from us, which is a fair amount. We're going to try to turn in, get no longer broadside, and start doing a little bit of damage to him and see what we can do. It's at this point he goes ahead and hides behind that island. We lose contact of him, but we do still have that clear shot on the Leander. And if you notice something about the Leander, he's not playing. He's not even firing. So we might as well take a couple of free shots. I've been noticing this a lot lately of people not playing the game. So I don't know if they just get kicked and then they get no points for the match or what. But it seems like a weird strategy in a way just to lose money. Though I guess at this low of a tier, you wouldn't really lose money, but you wouldn't really progress in the game. So that's the thing. I may try looking that, see what happens if you just decide not to play. Anyways, Leander, he's still targetable. We still see him. We're going to go ahead, take the free points. He's the only person in our range in the whole game right now. So we might as well take the points. We set another fire on him. And they're down to only 3 ships. That Yahagi ended up getting destroyed by our friendlies. So it is just open season on this Leander, and we're just going to keep setting those fires. This is where probably Norm Scott would have helped us even more just because of his increased fire chance. Of course, we are using Einstein right now, which does let us know where the closest ship is, and we can easily see closest ship is that Leander, and it looks like, is he backing up now? It looks like he's backing up, so he may be playing, but a little bit too late, and he is destroyed. And guys, that's pretty much the game here. There's going to be a Dallas out there that we're going to steam towards, but we don't quite make it there in time. We get a couple shots in, but it really doesn't end up being very consequential. So that's where I'm going to call kind of this game. Guys, that's the Marblehead. I enjoyed the ship. She's not my favorite, but after doing the history of her, I think she's a fantastic story to know about, and it's a cool ship just to have in your fleet overall, just because that story is incredible. Like, sailed almost all the way around the world while being damaged in order to get repairs, and probably shouldn't have survived the war, but did. So guys, that's the Marblehead. If you like this video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have the wonderful review of the USS Massachusetts, the latest campaign ship, the Tier 7 Premium, this good old battleship, and let me tell you, I am looking forward to telling all the stats and her history. But before we do all of that, let's go ahead and talk about our comment of the video. Comment of the video goes out to someone who has posted a comment on one of our previous videos. Today, comment of the day goes out to Gad Nossum, he says, I was aware that Microsoft raised prices. I did not know that they readjusted course after the pushback. It is great to hear that Xbox will allow WoW Legends without a subscription due to my squad mate not having disposable income. Now he can play with me without having to worry every month about paying a fee. Thanks. And that, of course, is on our most recent video, the Get Ready for New Players, because if you didn't hear, Xbox changed how they are doing Xbox Live, and it's going to probably affect our player population in this game. Probably for the better. I mean, it depends on if you think more people are rare. But anyways, this is the Massachusetts review. Let's go ahead and dive on in. If you like this review, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, follow me down below, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, all down below. Go ahead and hit those. But let's get into the stats of the Massachusetts. We're going to lead with her base stats. So the Massachusetts, of course, she's a Tier 7 battleship with 66,300 HP. And now let's go ahead and take a look at her armor. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Massachusetts armor. And oh boy, does she have some. So first off, that bow armor, you're looking at about 50 to 32 millimeters of armor. Pretty decent for the tier. We'll go ahead and eliminate that. And now we get into the big juicy sections. We have that torpedo protection. She has very good torpedo protection, and we can see just how thick of it. Look at it. Look at the gap between that outer armor belt and the citadel. That is a ton of space down there. Next, let's go ahead and look at the superstructure armor. This is where we're going to expect to see some of the weakest armor on the ship, only 19 millimeters thick, though we do also have some of the strongest in the bridge right there at 406 millimeters of armor. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at the casemate armor, the area around all of the turrets. And she has some very decent protection, all the way up to 310 millimeter side armor. Some very, very thick armor right there. Next, the thickest armor is found on her turrets. The very front of those turrets has 439 millimeters of armor, which will be able to bounce a ton of things. But beyond that, that's going to be her strongest armor. And then finally, we get down to the Citadel right down there. Citadel has some decent armor and is well below the waterline, so you will kind of need those arcing shots to get in to hit the Citadel. So with all that armor, she also has a 46% torpedo reduction, second best for any ship in the game, only beaten out by her sister ship, the USS Alabama. She does have a 3x3 main battery with 406 millimeter cannons, aka 16 inches, and she has a firing range of 17 kilometers with a reload time of 30 seconds. This gives us a shells per minute of 18 seconds, and it's going to take her about 45 seconds to swing those guns fully in 180 degrees. This is one of the slower times. It's actually the slowest time at the tier for that 180, so that may be something you may want to look into boosting. Now, her HE damage, she's going to do 5,700 per shell, giving her 102,000 damage per minute when firing HE, with a 36% chance of causing fire per shell, giving you, with a full broadside, a 79.9% chance of starting fire when you use that full broadside. AP, on the other hand, she does 13,100, one of the best at the tier, with a damage per minute of 235,800 as her damage per minute when firing full on AP. You're gonna want to fire full AP like most battleships. Her secondaries, and this is where she stands out, some of the highest number of secondaries on any ship: 10 two-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 7 kilometers. Reload time is 6 seconds, and each shell will do 1,800 damage with a 5% chance of fire. Now, Massachusetts does not have torpedoes, so we won't be talking about those. Max speed, she is one of the slowest ships at the tier at 27.5 knots, though she is one of the more maneuverable ones with a 710 meter turning radius. Her rudder shift speed is 15.7 seconds, and now let's go ahead and talk about her detectability. She does have one of the worst detectabilities for any battleships, but there's not really a battleship with good detectability, so this stat really shouldn't be mattering too much. 15.5 kilometer detectability by sea, 12.4 kilometer detectability by air, and 14.9 kilometer detectability in smoke. But when are you going to be smoke firing in a battleship, really? Next, let's go ahead and talk about those mod slots. Slot 1, I would definitely say secondary battery mod 2. Massachusetts has one of the best ranges for secondary batteries in the game, so let's give her even more. Mod 2 gives you plus 20% secondary battery range and minus 20% dispersion. Next, we go ahead to move to slot 2, and I'm going to recommend steering gear, though I do also find myself switching out for the damage control party. She is kind of a brawler, and therefore you are probably going to be set on fire and flooded a good chunk, so that reduction in time may be beneficial to you, but I kind of stuck with steering gear. Slot 3 is the only chance and thing that you can put in there is target acquisition mod 1. That's plus 20% spotting range and torpedo detectability, along with 50% RGA. Finally, slot 4, there are two options, but my preferred one is artillery plotting room mod 2. That gives you a decrease of 11% dispersion on the main battery, and I do this just because I feel like Massachusetts can have some really wonky dispersion, and doing this is helping it bring it in line with her other American battleships and making her a much stronger all-round ship compared to just leaning on those secondaries, though those secondaries are definitely something you want to focus on. Finally, as far as commanders goes, I go with Lions, but you can also go Sims. They are both the brawling battleship architect for the Americans. Like I said, I went with Lions, though he is a Warhammer 40k like premium commander. Ergo, you may not have him, and if you don't, Sims will do just as well. If you do have Lions, I went with Celestine's Blessing for his first one. If not, I'd go Sims and increase or decrease your main battery dispersion for that first slot. Next, I do Gyrating Drill Bits, Marksmanship, Properly Meticulous, and then the Legendary skill tier, Will to Rebuild, because if you're not running that onto the battleship, you're doing something wrong. Next, let's go ahead and talk about inspirations. Of course, the no-brainer is Von Hipper. He's going to increase the range of those batteries, of those secondary batteries, once again. And then, as far as a second one, either Cunningham or Capone Cunningham, going to decrease that dispersion from the main battery once again, bringing it more and more accurate and more in line with that. Or the other one I found interesting was Campione. He decreases all damage taken by the ship, which I think is another interesting way to kind of just make yourself more of a brawler. Now, when we do all of those, it does change some of the stats. So let me go ahead and talk about what changed. So with rating drill bits, it does increase AP damage to 13,886, meaning if you give a full salvo of AP, you have now a max damage potential of 124,974 damage, a colossal chunk of damage that you now have the ability to put out. And the big thing that we did kind of modify and change was those secondaries. So now with all of those buffs, secondaries now have a range of 9.2 kilometers, bringing it to match with the Bismarck, and a reload time of 5.5 seconds. Finally, she does have 3 different consumables. She has the bog standard damage control party, duration of 20 seconds with a reload time of 80 seconds. Then she has repair party, 422 per second heals, 22.4 per second consumable duration, and 80 seconds reload time. She does get 3 charges, and her last consumable has 3 options: the fighter plane, the spotter plane, and the enhanced secondary targeting. I would definitely recommend enhanced secondary targeting, and that's just because we've buffed this ship's secondaries to be a point where they are a threat to destroyers, and having enhanced secondary targeting available is going to be what you want to run on this thing. So now that we've talked about her stats, let's go ahead and talk about the history of this incredible battleship. USS Massachusetts was laid down the 20th of July, 1939 in Bethlehem Steel Company in Quincy, Massachusetts. Launched the 23rd of September, 1941, she was commissioned May the 12th, 1942. After shakedown, Massachusetts departed Casco Bay, Maine on the 24th of October, 1942, and 4 days later made her rendezvous with Western Naval Task Force for the invasion of North Africa, serving as the flagship for Admiral H. Kent Hewitt. While steaming off of Casablanca on November 8th, she came under fire from the French battleship Jean Bart, 13-inch guns. She returned fire at 7:40, firing the first 16-inch shells fired by a U.S. against the European Axis powers. Within the first few minutes, she silenced John Bart's main battery. She then turned her guns on French destroyers, which had joined the attack, sinking 2 of them. She also shelled shore batteries and blew up an ammunition dump. After a ceasefire had been arranged with the French, she headed for the United States on the 12th of November and prepared for duty in the Pacific. Massachusetts arrived in Numa, New Caledonia on the 4th of March, 1943, and for the next few months operated in the South Pacific, protecting convoy lanes and supporting operations in the Solomons. Between November 19th and November 21st, she sailed with the carrier group, striking Macon, Tarawa, and Adamana in the Gilberts. On the 8th of December, she sailed Japanese positions in Nauru, and on the 29th of December, she guarded carriers, striking Tarawa in the Gilberts. The Navy now drove steadily across the Pacific, and on the 30th of January 1944, Massachusetts bombarded Kwajalein, and she covered the landings there on the 1st of February. With a carrier group, she struck against the Japanese stronghold Truk on the 17th of February. That raid not only inflicted heavy damage on Japanese aircraft and naval forces, but also proved to be a stunning blow to enemy morale. On the 21st and 22nd of February, Massachusetts helped fight off heavy air attack on her task group while it made raids on Saipan, Tainan, and Guam. She took part in the attack on the Carolines, and in late March participated in the invasion of Hollandia. on the 22nd of April, where she helped land 60,000 troops on the island. Retiring from Hollandia, her task force staged another attack on Truk. Massachusetts shelled Ponape Island on the 1st of May 1944 for her last mission before sailing to Puget Sound for an overhaul and to realign her gun barrels, now that they have been well worn by all of the action. On the 1st of October, she left Pearl Harbor to resume operations in the Pacific War Zone. She departed the Marshall Islands on the 6th of October, sailing to support the landings on Leyte Gulf. In an effort to block Japanese air attacks in the Leyte conflict, she participated in a fleet strike against Okinawa on the 10th of October. Between the 12th and 14th of October, she protected forces hitting Formosa while being part of Task Group 38.3. She took part in the battles of Leyte Gulf between 22nd and the 27th of October, during which planes from her group sank 4 Japanese carriers off Cape Engano. Stopping briefly in Euclid, Massachusetts returned to the Philippines as part of a task force which struck Manila on the 14th of December 1944, and while supporting the invasion in Mindoro, Massachusetts sailed into a howling typhoon on the 17th of December. With winds estimated at 120 knots, 3 destroyers sank at the height of the typhoon's fury. Between the 30th of December and the 23rd of January 1945, she sailed as part of Task Force 38, which struck Formosa and supported the landings at Lingayen. During that time, she turned into the South China Sea, her task force destroying shipping from Saigon to Hong Kong, concluding operations with airstrikes on Formosa and Okinawa. From the 10th of February to the 3rd of March 1945, with the 5th Fleet Massachusetts guarded carriers during raids on Honshu, her group also struck Iwo Jima by air for the invasion on that island. On the 17th of March, the carriers launched strikes against Kyushu, while Massachusetts fired in repelling enemy attacks, splashing several planes. 7 days later, she bombarded Okinawa. She spent most of April fighting off air attacks while engaged in operations at Okinawa. Returning to the area, she passed through the eye of another typhoon with 100-knot winds on the 5th of June 1945. She bombarded Minami, Daito, Jima, and the Ryukyus on the 10th of June. Massachusetts sailed on the 1st of July from Leyte Gulf to join the 3rd Fleet's final offensive against Japan. After guarding carriers launching strikes against Tokyo, she sailed Kamashi Honshu on the 14th of July, thus hitting Japan's second largest iron and steel center. 2 weeks later, she bombarded the industrial complex at Hamatsu and returning to blast Kamashi on the 9th of August 1945. It is here that Massachusetts fired what is probably the last 16-inch shell fired in combat in World War II, giving her the honor of firing both the first and the last 16-inch shell in World War II. After the victory, the fighting battleship sailed to Puget Sound and was overhauled on the 1st of September. She left there on the 28th of January 1946 for operations off the Californian coast until leaving San Francisco for Hampton Roads, arriving in April of 1946. She was decommissioned on the 27th of March 1947 to enter the Atlantic Reserve Fleet at Norfolk and was struck from the Naval Registrar on the 1st of June 1962. Big Mamie, as she was affectionately known, was saved from the scrap pile when she was transferred to the Massachusetts Memorial Committee on the 8th of June 1965. She was then enshrined at Fall Rivers, Massachusetts on the 14th of August 1965, where she still sits today as a museum ship that you can go and visit. Over the course of the war, she sailed 225,000 miles, fought 35 battles, sank or damaged 5 enemy ships, and shot down 39 aircraft. She earned 11 battle stars during her time in World War II, and probably, and most importantly, and probably the craziest fact, she never lost a man in combat. So with all of those stats and history out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at a game in the Mass. Boom, first off, hit our fellow Massachusetts right there. Anyways, we are on Sea of Fortune. I think we don't have the best crazy damage in this game, but I think this game ends up showing off a lot of the good characteristics of the Mass and how to best use her. Of course, it is later in the week, so we are seeing a lot more Massachusetts. Anyways, we go ahead and see that Wichita sitting out there. He takes one hit to the Citadel already. We let our shells fly. Decent dispersion on that, and boom. First blood hit the Citadel. That's what we like to see. Fletcher pops up next. Unfortunately, he is not within range of our secondaries. We need to be about in that 9.5 kilometer range to get those secondaries going, and he is staying well clear. I definitely feel like destroyer players, at least in this last week, have had it pretty rough with all the Massachusetts out there because of just the range on those on them, and of course their accuracy. One thing I did forget to mention is the secondaries accuracy. They do have a better dispersion build than any of the other secondaries, other than a couple of ones out there, but basically they have improved dispersion, which means they can nail people fairly well. And now we're just going to go ahead and try to take pot shots at this destroyer. We're not going to be too successful. The mass dispersion and RNGesus are not exactly on our side a lot of time in the mass. Anyways, we see those torpedoes going, and that was one really wide one. I guess one got hit somewhere. I have no idea. Anyways, we go ahead and only fire one barrel because by the time our shells get to that Fletcher, it's most likely going to be either alive or dead. We lose our destroyer. He takes out that Fletcher, and we are kind of clear of destroyers on this side and for the rest of the game, which definitely alleviates a lot of pain. Now, when we're playing Sea of Fortune and I'm in a brawler battleship, I definitely like playing close to this island just because of the cover it provides and the ability it lets us go ahead and engage ships from other lanes that may not be expecting the damage, the alpha damage, the ability to put a ton of damage out in one shot from this thing. Anyways, Lenin pops up there, which is sort of surprising us. We go ahead, shoot our shot at the Lenin, and we don't do much. He's bowing on us. We're bowing on him. He's going to start taking up a defensive posture on us. And then there's this Iowa, and he's looking like a snack. He is looking like a juicy target. We hit full reverse because we want to try to hit this Iowa, who is full broadside to us, with ours. The other thing we need to do is keep an eye on that Lenin. We don't know if he's going to be bold and push around the corner, and we go for it, and look at that. That wall eats all of those shots for us. That's what we like to see. Anyways, we are now slowing down, and we are going to try to reverse on out of here to get another shot on that Iowa. And now we're going to make a kind of key decision, because if we look at the minimap, we can see our team is starting to push up and above A. And we could do that too. We could turn tail and follow them, but then we're just joining that cluster. And I think the smart idea, and what we end up doing, is staying down here and playing this mid. We're kind of being the juicy steak to lure these other battleships in, because if we see we have those two battleships pushing around this island that we're currently taking cover behind, and if we can go ahead and do that and kind of distract this Lenin, because let's be clear, this Lenin is hoping that we're bold and stupid and try to poke our way around this island. Iowa has access to our broadside. We take a very hefty hit, but no, it doesn't go too far. You know, we don't take a full Citadel damage, so we're going to go ahead and get out of there. But we've definitely taken the eyes of the Iowa and hopefully the Lenin as our team begins to turn that corner there. And that's what we want to do, because if we look on the map, if our team decides to push around this island, which they appear to be pretty bold, and they appear that they are going to do that, that means that Lenin and that Iowa will be set up for that full broadside by our teammates, and we have created that crossfire for them. We have distracted the enemy. I know it's crazy. Our plan is for battleships on our team to be stealthy, but that's essentially what we're doing. We're hoping the Lenin just kind of fixates on that line of sight, because he has all that frontal armor. He's trained just to look down one line of sight, and that's what he's going to be doing. And that's kind of what he's doing. If we look, he is still full broadside as our teammates are slowly rounding that corner, and that is ultimately going to be his doom. We went ahead, flipped those guns around, because now we're going to try to access the broadside as those battleships flip to our teammates. This Iowa, though, not really taking the bait. He knows what's up and sees us there and takes another juicy shot at us, and we take not as much damage, but it definitely could have been worse. But thankfully, we survive to live another day, and that's key. So now our play is the majority of our team has gone north, and they have secured the top of the play, and we are going to go ahead and go south and try to sweep across the map with them and keep up in line. That way we kind of form a pincer movement, and we also are creating different lanes of fire that the enemy hopefully can't defend against, because if we all stayed up top, you can easily angle against one grouping of ships all bundled together. But if you separate your ships, you separate your firepower, and you make it so that they can't easily angle against all of your ships, then you have the advantage, because one of your ships, maybe it's not you, but one of your ships on your team will have access to those enemy broadsides, and that's what we're doing here. D, we're gonna head down to D and then into C, and just see what sorts of lanes we can see and what sort of ships we can take shots at. Damage right now at 64,000, and let's just go ahead and talk about the Massachusetts, since we're gonna have a little bit of downtime while we crest this island. I really love this ship. She's definitely a brawler, and I wish I could get a little bit more accuracy out of her, because I definitely feel like your shots feel like German battleship. You are up to RNGesus in them a lot of the time, but when they hit, they are strong and they hit connected. I love the torpedo dispersion, not the torpedo dispersion, the torpedo reduction on them. It is just perfect and does a great job at making it so you don't feel destroyers as much, because you have those super long secondaries, which are going to do huge damage to destroyers. Yeah, I've easily taken down multiple destroyers with the thing. Speaking of secondaries, our secondaries now, that Iowa's in range, and our secondaries aren't anything to laugh at. Like, let's take a look at this. We are chipping away at that Iowa. We are starting fires, which is what we want to do. Unfortunately, our mass decides to commit suicide into him right before we would have gotten a nice, juicy broadside on him. But hey, it is what it is. That Massachusetts decided his best course of action was to try to take out that ship in that manner. Anyways, the secondaries. Massachusetts secondaries are phenomenal, and with the increased accuracy, dispersion, whatever she has, she is just something special, because you feel like you can ignore destroyers when they're spotted and focus on other things when they're coming in for torpedoes runs on you. If you see them and you activate that increased secondary fire, you feel somewhat protected. Like, there are multiple times where I was able to concentrate on a different other ship. Also, look at this dispersion here. Just all around the Gneisenau. Not a single shell lands on him. And, you know, that's what you're going to have to get used to with the mass, unless you go for a full dispersion build. That's just what it is. Anyways, there's been multiple times where I've gone ahead and gotten very decent results by doing a full dispersion build, and that's probably what you're going to want to do if you want to play this as a all-rounder battleship, which is what I'm liking to play it as currently, because she has some very interesting abilities that I've just fallen for. Like, the secondaries are incredible, and I love them. And if we can just boost the main battery, that's what we want. Atlanta sitting out here. We're gonna go ahead and take a shot at him, because he's asking for it. He's in Atlanta in open water. Let's go ahead and hunt him down. Also, we're gonna go ahead and turn into C, just because we want to start forcing pressure on these ships. Atlanta firing at us. He's gonna go ahead and set us on fire. There we go. But we want to start forcing pressure on the caps. 3 battleships to a battleship and a cruiser. We just want to do what we can, and that's going to be do our part and try to capture C, just to increase the delta of points. So if this Gneisenau continues to turn and run, we have the ability to end the game sooner and quicker on our terms, because we're able to get increased points. Gneisenau launches at us. We launch back at Gneisenau. And we're just going ahead and prepping that turn, because that Atlanta is who we're probably going to be facing. And we get one shot on the Gneisenau. Not much. Our second turret goes away, and our rear turret we fire, and I think we get nothing on him. But this Atlanta, yep, we actually get hit. Anyways, this Atlanta, he's coming at us, and at this point, I'm bracing for torpedoes, because at this close of range, he could have a torpedo shot at us, and that's what we're going to have to worry about. Go ahead, get in the cap, force force them to make the decision to try to engage us, and that's what we want here. We're spotted. We know we're going to see him soon. Line up all 3 guns, fire away, and boom, Citadel, he's gone. And now we are moving on to that final Gneisenau. Unfortunately, not going to get many more hits on him, but we played a good game. We played right and tactically, and that ended up winning us the day because we played bait. We have the HP and the secondaries to take damage and brawl, and that's exactly what we did in the Massachusetts, and we did a very good job at it. Our last Citadel of the game flies away, and let's see how we do. Boom. There we go. Knock him down to just a couple of hits. Go for the cap. But that is the end of this game, guys. Overall, Massachusetts, if you earned her, I hope you did. I'm looking forward to the day where she's not every single ship in matchmaking and she'll be unique again, because then I will be rocking her all of the time. But until that day, I hope you guys enjoy playing WoW Legends. I hope you guys liked this video. If you did, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we have the good old Montana, the American legendary battleship that was just added to the game. If you like this review and you want to see more like it, make sure you hit that like and you hit that subscribe button. Just a little forewarning to get out of the way. This ship was provided to me by Wargaming for rent for a week because I am one of the community contributors. So I think this technically makes this sponsored by them, maybe, depending on YouTube's rules. Anyways, as always with our reviews, we'll go over the commander module stats, a little bit of the history, then show off a game in the ship. So if that sounds like a good old time, make sure you stick around and like and subscribe. Anyways, let's now just go ahead and dive on in to the commander, and we will be running the good old William Sims. I'm sure you are familiar with him because he's probably the go-to American battleship commander. His base trait is going to help you, it's going to boost the HP of the ship per each tier by a certain number of points. Inspirations for running Scharnhorst and Nikolai von Essen. Von Essen to really help with that AP pen angles, because you're going to be firing AP a lot from this ship, and any chance to get just that much better of a hit, you'll absolutely take it in Scharnhorst, just to boost the accuracy that little bit more. Then the other skills we're running is Flammable Cannoneer, Gyrating Drill Bits, Marksmanship, Reaching Out XXL, and Will to Rebuild. As far as the modules go, in the first slot, we are running Secondary Battery Mod 1. I like this just because if you need the secondary batteries, you're going to want it. Of course, with it being an American battleship, you don't have the main battery Mod 1 available to you, the one that usually, you know, tightens up dispersion, the one that you kind of go to. The other option is this ship is very impressive with its AA. If you find yourself in a lot of AA matches and a lot of carrier matches, I absolutely think AA Mod 2 would be a viable pick. But given the current popularity of aircraft carriers, I don't see a viable really pick for using that. In the second slot, we're going to be using Steering Gear Mod 2. You could probably switch it out for Propulsion Mod depending on your style of play. For me, Steering Gear Mod 1 was my go-to. Next, we only have one choice, sadly, in this third mod slot, so Target Acquisition Mod is going to be what it is. And then finally, we're running Artillery Plotting Room, which is going to boost that dispersion by 11%, which, once again, helps tighten up that accuracy, tighten up that dispersion, makes you for some very happy shots. As far as consumable goes, we don't have a full complement of them. We only have 3. First one is going to be that damage control party. You know it, you love it, you know you've seen it all around. 20-second duration with an 80-second reload time. Next one is going to be the repair party. It's going to heal 775 points of damage per second. Consumable duration is 16.8 seconds. It's going to reload in 80 seconds, and it's going to have 3 charges. And then finally, we have the catapult fighter, or the spotter plane, or the enhanced secondary battery. Notice that with both of the planes, you do get 6 of them. I don't think if you ran the spotter plane that you would have the ability to run all of them if you use them as quick as you can. I'm running catapult fighter just as a boost to AA and a way to help see over some mountains and such when that kind of need arises. And that's all of this. And those are the consumables and mods for the ship. Now, let's go ahead and talk those beautiful, beautiful stats. So, stats of the vessel: hit points 89,640. Of course, these stats are with the current build with Sims. 89,640 hit points with an armor thickness between 6 and 541 millimeters. Has 32 millimeters of bow armor, and its deck armor is between 32 and 38 millimeters. So really kind of impressive there. It's gonna do well. We'll go ahead and take a look at the armor view right now, and as you can see, the 32 millimeters all up front right there. Very, very sturdy. If we go ahead and remove that, we can see just the impressive side armor on this vessel. Side armor up to 409 millimeters. So if you're angled correctly at close range, you will not be getting hit in this thing, which is beautiful. And there's the Citadel right there. As we can see, just at the waterline, maybe a little bit above it, but beyond that, it's where you would expect an American Citadel to be. And it performs just as you would expect. You do have to be worried on side impacts. Like if you're broadside to someone, they can absolutely hurt you. But you have some pretty impressive armor, and if you know what you're doing and you understand how to angle, you're going to be fairly well secured. Also, one other thing, I love the little double hull down here where it looks like it has butt cheeks. That's all. I'm just saying, it looks like the ship has butt cheeks. Anyways, with all that said, torpedo reduction on the vessel, 37%. Main battery, you have 4 3-barreled 406 millimeter guns, so the American 16-inch guns, firing range of 19.4 kilometers, and a reload time of 30 seconds. That gives you a shells per minute of 24. 180 time on those shells, on those turrets, 32.7 seconds. HE damage, 5,700, giving you a damage per minute of 136,800, which is on the low side for the legendary battleships. Chance of fire on those shells, 36%, but AP is what you came here for, and that's what you want to know about. And, 14,410 damage, giving you 345,840. Now, with that 14,410, this ship does take the title of heaviest broadside in the game, away from Grosser Konfos, though just something to note, while the single Alpha Strike damage is higher, assuming you hit all of the shells, than the Grosser, your damage over time is still higher in the Grosser. It does have a slightly quicker reload, which means assuming you hit more shells in the Grosser, you are going to do a higher amount of damage over time, but that's assuming you hit more shells in the Grosser. And we all know how renowned German battleships are for their accuracy. Cough, cough, if you know what I mean. Anyways, DPM 344,840. I don't know if I had said that. Secondary batteries, it's going to have 10 2-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 6 kilometers. Reload time is going to be 4 seconds. It's going to do 1,800 damage, and it's going to have a 9% chance to set fire. The ship doesn't have torpedoes, so we don't have to go over torpedo stats. It does, however, have very impressive AA, the best of any of the legendary battleships. A 5.2 kilometer range with 157 minimum AA and a maximum of 669. And the heavy AA starts in like the middle range, so it's not even when planes get close where that damage really starts to stack. This is a ship is like one of the last ones you want to attack with your planes if you have the option. Maneuverability, max speed of the vessel 27 knots with a turning radius of 950 meters, bringing it just short of that beautiful kilometer turning radius. Rudder shift time 18.9 seconds, one of the longest of any of the legendary tier battleships. Concealment 15.3 kilometers by sea, 12.8 kilometers by air, and 15.5 when firing in smoke. So those are all the stats of the Montana. Overall, as far as the history goes of this ship, it was a designed vessel, one that I think they may have even started to build, but basically we realized that battleships not really a what we should be investing our dollars and cents in. and it did not make its way to sea. I think they might have started it. I know there's definitely like models of it built, so it got pretty far along as far as the history, as far as like it being built IRL, but it sadly never did get to see the seas. But let me tell you, it's a very impressive ship in game. And with all that said, now let's go ahead and start to dive into a different game, and we can go ahead and show off this ship, and I'll give my thoughts on it. So here we are on Crash Zone, and let me tell you, this is a pretty fun game and a pretty fun ship. Montana has quickly become my favorite of the legendary tier battleships, but I think it's because there's no real gimmick about it. It is just a good, hard-hitting battleship where if you know your positioning well, you are going to come out on top. If you can hit your shots, you're going to come out on top. It's just as simple as that. Anyways, Massachusetts pops up, and he is broadside to us. And 12 16-inch guns do very well is punish enemy broadsides, and that's exactly what we're going to do here. Opening salvo of just 28,000 damage, and let me tell you, that's not the first of massive damage, and that's exactly what Montana is great at. Fantastic accuracy, great range at nearly 20 kilometers. So if you can position yourself in the central area of a map, you can absolutely punish ships that are showing you broadside, and that's exactly what we're also going to do to this Bismarck, where we take, well, another, 30-ish thousand damage from him, bringing us up to 54,000 with our second salvo. And then he starts to turn out, I think, because he's like, no. Or no, the island is blocking us. And the GK decides to start to turn and run. And he starts to show us broadside, and we know what this ship does to broadsides. We have our fantastic accurate fire, and here it comes. Yep, there we go. 75,000 with just 3 salvos. And let me tell you, if you hit citadels, it gets even nastier. But that is the best part of the Montana, is it is just a consistent all-around great battleship, and one that I have quickly grown to really love, and one that I will be making sure to log in each day to get through my bureau progress on, because it is a lot of fun. Sadly, though, that's where we have to talk about the current state of the game, because, well, the ship is fun. It's great. It'll be my go-to battleship, but legendary tier is kind of meh right now, right? The balance of legendary tier and tier 7 by association, because there's not enough legendary tier ships for it as a tier to really stand on its own, means that the Montana, it's fun to take out, but the ecosystem in which you're operating isn't the healthiest. There aren't enough cruisers in legendary tier games, and as a result of that, you'll just get games filled with legendary tier destroyers and legendary tier battleships, and nothing really to counter the legendary legendary destroyers. And like, let's be clear, I think this is a fantastic ship, but I think Wargaming is doing a disservice by releasing it right now. I think right now what the tier needs is cruisers. We only have 2 of them, or no, we have 3 of them. We have the 2 American ships, the Alaska and the Worcester, and we have the Stalingrad. And Stalingrad really didn't help with the kind of middleman between countering destroyers at the tier. So really, we know we're getting Minotaur soon, but I don't think releasing 1 ship is going to solve the woes of this tier. It is going to need some TLC, and unfortunately, I don't know if Wargaming, if that's currently a priority for him. We can hope so, because this tier really does need legendary ships. Anyways, back to the game, because that was my little rant. We cleared out B and A, right? The Grocer was kind of the last ship standing, and he fled A. So now our team has secured A and B. That is 2 of the 3 points. C has yet to be capped. So we are going to start consuming a positive points delta. And look at just how beautiful Montana's clusters are right there. That grouping. This is one of the things I do absolutely love about Montana, and I've noticed today is when shooting at destroyers that are 7, 8, 10 kilometers away, you have the tight enough groupings to be able to confidently make those shots and really stick them. The shell groupings have been absolutely beautiful. Just another reason why to just love this ship overall. Anyways, Baltimore, nice broadside. Turning out, so we kind of aim up a little. Sadly, that second salvo doesn't quite land where we need it to be. But as far as strategy goes right now, we have B and A. It's time to kind of move in, try to find some broadsides to exploit, kind of hold the line. We don't need to push into C to win this game anymore, right? If anything, we can kind of just keep nicking and knacking and bothering the enemy team, resetting them on the cap. I know our team is currently contesting them, but we can keep kind of bothering them on C and increasing our points delta because we have A and B, and well, we're going to keep getting those points, which is exactly what we need to. Their team has kind of sequestered themselves to C, so we will enjoy taking A and B and just kind of holding the line, being defensive. We don't need to be aggressive. We don't need to push in too much. We just need to hold the line, essentially. Grosser just outside, just like at the edge of our range, where the flight time of the shells means he may not be in range or we'll get 1 or 2, but he is so close to death that we really want to go after him. But we can't really open ourselves up. We need to be prepared for these ships to come around the corner there. So Zuya starting to come around the corner. We're kind of split in our time. We see Grosser ended up using one of his heals, sadly, because he recovered a good chunk of health right there. He was on just a slither of health, and we just need some of these shells to land. Once you're out at the extreme ranges, shell groups are still good, but even at these long ranges, we can see Grosser has time to kind of maneuver and get out of the way of plenty of the shells and kind of turn into them. And sadly, he's going to kind of start using his bow correctly and not giving us those juicy and succulent broadsides that we all do love. Back to Montana though. The ship, God, it's so much fun to play. It quickly became my favorite of the legendary tier battleships. It doesn't really have a gimmick. It just performs well. And I think that may also just because the American battleships are what I kind of learned to play battleships in. So the archetypal just angle and you're going to have good accuracy is maybe why I enjoy it. Now, what is going on here where our aircraft carrier decided that pushing up the middle was the best plan for him? I do not know, but now it is kind of oh God, we need to protect this guy. Aircraft carriers, very important. We need to save him. We need to start hitting these shots because I don't know why we're sailing one of the most vulnerable ships straight through the middle. But yeah, sorry, that was just a weird moment in this game where it's like, oh, I mean, yes, I guess if I was paying attention on the map, I could have seen that he was doing it, but you don't expect an aircraft carrier player to be doing that, right? Anyways, Massachusetts is nose in, which isn't going to be very fruitful for us. We're just going to get, a couple of damage here and there, just a couple tens of thousands of hit points because, well, Massachusetts, the superstructure, very, very juicy. Grosser, we're looking at, and sadly, he takes out our aircraft carrier because, well, of course he does. He ends up taking him out with the secondaries, but our aircraft carrier is going to get his revenge. We don't need to worry about the Grosser anymore. So now it is just the 2 remaining service ships, the Massachusetts, I believe the Baltimore is still up, and then, of course, the enemy aircraft carrier. And this is where we can kind of start to get a little more aggressive, start to push in. Of course, we do only have 5 minutes in the match left, and I'm fairly confident, given where we are, that one of us can survive. I'm still at a fairly healthy amount of hit points. and it's going to take a either me playing absolutely recklessly or them running some beautiful focused fires on me to eliminate me, or sky citadels, because the enemy aircraft carrier is of course a Parsifal, and sky citadels are a thing, and they can still hurt you. We are now down one ship. Suzuya, 12 kilometers out. Massachusetts behind a rock where we can't hit him, unfortunately, though he has taken a substantial amount of damage. We end up hitting the Suzuya to get the Confederate medal right there, because as we've been going, we've just been kind of consistently chunking people for damage, and that is, one of the strengths of Montana. If you know how to play battleships, you can just kind of leave that AP loaded, and if you can get into superstructures on angled battleships, or if you can just kind of hit some cruisers, you're going to be doing some damage. First citadel out, or first set of shots out. Second set, we kind of correct for his turn. We end up hitting him and getting the high caliber right there. So we're definitely pulling our weight. Of course, a bunch of that damage came early in the game when we were able to hit those 3 broadsides that I guess was not expecting us. But now we're just kind of trying to sail south, kind of keeping an eye on the sky, because Parsifal is overhead, and he can very much damage us. But if we notice, he makes this run, and then we don't really see him for an amount of time. I think given how late we are in the game, he may be displaned, because later in the game we will start to see the squadrons he does send out are rather anemic in a plane count, which tells me he is fairly well deplaned. And of course, Montana's very, very powerful AA suite definitely assists with that. Now, we do see our destroyer is kind of working at sea, trying to hit the torpedoes, which we do appreciate. He's also keeping the enemy spotted. Massachusetts, we're kind of coming around the corner here, getting ready to see if we can go ahead and start hurting him. Of course, he did have a substantial, good chunk less health just a couple minutes ago. He did end up using that heal right there, but we'll start engaging him now. He kind of knows where we are. We know where he is. We're going to turn in, start to angle well, because we can be hurt by him. He does have 16-inch guns. If we weren't angled, we could take a fairly large hit. Suzuya now coming around the corner, and this is where we're going to start engaging. Now, our destroyer, I think it's a Fletcher, has popped his smoke, which means he has a good chunk of time to go ahead and enjoy pestering the Suzuya, and we'll happily keep Suzuya spotted for him. Suzuya kind of angling towards the Fletcher, also kind of sailing away from us. Thankfully, because he's kind of in this strait, he doesn't have much room to maneuver, and because of that, it just takes 4 well-placed shells to send him to the bottom of the sea, making that our first kill of the match at 163,000 damage. Yeah, Montana, great at getting the damage, maybe not so great at securing kills. It is. It just, depends on how you end up playing. But here, we finally got our first secure of the game. Time left on the clock, a minute 56. Massachusetts scores his high cal and Confederate off of us right there. We just kind of have to stay angled in now, and we can see that that the Parsifal is now starting to send his squadrons out at us. He has 1 full squadron left right here, which, like we said earlier, he'd been waiting to probably charge them up. One plane ends up taking a dive before it's able to finish off its run, but sadly it does put its torps into the water. We take all 3 torps right there, bringing us down to 30,000 health. We are slowly and steadily losing the hit points, but it really doesn't matter. We just kind of have to survive. Fletcher is in a good space where even he can kind of engage this Massachusetts and not really worry about it. As long as one of us survives this next minute, we will be okay. We're pushing into sea. We're gonna start preventing them from being able to accrue any more points. Kind of just expand those points even more, and we can see enemy dive bombers are coming in. We go ahead and launch our fighters, but sadly, it is not going to be fast enough. We get 1 down, but this is where it absolutely hurts. 20,000 hit, 20,000 from the sky, and that hurts real bad. We do end up finishing off that squadron, fully deplaning the Parseval. Unfortunately, we will not see the Parseval. We're going to come around the corner with just a little bit of time left in the match. Not enough time, though, to finish off Massachusetts, but enough to have had a good game to get this one last shot. But yeah, guys, that's the Montana. Like I said, super consistent ship. It's essentially a fast Kansas or a Iowa with a slow Iowa with 4 turrets. But guys, I absolutely love it. When legendary tier becomes more fun, I will probably, this will be my go-to battleship, and it's going to be my go-to battleship. But guys, if you liked the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Donboy601, and today we are taking a look at the all-new Bureau project ship, the Oklahoma, sister ship to the new tech tree ship, the Nevada. Yeah, so we're getting kind of a sister ship, and as a result, a lot of the stats that we're going to go over today are very similar. But first, let's go ahead and talk about unlocking the Oklahoma. The Oklahoma is in the Bureau. She's a Stars and Stripes sort of project. Basically, what that means is along the way, you unlock grade 1 camos for a bunch of American battleships, which you can then apply as permanent camos, which are pretty cool. They have the American Stars and Stripes. Sadly, the last time we had a Bureau project like this, we got the California, and all of those permanent camos were fully upgraded to like the full 4.5% to dispersion and concealment. Sadly, these are grade 1s, but hey, at least we get some sort of unique thing along the way, because usually with the Bureau projects, it's just like a useless booster or so. Anyways, Oklahoma, like we said previously, sister ship to the Nevada. She is an excellent tier 4 ship and probably going to be my go-to. We're not going to be commenting too much on the gameplay today. Once we get to the stats, we'll talk, but with all of the American battleships coming out, I didn't feel like it was really necessary to talk through the stats and then bore you, because all of them are very slow, so the games tend to have a lot of downtime, and then I just have to fill dead air, and it's not the best viewing experience. So instead, enjoy the gameplay in the background. We'll go ahead and go over the stats and then talk about the ship. So first things first, let's go ahead and talk about the commander. We're rocking Sims with the usual Cunningham Scharnhorst accuracy dispersion build. You know, the one that pretty much every single person recommends for American battleships. Yeah, we're recommending it too, because guess what? It's probably the best. I'm running turret traverse on this ship, though you could absolutely run you know, AA mod if the new aircraft are getting in your way, and the new carriers are getting on your nerves. AA mod, completely understandable to run, but I've been running fighter plane to kind of ward them off, and that's been working fairly decently for me. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive on into the stats. Hit points 49,160 with a minimum armor thickness of 13 millimeters and a max of 457. She does have a 19-inch bow and deck armor, which means she can get overmatched by a lot of the battleships at her tier straight through the deck. So just be warned, or also through the bow. She can get overmatched straight through, but if you angle correctly, you will be fine, just because she does have substantially thicker belt armor. So if you can go ahead and get shots to land in that belt, you are going to do fine. 18% torpedo reduction, unique unique turret distribution, I should say. 2 2-barreled guns and 2 3-barreled guns, making it this sort of weird Arizona Texas hybrid sort of gunship thing. It's weird, but it is great. Firing range on the ship, 16.3 kilometers, which is a half-kilometer longer range than the Nevada. Reload time on the ship, 35.7 seconds. Shells per minute, 17 when we do all the fun maths. 180 time on the guns, 42.4 seconds. HE damage, 4,900, 100 less than the Nevada. So you exchange longer range for a little bit less damage. A trade-off I'm absolutely willing to make. DPM on those HE shells, 83,300 with a 27% chance of fire, a 3% reduction from the Nevada. AP damage on the ship, 10,600, which is about a 300 damage decrease from the Nevada, and also a slight damage in DPM, or a slight reduction DPM as well, as we would expect, to 180,200 when firing that AP. Secondaries, well, we have 8 1-barreled 127mm guns and 10 1-barreled 127mm guns. Both of them have a range of 4 kilometers. The 8 The 8 1-barrels have a 4.5-second reload, 1,800 damage, and a 9% chance to set fire. The 10 1-barrels have a 7-second reload with 1,800 damage and a 6% chance to set fire. AA range, the same as her sister ship at 4.2 kilometers, with the same minimum damage of 58 damage per second, but a lower maximum damage, so less AA the closer you get to the ship, maxing out at only 96 damage per second compared to 114. Finally, the max speed of the ship is 18.6 knots with a turning radius of 610 meters. Rudder shift time is 14 seconds, which is really good for the battleships. And then finally, the concealment with the permanent camo that comes with the ship, since it is a premium ship, 12.4 kilometers, detectability by air 10.4, and detectability in smoke 11.3. And those are the stats of the Oklahoma. Once again, very, very similar to its sister ship, the Nevada. So if you like the tech tree ship Nevada, you are probably going to really like the Oklahoma. The reason I really like Oklahoma is because it is a premium ship that can be attained without paying doubloons. Now, currently, the Bureau project, the quickest way to get it done is if you have Georgia and Florida, both premium ships. Georgia, of course, being this times out campaign ship, and Florida being the newest battleship and the one new premium ship introduced for this line. If you have those ships, you will get the Bureau project done significantly quicker. But if you're like me before I became a CC, a more free-to-play player, someone who really tries not to spend too much money on this game, the ability to get a tier 4 battleship is indispensable. Like, the ability to do the weeklies to get more promotion orders, to get those, I think it's 4 extra promotion orders for tier 4 ships, like, being able to do that just helps that much more when you get into the later games and you're trying to rank up and build up your supplies and trying to rank up commanders. Like, having a premium ship that is tier 4 is super helpful just to try to start to knock those out, and to be able to obtain one for free is great. They did give away the Hotnik if you did their advent calendar recently, over this past 6 months ago, but now having the ability in game to have a free tier 4 I think is really excellent. So this is going to probably become my go-to tier 4 ship for my Sunday, Monday, going into certain tiers and clearing out my weeklies. Like, this is going to be one of my go-to weekly ships. I really like this ship. It performs really solid. I like the American battleships. It performs just like an American battleship. So if you're looking for an American battleship and you don't currently have a tier 4 premium, this is free. Go start the research project right now. They don't have a plan currently to deprecate it, i.e. take it away. They did that with the California. You can no longer get the California. Sadly, in the game, you can no longer get that tier 5. But hey, they're at least adding this so you can go and get a tier 4. Absolutely go. What's probably going to be, if you're just starting out in this game, what's more useful to you? A legendary tier ship that is going to drain your bank account, or a tier 4 that you can absolutely make money on and play regularly and make it a much more profitable ship? I'll let you know, it's going to be the latter. The Oklahoma, if you don't have like a ton of ships unlocked, I know it's very tempting to go research the Yamato, the Kleber, the Worcester, the Conqueror. Like, yes, those are very alluring ships and you should want them. But the logical move, the better play for you, is going to be to research the Oklahoma. So, yeah, get out there, research it. I stopped researching well, I just got Conqueror. So, as soon as Conqueror finished, I went into Worcester, researched Worcester for a matter of 6 hours, and then immediately stopped it once again to start on Oklahoma while I have Georgia and Florida in my port. And I'll continue to research Oklahoma because it's a fantastic ship. It's probably going to be my go-to tier 4 to do my weeklies. Yeah. So, guys, that's the Oklahoma. I really like her. I hope you guys do as well. Once again, I really encourage you guys, go out there, start that project. It's a great ship. And especially if you don't have the Nevada, it's one way to get a little taste of it. If you're able to finish the Bureau project, though I don't think you'll be able to by the time Nevada gets out into full circulation. But anyways, guys, this is the Oklahoma. I hope you liked the video. If you did, go hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. I do read all of them. And guys, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we are taking a look at the Nicholas, the Halloween event reward chip that you get for clearing the 6th circle in the Halloween event. We're going to go over everything you kind of need to know about it. We do have a sort of double feature of matches. This first match, we are running the good old Vincent Mordiff, the gunboat commander that I run on pretty much all of my American destroyers, because if you didn't know, Nicholas is an American destroyer. Over on PC, she is the tier 5 tech tree boat that you play through. She is a paper ship that precedes the Farragut, and as a result, you do see some of the Farragut's DNA, and it's important to really consider what the Farragut is, because Nicholas and Farragut are going to be compared a lot to each other, because of course Farragut is our tier 4 tech tree ship, and they have a lot of similar stats. So with Nicholas, the idea is pretty much one less gun, one more torpedo launcher is what you need to kind of think about. And remember, at this low of a tier, Americans don't have stealth launch torpedoes if you build into a gunboat, as we start firing at our fellow Farragut, our fellow American tier 4 destroyer. So with all that said, let's go ahead and talk about the match for a second. And we'll have to say, this is probably one of the most competitive matches I have had in a long time, and I did quite enjoy it. As far as what we're doing, well, we're heading over to A to try to capture this zone. From there, we're going to go ahead and decide what we can kind of do from here. We don't have much support. We just have a singular battleship sort of splitting off onto this side, but we're positioning in ourselves so that if we need to, we can get out of here very quickly and get into island cover once again, because Nicholas, you know, it's a destroyer, not exactly a lot of health to play with, but we do have that concealment. Now, as far as our setup goes, like I said, we went with Vinnie Mordoff, and I think that's because, you know, American monkey brain goes American destroyer, Vinnie Mordoff, or gunboat mortar destroyer, good, let's roll, Daka Daka. Like, that's the kind of default brain you kind of go with. So we'll go ahead and compare Nicholas to Farragut as if we have a mortar-based kind of destroyer build on both of them, as we see that the circle that we are currently in is compromised, and we're getting ready to get out, especially because it's an Emil Burton, which is a cruiser and it can hurt us. Thankfully, he had AP loaded. We're going to go ahead and pop our first smoke screen. As far as the consumables go on this vessel, we do have a nice full array of them, right? We have the good American smokes, we have the engine boost, and more interestingly, we do have the AA enhancement, and well, that does come in handy, or at least you would think it comes in handy. We'll talk about that just a little bit later. You're going to see we're going to switch between our AP and HE here. Whenever we think we have a side shot at Emil, we are going to go ahead and try and get those citadels, because if we can get the citadels, we should be able to handle Emil fairly quickly. We should be able to turn the tables on it and get some decent damage. As you can see, he's starting to concentrate on us as our battleship has taken several torpedoes, and it's not looking good for him, but we are really doing the damage. Anyways, over to the stats. As we mentioned earlier, Nicholas does have one less gun compared to the Farragut, and that really does hurt its gun performance. You're looking at 66 rounds per minute compared to the 79 of the Farragut. You do have a slightly quicker reload per gun, but it is not made up by the loss of that one full gun. Your shell performance is identical, but because of that loss of the gun, to give you an idea of what the difference is in the DPM, Nicholas, you're looking at 135,000 DPM, where Farragut, you're looking at 160,000, almost 30,000 DPM of a loss, which is kind of massive if you're going to get in a straight-up gunfight. Torpedoes, this is where Nicholas is supposed to make up for all of this. She has 4 3-barreled 533s. She has a 66-second reload, 11,733 damage. These are just bone stock American torpedoes, 5.5 kilometer range, which with this build does not give you stealth launch. and they're going to travel about 56 knots. I think Farragut has 58 knots, so slightly slower torpedoes, but overall, they're pretty much exactly the same. The other interesting stat from all of this is going to be the AA. So base, it has 50 damage per second, which is not a lot. But the enhanced AA consumable that you do have on board does allow you to boost it to 200, which I think is a fairly significant number, right? It's not going to blow anything out of the water, but it does at least give you a little bit of extra protection when you inevitably get into a match with a carrier, especially at the lower tiers. As far as speed goes, you're looking about a 37 knots, fairly maneuverable overall. And then as far as concealment goes for the ship, you're looking at only 5.8 kilometers, which, like I said earlier, means you're not exactly getting those stealth launch torpedoes. You kind of have to make do with ships pushing into you. So with all of those stats out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and kind of give a quick rundown of the rest of this match, because I do think originally this match was going to show a great deal of what Nicholas could do, and I wasn't too impressed with the ship. It's a rough ship to play when you build it for the guns. But more importantly, with this match, I think it's important to show off the tactics, because like I said, this is probably one of the most competitive matches I've played in a minute. Now, look at the spread currently of what's going on here. Over at sea, we have a full division of ships that have gone off to the right-hand side. Then we have a core home group who are just sitting behind that home island. You know, I guess the coal, they ran out of coal. They couldn't just move. They ran out of oil. I don't know. They were very happy just sitting behind that island for the rest of the game, and it does end up playing to our favor. Now, unfortunately, what's not going to play to our favor is the capture that just occurred, which means the enemy team is going to start to accrue points, and they are already ahead because they've sunk more vessels. But we are now incredibly close to this Farragut, which is going to give us the opportunity to try and melt it down. He's incredibly low on health. I'm incredibly low on health. We are spotted, so we're going to go ahead and pop our smoke so we instantly disengage from those battleships so they don't have time to target us. We'll see if we can get a couple of rounds into them. I was most worried if the Farragut had been able to launch any torpedoes at us, but thankfully it looks like he was unable to, which means now is the time where we are going to go ahead, use the smoke while we can. We're not going to see too much of an advantage from it, just because American boats, we only have a 5% chance to set fire, so it is a little rough. But we do have a fairly high cyclic rate on those guns. But now that we're out of the smoke, we're kind of recognizing we don't have the concealment to really do anything, and our priority needs to be capturing A. And that's exactly what we are going to do. We are going to go ahead and push into A to capture it. So here we are in A, and well, we're playing defensively. We don't have much health to be spotted. In fact, if we get spotted pretty much ever again in this match, we will most likely get destroyed by one of those boats, but we do need to try and get this Nevada. The good news is we did get A, which means now we are going to start to accrue points. And as far as positioning goes, we're in a fairly good position, and that's because, well, this Nevada isolated himself. Cool. As he goes down. There's two more battleships over on the other side, and they know a destroyer is here. And given that the Nicholas is what it is, I think they are probably just more afraid of a Nicholas being out and about, and they are going to be quite hesitant to push in. So if we can maintain the fear factor in A, then we have a pretty good chance of actually winning at it. And, well, I'll go ahead and fast forward. That's pretty much what we do. The lines kind of stay pretty still for the rest of the match. This California goes ahead, pushes in. The enemy aircraft carrier gets smart and realizes that there's a destroyer that he could probably spot in A, and he begins to go after us. We can go ahead and look at the wonderful anti-aircraft performance here and see just how lacking it is. And thankfully, those bombs don't hit us, but, you know, we are holding this for several seconds. We're going to dodge these shots from New Mexico, and we still haven't shot down a plane. Oh, hey, there's our first two planes. go us. We finally shot down planes. Anyways, we're gonna try to break line of sight on this New Mexico, and with that, that's pretty much going to be all of the rest of the action of this match, as we are down to the final seconds. But we end up taking the win just because, well, our team stayed in the back and we capped one place. So remember, folks, maybe you can make the difference in a match. And speaking of matches, let's get into our second match. Now, after looking at all the stats, I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and try Gleaves, because they built Farragut to be a gunboat. Let's see if Nicholas, with its extra rack of torpedoes, can be converted into a sort of torpedo boat. And while Nicholas will never become the kamikaze, I will say I was pleasantly surprised by its torpedo performance, and I think this is the build I'm going to end up sticking with. The full kind of Gleaves build, very much building into the torpedoes. Doing so does make this sort of a hybrid boat. I wouldn't say it's a full torpedo boat. The reload on the torpedoes is great, but the guns are still decent enough where you can go ahead and still put up a fight. And I do realize in this match, we do make a small tactical error off the bat. If you see, we had to sea, and our other destroyer is also here at sea. But honestly, I think it's important. Out here at sea, we have the most area to kind of maneuver. Additionally, I think it's kind of the important spot to capture. We just saw in that last match how important it is to get those capture points, and well, that's exactly what we're going to do. We get a nice bonk on the nose of Renown. As far as what stats change when you build Nicholas into a gun or into a torp boat with Gleaves, your guns, they're going to go. The gun reload time on them is going to go up to 4.4 seconds, which is about 54 rounds per minute, which is still respectable. And for doing that, your torpedoes, you're going to reduce the reload time on them down to 54 seconds, 0.9 kilometer detectability on them, and they're going to go up to a range of 5.8 kilometers. And that is important because, well, with our last build, we had mortar. Mortar increases your detectability range. Here, we are going to go ahead and very much take advantage of a boost in concealment down to 5.2 kilometers, which means, yes, we do have the ability to stealth torpedo in this vessel. Excellent, right? It does very much change this vessel. As we take down Renown right there, T-22 going ahead and charge the smoke. We reversed out just because we wanted a little bit more time if that French destroyer decided to launch torpedoes at us. T-22, we're going to launch a set towards him, and you're starting to see the cyclic rate of these torpedoes. They are very nice. They are quite fun, and this is very... When you build it like this, as T-22 eats a torpedo, we're going to hit engine boost to try to edge our way around these torpedoes, turn in, and miss that other set of torpedoes right there. But when you build like this, Nicholas starts to feel like a little tier 4 Benham, and I really appreciate that, because Benham is one of my favorite tier 6 destroyers, and to be able to get a version of it in tier 4, that is compelling. That changes kind of what this ship does. Before, I was like, okay, did we really need Nicholas? But when you build it into the torpedoes, it at least allows for a different style of play, which is exactly what you need. We are trying to chase down this Geopard right there, see if we can get a hit on him. Of course, he's going ahead and capping C. We want to stay a little nimble just in case he has set any torpedoes in our direction. He is just a sneeze away as far as damage goes, and we're going to start to struggle. Of course, the American, what are they, 152s, I believe? They get floaty and a little hard to hit at those ranges. Omaha, doing his thing where he spots us. We're like, okay, noted. Omaha, you were out in open water. Alls we have to do is go dark and wait like 20 seconds, 30 seconds for 2 salvos from any of our battleships, and you should be gone. In fact, he's down to already a third of health. So once we disappear here, we're going to be all set. We just need to wait a couple of seconds, and I'm sure our friend the Omaha will be no more, and we can start concentrating on these battleships. Now, as far as the game you have to play, your conceal distance to your max torpedo range still isn't great, right? It still is only 0.6 kilometers, which can be a bit rough, but that's kind of where Benham is. So it does make you play in this very fun, fluid fashion where you have to play right at the edge of your detectability in order to be successful. As we try and get a hit on this Gepard, he is a slither of health away from dying. We did take out, what was that, his rudder or his engine. I'm sure he repaired it. We go ahead and get the fire. That knocks him out. Beautiful. We have these 2 battleships behind the island here. And, well, I don't want to do anything too hasty quite yet. I don't want to go ahead and rush them. It never makes sense to really torpedo rush battleships unless you're in, like, Paolo Emilio, just because you risk losing a lot of health from it. And usually there's a better way to spend that health, as we take a massive slap from the Tennessee right there, and he goes down. But that still leaves the Arizona. We had only set 1 tube towards Arizona. We're going to put 1 set of torpedoes towards, or 1 rack towards him now, and then swing the boat around. Of course, given his proximity, it does mean that we will most likely get detected as we turn in. If we get detected, we know that Arizona will most likely gun it forward. So we're going to put a set of torpedoes nose forward, and then we're going to pop our smoke here because we can't afford to take another hit. We're going to slip over to the HE because, well, 1, 2, 3 torpedoes hit Arizona right there. And let's see if we can get a permafire going. Of course, his repair party is still going to be going right now, but anytime we can hopefully roll the die and get a fire as soon as we can, that would behoove us greatly. As far as our side of the map right now, we're doing okay, right? We're finally cap and C after half the match and almost all the ships being destroyed. We're finally cap and C. And, well, there's an enemy Arizona out there. We're going to try and yoink the kill right here. We're at 3 kills, man. I'm on the hunt for a Kraken at this point. Sadly, we don't take it right there. That's okay. We see our two battleships up north are duking it out together, and that leaves our 1 battleship down here and us. Now, this is a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing, we have the extra additional support. Bad news, he's been severely weakened from his earlier battle, which means we are most likely going to have to 1v1 this Arizona, and, well, it is going to be rough because Arizona, he kind of knows what's up. So we're going to try use that engine boost, get on an intercept course, because we know at least Arizona for now is going to be heading towards our fellow battleship. They're battleships. They're going to nose into each other. It's just what they're going to do, right? So we will head towards the intercept course. Of course, one of the fun tricks I like to use is if you follow your torpedo indicator, that usually sets up a pretty good intercept course for you. You know, it's going to be the most efficient place to try to reduce the distance between yourself and the enemy ship. Of course, with the spotting gone, we now realize probably a bad idea. We need to turn out because we need to get eyes on this Arizona and see exactly what he is going to do, because things could turn out badly for us if we go ahead and rush in. We could end up just absolutely throwing the match, as we are now down to a 2v2. We do see that he is within range again. We're going to set up the torpedoes. One, very much kind of cut back as if he's going to cut towards the island once again. We do that because realistically, it doesn't make sense for him to continue out into the open water, right? It makes way more sense for him to head towards either the capture point to try to get his team points, or head to the island to break spotting cover with us so that he isn't being spotted and he knows, you know, kind of where we are. So those are the two important factors. So we've launched our torpedoes. Of course, one thing I want to kind of shout out here is that really low 54-second reload time on these torpedoes. You can see we launched them. They haven't been successful, but we are nearly back up on those torpedoes. We're going to go ahead and launch some into this gap right up here, just in case he decides to come through this gap over here. But we already have the 2 racks on our right ready to go once again, and this is the cycling you can do with Nicholas, and it's quite fun. Like, being able to do that does make for a very compelling little ship. We're going to go ahead and fire our second set of torpedoes. We don't want to fire them all away. We're doing this for 2 reasons. One, we want to have something in reserve, but also, even if we miss, I think it's important to show that Arizona that, like, to make him lull into a false sense of security. Of course, Nicholas is relatively new. I don't think he's going to know how many sets of torpedoes we have to launch at him, and he may default to like, oh, 2 racks, cool, let's go ahead and push on in. We want that little bit of psychological warfare as we continue to launch torpedoes into that gap, because that's kind of where I thought he was going to go. But credit where credit's due, Mr. Arizona goes ahead and pops out over here, and thankfully we already have 1 set of torpedoes ready to go in the tube and our next batch about ready to go. Once again, we're going to fire 1 on the indicator, 1 short towards the island. That short towards the island is important because, once again, if I'm him and I need to duck into cover, or I'm trying to get towards the place where I can go ahead and cap and try to get my team a win, that's where I'm going to head. I'm not going to head out into open water. So, well, we're going to go for 1 bonk right here, I think. Yep, 1 bonk right there. Another set of torpedoes in the water. Let's see if we can get another bonk with this second set of torpedoes. That we can. We get the flood. He goes ahead and immediately repairs that. And we set our another set of torpedoes away as our rear launcher is about to reload once again on our starboard side. And this is why Nicholas can be a ton of fun. If you think about it, you have 4 launchers. That means you could send a salvo of torpedoes every 15 seconds. And it's just relentless. And eventually, Battleship's going to make a mistake. He's going to lose. And that's exactly what happened right there. So, guys, that is Nicholas. Like I said, I think Leaves is the way to go. If you like this video, let me know. I am using a new microphone, and I don't know if you were able to tell. Let me know what you think of it down below. Anyways, guys, if you liked the video, hit the like button, subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we are in the all-new Tier 4 Tech Tree Battleship for the Americans, the Nevada. She is the beginning of the new split in the line for the American ships, and she has quickly become my preferred ship between her and New York. It's a great starting place. It's a great all-around battleship, and yeah, I just kind of wanted to show this one game off. We're going to do the reviews this week slightly differently because there's so many new ships to cover that doing it where we don't fully dive deep into the stats for one thing and then go and commentate on a game. One, you're going to thank me because most of these battleships are really slow, so there's a lot of dead air that needs to be filled. And 2, you know, it's just more fun this way. Anyways, the reason I decided to show this game is look at this opening salvo right here. New Mexico, somewhat broadside. We go ahead, launch all 10 of our rounds, and that's a 21K opening salvo. Like, Nevada has it where it counts. She is a brilliant bog standard battleship. She's exactly like, she's a no frills battleship, and I absolutely love her. Let's go ahead and first go ahead and talk the commander. Like most American battleships, we're going to be running sims with the usual Scharnhorst and Cunningham build. You probably know this build well. It's kind of your usual accuracy build for the American battleships. Let's go ahead and talk the stats now. This is a American Dreadnought, so you know kind of what you're getting here. Hit points 49,160. Armor thickness is a minimum of 13 millimeters and a max of 457, and it's that traditional all or nothing armor scheme that we all kind of know and love for the low and middle tier of the American ships. It does well. If you know how to angle, you'll do fine. Torpedo reduction, 18%, which is fairly decent. Main batteries, unlike the New York that has 5 2-barreled guns. This one has 4 turrets, 2 of them having 3 barrels, 2 of them having 2 barrels, but they are still the same 356 millimeters, meaning you are able to get through a ton of stuff. Firing range 15.8 kilometers, giving you with a reload time of 35.7 seconds, giving you 17 shells per minute when you do the math. 180 time on those guns, fairly slow at 42.4 seconds. HE damage, you're going to be doing 5,000 damage per shell, giving you a damage per minute of 85,000 with a 30% chance to set fire. So with all of those barrels, you still have a fairly decent chance to go ahead and set some fires. AP damage, you're going to be doing 10,918 AP, which gives you a DPM of 185,606. As far as secondaries, the ship has 2 sets of secondaries. One is 8 1-barreled 127 millimeter guns, and then 10 1-barreled 127 millimeter guns. The 8 have a 4-second reload. The 10 have a 7-second reload. They both have a range of 4 kilometers with a damage of 1,800, and they do 9% damage or 9% chance to set fire on for the 8 of the 127s, and they have a 6% chance to set fire on the other set of secondaries. AA damage, she has an AA range of 4.2 kilometers. Minimum damage on those is going to be 58, and it will go up to 114 combined DPM or DPS once it gets closer to the ship. Max speed of the ship is a blistering 18.6 knots. Yep, that's right. She's a real Speedy Gonzales out there. Turning radius on the ship 610 meters and a rudder shift time of 14 seconds. Detectability by sea in our current build with this beautiful orange camouflage, it's only a tier 1, is going to be 12.9 by sea, 10.4 by air, and 11.3 while firing from smoke. And some of you may understand and get the joke with why we have our Nevada painted orange. For those of you that don't know, the end fate of Nevada was she was to be struck by 2 nukes, one from the air and another from underwater. She did end up surviving both of them, only to be towed back to Pearl Harbor and then go, wait, you brought a ship that got nuked twice? Are you kidding me? It's so radioactive. We can't do anything. And they ended up sinking the ship anyways. But still, during her nuclear test, she is painted bright orange. So we've sort of replicated that here with our beautiful Autobots camouflage. Anyways, you've seen us here pulling down kind of just a flank, holding down this flank right here throughout this game. Kind of just taking the shots. The other team seems to be more than happy to advance into our fire. We're up to 71,000 damage. We see in Nevada out in the distance. I'll be honest, Nevada, I think she's a fantastic ship, and I prefer her over New York. I think the turret layout means you have much better firing angles than the New York. Your damage is just as good. You have a slightly lower fire rate, but still, I would 100% say if you're looking for a tier 4 ship to play, Nevada is surprisingly good. Like like I said at the beginning, it's a bog standard battleship. There isn't anything that like super stands out to me for her, just because she's exactly what I look for in a battleship. Really good at long range, decently maneuverable. Yes, she's really slow, but that's my conception of a battleship, and that's exactly what Nevada really is. You saw right there at the beginning, at the opening game, we had a massive salvo, and she kind of just sticks to it. She has decently accurate guns. Like, this is exactly what you want in a battleship, and it's a great tier 4. If you're looking to start playing battleships, I think Nevada is an excellent ship to learn battleships on. She rewards you for angling, and she punishes you when you're not angled to people. Like I said, it's the ship that I would absolutely go out and like learn to play battleships on. You're rewarded nicely for playing well and angling correctly, and you're appropriately punished when you don't play properly. So yeah, guys, that's the Nevada. I hope you like her. I really enjoyed her. I will we'll probably also have the Oklahoma soon up on this video. Spoiler alert, she's the sister ship of Nevada, so she shares a lot of the same characteristics, but she has a premium, but she's premium, so she earns credits better. So yeah, guys, if you like this video, go and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and welcome to our review of Ohio, the all-new legendary tier battleship for the good old Americans. A ship that has long been wanted in this game, and one that is the pinnacle, the ultimate reward from this year's Christmas event. How do you unlock it? Well, we go over that in our winter guide. This is the ship review. So with that said, let's dive on in. What do you need to know about Ohio? Well, it's a Montana hull with big old guns, 4 2-barreled 457 millimeters, which means you're going to be able to overmatch 30 millimeters of armor. What is our build? Well, we are running Sims with Iochino in D. Revell, Flammable Cannoneer, Crisscross, Marksmanship, Reaching Out XXL, and Fight Fire with Fire. And this is sort of, I'm going to call it a hybrid build that we do of Ohio. I definitely encourage you to go out and watch all of the CC's videos who have made videos on Ohio, because I think there are a lot of different ways to build Ohio, because it is a very versatile ship that can do a lot. As far as what our mods are, we are running secondary mod, the prop mod, the concealment mod, and the main battery reload. And what does that do? Well, it brings us into, I think, a very nice balance of a ship. One that still maintains long-range accuracy, but still has sort of the brawling chops that Ohio is known for. And that's because, well, if you aren't aware, Ohio is one of the other, I would call it, American secondary battleships. One kind of like Massachusetts. The only problem, though, at least the way I've experienced it, is she does not have the accuracy to match Massachusetts, hence why we've built a little bit more into the main batteries, so that you can do things like pop out around the corner like this and just slap a nose in Des Moines. Because, well, you can do that because we have 457s, and, well, 457s are going to overpen the 30 millimeters of armor on a Des Moines, and he is just going to have to feel pain. Other stats that you're going to want to know, as you can see with our build, we have nearly 100,000 hit points in this hull. And if you know the Montana hull, we'll go ahead and put it up. You are pretty well protected from all around. 32 millimeters of armor on the nose, nice thick side plating, citadel that's under the water. Montana hull is a great hull. Now we get to pair that with big old guns. Like I said before, 457 millimeters with our current build, 19.7 kilometer range with a 23.5-second reload, which means we are putting out fire. We are putting out, shells downrange at a good pace, at a good chunk. Also, Alaska, we get to overmatch. It's overmatch city here, boys. It's absolutely wonderful. HE, kind of pathetic. Only 6,450 for each shell, which is really low. 43% chance to set fire with each shell, which is okay. AP's where it's at, 15,750. Awesome. As we talked about before, this is technically also a secondary focused battleship. And by that, I mean it does have long-range secondaries. With our current build, we're pushing those out to 8.4 kilometers, which I think fairly impressive when you consider most of the American boats. If we went for a true build, I think you can push those out to about 11 kilometers. But I tried a couple rounds with it with a brawler build, and I wasn't finding too much success. It was a mixture of one, giving up the range to put brawler on is never fun. You could, of course, equip something else, but if you're going to go with a brawler build so you can have porcupine and then go full secondaries, you want the secondaries to be very effective, but the secondaries aren't particularly effective secondaries. Remember, they're only 127 millimeter secondary, so they're really at this tier only going to be setting fires, and to build into them isn't really worth it. Here, our only really secondary focus is we put the secondary battery mod in the first slot, and it's not like we have main battery mod 1 to deal with here. So I think it's a absolutely decent trade. One other thing to notice, because I hope you've noticed, the accuracy of Ohio. It's not quite Georgia, but it's pretty good. Sigma on it is 2.0 with Warspite dispersion, which I think is doing fairly well, especially when we get to tighten all of that up with our build that is very much an accuracy build. I find that, like I said, this is a hybrid build, but I have heard a lot of other people build this different ways, and the thing I'm finding is a lot of people enjoy in Ohio. That is the thing that I am finding consistent among pretty much all of the CCs. They're pretty much all enjoying this vessel. AA rating is incredibly high at 100, 5.2 kilometer range. Top speed of the vessel, 28.8 knots, 950 meter turning circle, so nearly a kilometer, a huge turning circle, and 13.8 kilometer concealment. So that's great. Let's dive into this game, because I don't know if you've noticed, but we're already at 121,000 damage, and we have an Alaska that we can easily overmatch in front of us, a Marlboro who hasn't been too cautious about showing us his front side as we overmatch that Alaska through his bow. I'm so glad Alaska got that buff for last update so that we can now just trash it with Ohio. Yeah, and as we laugh off what probably should have been a pen on his end, but oh well, welcome to the game. Burgoyne going broadside in front of us. Here's where things are going to start to get let down. You're going to see, now that we're in very much secondary range, how effective these secondaries are. Like, yes, we're getting hits, but we've set a fire, right? We're not, like I said, we're not doing a lot of damage with these secondaries, which is why I felt like you don't really need to build into it. And hello, what's off to our right-hand side but a friendly destroyer who wants some secondary hits, which, hey, we will absolutely take that as we're kind of focused on this Marlboro. I don't think I've actually noticed that destroyer popped up, or maybe I'm turning into him. I don't know. But time to finish off this Alaska. But Ohio, just absolute fun, a joy to play. Personally, I do think this is one of those ships that is worth the price of admission, depending on your tolerance for legendary tier matchmaking, because I know that can be absolutely rough. Anyways, secondaries, are they going to finish off our friend the Alaska here? I don't know. But we're now going to start pushing the smoke because, well, we saw both torpedo tubes get put out. It's a gearing. So we know we can just kind of push into this guy, get our turrets turned in. Thankfully, our friend has a radar for us, which is going to be absolutely useful as our secondaries are now going to finish off this gearing. So I guess here's where those secondaries are efficient. As we top 200,000 damage. No, our primary Senate as we pick up the Confederate. But yeah, guys, that's Ohio. It's fun. I enjoyed it. It's definitely one of the better legendary tier boats that is incredibly versatile. It's not locked into one single playstyle, which is why I think I like it a lot. Anyways, guys, if you liked the video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have the all-new Tier 7 Premium American Cruiser, the Rochester. Now, Rochester, she's a bit divisive. She's she has some weird quirks. We'll go over them. Just be ready for them. If you haven't been around for one of these reviews, what we do, we go over the commander, then we go over the modules, then we go over the consumables, then through all of the stats. After all that, we show off a game, and we do have a very exciting game today to show off. So that will be a ton of fun. So with all of that said, let's go ahead and dive on in. And first things first, let's go and talk to the commander. Today we are running the good old Victor Einstein with Von Essen and Riegerwald as our inspirations. We are running Ingenious, then Intuitive, then Punch Through, Fixated, and Refill Station. If you don't have Einstein, I also recommend Norman Scott. Good old Stormin' Norman Scott. He is one of the best cruiser commanders in the game. I think you could do well with him. As far as mod slots go, we are going to be running Aiming System Mod 1, Propulsion Mod, Concealment Mod, and finally, the Main Battery Mod 3, though I could see you running the range module, just because given the way this thing performs, you may want some extra range. Finally, let's go into the consumables, and that's what makes this ship special, because it does have a smoke. So first up, we have the damage control party. 5-second duration, 60-second reload time. Cool. Then we have defensive AA, 200% boost to AA, 40-second duration, reload in 150 seconds, and you're going to get 2 charges of it. Then a sonar, 3.1 detectability on ships, or 3.1 kilometer detectability on torps, 4.4 on ships, get 2 charges, and then in the last slot, you have the option between smoke or heal. The smoke, pretty decent smoke screen. Duration is about 30 seconds, going to disperse for 104 seconds, and it's going to reload in 160, get 2 charges of it. Or you have the heal, which is a pretty standard Balti heal, because Rochester is Baltimore's the predecessor. This is the ship that comes after the Baltimore class. It's kind of like an upgraded Baltimore class. Has a couple of tweaks. So those are the consumables. Let's now just go ahead and dive on in to the stats. So Rochester, 41,900 hit points with an armor thickness between 16 and 203 millimeters. We'll go ahead and take a look at that armor view. And, well, it's coated in 27 millimeters. It's very similar to sort of Baltimore. Citadel just peeking above the waterline right there, directly behind in that center section, not really touching the turrets. So that's going to be the Citadel there. As far as torpedo reduction goes, you're looking at 4%. Main battery, you have 3 3-barreled 203 millimeter guns with a firing range of 15.4 kilometers. Reload time is going to be 9.8 seconds. Giving you a shell sprint of 55. 180 time on the guns, fairly slow at 23.6 seconds. HE shells, you're looking at 2,800 damage, giving you a DPM of 154,000 and a 14% chance to set fire. AP damage, you're looking at 5,513 with a DPM, giving you a DPM of 303,215. Secondary is going to have 6 2-barreled 127s with a firing range of 5.2 kilometers. They're going to reload in 6 seconds, and they're going to do 1,800 damage and have a 5% chance to set fire. There are no torpedoes on Rochester, so we don't need to worry about going over the torpedoes. We do need to go over the AA, and it is a significant bump up from Baltimore in some weird way. So the AA range on both ships is 5 kilometers. The minimum damage you're going to be doing, i.e. the second those airplanes hit your outer ring, is 370 damage per second, which is huge because that's actually its max damage per second of 370. Compare that to Baltimore, where its outer ring is 91, and then once it gets into 3.5 kilometers, that's when it bumps up to 365. You're looking at a nice increase to the overall effectiveness of the AA. I will say, though, in the 5 or 6 games I played today, I never saw an aircraft carrier. So, that's one of those things with building in to AA. Maneuverability, max speed of the vessel, 33 knots, with a turning radius of 750 meters, and a rudder shift time of 10.5 seconds. Finally, let's get on to the concealment, and this is the thing that is a bit controversial with the ship, and probably should be looked at. Concealment, detectability by sea, 12.1 kilometers, by air, 8 kilometers, and when firing in smoke, 9.1 kilometers, which is absolutely freaking ridiculous. But here we are. This is what the Rochester is. So with all that said, let's go ahead and dive on in to a game with the ship. So welcome to Sleeping Giant and the Rochester. So if you don't understand why that concealment figure is a major deal, let's compare it to what we're going to call its sister ship, even though I know it's not the sister ship, but it has the same guns, and it's about the same size, so we're calling it the sister ship for comparison's sakes, the Baltimore. Okay, Baltimore, detectability by sea on the Baltimore is 10.9 kilometers. Detectability by sea on Rochester, 12.1 kilometers. And remember, this is supposed to be, according to Wargaming, in like the details about the ship, this is supposed to be a hidden ship. It's supposed to be a ship that excels in concealment. It does not. The bigger crime, though, is the smoke fire penalty. 9.1 kilometers. And you may be saying, Tommy, that sounds okay. 203s, big guns. You'd be able to spot, 203s firing in smoke and thereby ID where a ship is 9.1 kilometers away. And I said, okay. But Baltimore has the exact same guns and has a 7.2 kilometer smoke firing penalty. Excuse me? Like, what? Yeah, there were choices made with Rochester, and I don't know if I 100% agree with them. It feels like some stats need to get changed for this to be a truly effective boat. If not, it's just a very odd Baltimore. Getting to the game, you'll notice we have some very good matchmaking. This is probably the best matchmaking you will ever see for Rochester, because one destroyer, a ton of cruisers on the enemy team, and 2 battleships, which to me, I like those odds. So we're playing this a little bit differently than we would normally do because, well, Rochester does have some nice things about it. Specifically, that smoke screen. It lets you, it's a long-lasting smoke screen. It kind of lets you set up shop at an angle that you wouldn't normally be able to, farm, be able to use effectively in a game. So we're coming out to essentially no man's land on this map, which is out here in the middle, and we're going to see what we can do. Luckily, the Belfast and the Flint kind of pushed forward nice and early, and they both decided to use their smoke, so the enemy team does not have any ability to return fire on us, and we are going to go ahead, or to spot us, and thereby return fire. So we're going to go ahead and enjoy the spot, and I'll continue talking about Rochester. So, concealment, a little weird. And then let's go ahead and talk about the consumables, because unlike how you would normally expect this, and like I understand American cruisers at the high tier, they tend to have radar. I'm totally fine with Rochester not having radar because the smoke radar combo, very powerful combo, and we've been getting it a lot lately. So I'm totally supportive of this boat not having smoke and radar. But why no heal? Why did we not get the usual defensive AA and sonar share the same place, share the same slot, and we can choose which one we want? And then from there, you get your heal and your smoke. It feels a little weird. I will say, though, because of just how effective Rochester's AA is, 370 damage per second, the AA is going to be potent on this thing. It's an American cruiser. American cruisers already have pretty good AA as we take out that beautiful Belfast for our first kill, and we now have a Chapayev, and now you can see where the strength of Rochester comes, because we now have this very exposed position, but we have spotting, and we now have our own little island of smoke out here to kind of protect us. Now, this usually wouldn't work in a normal match, but because of the way this match has been laid out, we are going to succeed. And the reason why this normally wouldn't work is you can see where Chapayev is. He's right at our edge. Flint is right at the edge of what would be our smoke fire detectability range. If there was a destroyer on this side of the map, we would be spotted. And that's the problem. That's the other problem with Rochester. Where you could say, okay, maybe it actually does need the radar, because American radar 9 kilometers, the smoke fire penalty of this boat 9.1 kilometers. It would be a fun little gimmick that if you smoke up and then get detected in your smoke, you are then able to radar people. Like that's a fun little gimmick that could occur thanks to this ship. But I just don't know the design decisions on Rochester just boggle my mind. Like, as far as how the ship performs, it performs like a Baltimore with smoke. And you know what? The guns on Baltimore are some of the best cruiser guns in the game. So Rochester performs like a pretty decent cruiser. You just kind of need to know what exactly you're doing in order to make it perform. And it does that increasingly well. As we pick up, I think, going to be our second kill on Chapayev. And we have Helena right here. We'll go ahead and see if we can get a hit on him before he disappears. We've picked up 3 kills so far, so we are officially on the Kraken hunt here in the Rochester. But like I said, I think the design decisions with Rochester, with a couple of tweaks, it could be a fantastic ship. And it's okay that it's not. I just think maybe we, as it stands right now, it's a bit confused, and I don't think it really has a place. It really is anything to write home about, and like that's my core complaint with it. Is it feels like there's some competing ideas within it, and there's a couple of ways it could have gone to make it, something truly special, because that's what a premium should be. It should be something that lets you play in a different way than the tech tree, and Rochester certainly does. Like, you just saw how we sat broadside out in the middle of the ocean for how long, and we didn't get hit. But with the current smoke fire penalty and the lack of radar, it feels a little bit lost. Personally, if I was to make this a more balanced ship, I would just give it the conceal and everything of Baltimore and call it a day. Like, that's really all the ship needs to be, I would say, above average, to where right now it's just a little bit below average. But yeah, anyways, so we now have 2 ships hiding around that island over there, and we want to hunt them. Helena, pop out right there. Can we go ahead and finish him off with this salvo? We hit him with the Citadel earlier. We go ahead and finish him off. Excellent. Now we have a full health mines to deal with. We're going to get sonared by him, which is totally expected. We see a little bit of him peeking out right there. We're going to get a beautiful chunk on his health. We are going to turn in, because we know backing out mines is up to some shenanigans and is up to no good. We're going to get down Mr. President for this Kutuzov so that he doesn't hit those torpedoes, i.e. I just want to get around so we can get this mines. I'm not full on sprinting yet, because I do also want to get this capture point, but then mine starts getting hit. I'm like, oh no, we need to go, because if we look, this mines, he's very happy to sit pretty much broadside to this enemy Wichita, or to our friendly Wichita, which means, well, unfortunately for us, we are gonna just miss out on this Kraken, which, that's okay. It would have been nice to get the Rochester Kraken, but here we are. So yeah, guys, that's the Rochester. Like I said, I don't think it's not too terrible. It is just a weird, quirky design decision that I know I won't even be favoriting this ship. And especially for the cost of what a Tier 7 Premium will end up costing you, it should maybe make you want to favor it. So guys, if you liked the video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have a review of the all-new Tier 2 Premium Destroyer that is free to get, the Sampson. That's right. It's a free destroyer. Go out, get it now. The only caveat, of course, to that is you do need to be subscribed to your platform's online service. So if you're on if you're on the PlayStation platform, you need to be subscribed to PlayStation Plus. If you're on the Xbox platform, you need to be subscribed to Xbox Live. For Xbox, the way I went to it is I went ahead, opened up the store menu for this game, then just scrolled through all of the add-ons. Down at the bottom, it was down there for free. Click it, you get it, and you have the Sampson, an all-new Tier 2 ship. Sort of. Well, the Sampson's just like the Smith, another of this class of destroyer that was available in the game for those of us who played this game very early on. But you can go ahead and get this one for free. I'm going to go ahead and go over the stats just of my build, because one, it's a Tier 2 destroyer. You're not really going to be doing a massive build for this. Ideally, you should probably just be using this ship once a week to get your weekly promotion orders and then get out, because hopefully you're playing more than just tier 2 matches. Anyways, as far as my build goes, I am running Mordiff. He's my go-to commander for it. You could, if you wanted to be weird, you could run Gleaves, because with a full concealment build of Gleaves, you can get under the torpedo range's detectability, but like tier 2, tier 3 is so crazy that people just keep charging in, and you only have like a half a kilometer buffer between your torpedo launch and your detectability range. So it's not worth it to try to go for a full concealment and like torp build, as much fun as I would have loved, because the torpedoes reload on that in like 19 seconds, which is ridiculous. But anyways, we're going ahead and running Mordiff. The two inspirations I run for him for like all my other classes, and I don't feel like changing it specifically for this, is going to be Bay and Sims. Then of course Mordiff's Waste Not is going to reduce the main battery reload time. Then as far as his skills go, Observant Rage reduces that main battery reload time by a further 8%, and torpedo detectability range is down once again. Then Look at Me Now to help out, or sorry, then Mortar to increase the damage of the shells. Then Twist and Track, then I run Sheltered Arms. But of course, because this is such a low tier 2 ship, you don't get the benefit of the last perk. And finally, I run Unstoppable, just because if you get your engine knocked, it's nice to be able to still move. As far as the singular mod slot, what I am running on this ship, well, I'm running Propulsion Mod 1, just to reduce, once again, that chance of the engine being knocked out. And yeah, that's the build. Let's go ahead and go into the stats of the ship. With our build, 9,580 hit points, with an armor thickness between 6 and 13 millimeters. It has 4 one-barreled 102 millimeter guns with firing range of 8.6 kilometers and a reload time of 6.1 seconds, giving us a 39 shells per minute. 180 time on the guns is 12.7 seconds. HE damage you're going to be doing 1650, giving you a DPM of 64,350 with a 6% chance to set fire. AP damage you're going to be doing 1870 on it, giving you a DPM of 72,930. This being a destroyer, there are not any secondaries, though it does have torpedo launchers. It has 4 two-barreled launchers that are 457 millimeters. Reload time on them, 23 seconds with a damage of 6,033. Detectability range on them, 0.9 kilometers with a torp speed of 54 knots and a range of 4.5 kilometers. AA, the ship does have a singular AA mount. You're going to do damage to planes at 2 kilometers. You're going to do a minimum, basically, no matter what, once you have a thing in range, it's going to be doing 5 damage per second. So, you know, real big AA ship here. Not really. Let's move on to maneuverability. Max speed of the vessel, 34 knots with a turning radius of 520 meters and a rudder shift time of 3 seconds. Detectability by sea, 5.7 kilometers. Detectability by air, 3 kilometers. And detectability while firing in smoke is going to be 2. The last thing that we need to cover is going to be its consumables. As far as consumables go, it's your kind of bog standard affair that you would expect on an American destroyer. You have damage control party, that's going to last you 5 seconds and reload every 40 seconds. Smoke generator, which is going to last 23 seconds, disperse for 109 seconds, and then it will take 240 seconds to reload, and you'll get 2 charges of it. And finally, engine boost, which is going to boost that max speed by 8%. It's going to last 120 seconds, and it's going to take 180 seconds to go ahead and do that reload. Smoke is great. It's long lasting. Like I said, it's very much a typical American destroyer as far as those consumables go. So those are all the stats. Now let's go ahead and get into a game with it. So much like that previous match that you just watched, this one we are also on Big Race. you know, it's a map you know well if you play the lower tiers or you play it on the weekends just to get your promotion orders. And yeah, I'll admit I had to look up the name for this map because I don't really need to know it very much often. Anyways, we are here in the Sampson, and as always with tier 2s, I feel like it's just a matter of charging and seeing what happens with these sorts of ships. You know, just kind of trying to get a read for what the enemy team is doing and just trying to react your best, because at this point it very much feels, at least in destroyers, it's like torpedo jousting. Both of them just kind of run into each other. You can see we get detected right here. We go, okay, where is he? We know where the closest guy is. V25 is right there. We get 3 of our guns. We have a nice angle on it. One of the nice things with the Sampson is 3 of the guns are located in the bow area. You can't get them all 3 on station at once if you're firing over the bow, but you can kind of do the little shimmy to get most of them, and that really reduces your like targetable area. We go ahead and drop distraction torps, but you can go ahead and just kind of flip the bow back and forth and get pretty good DPM while maintaining a very narrow silhouette, which is very effective when you are fighting other destroyers, especially because you can absolutely get hit. We're gonna go ahead, use that maneuverability, dodge these torps right here. Beautiful V25, realizing he's going down. He goes ahead, goes down. We pull the hermit crab and go ahead and start hiding in the smoke. We're gonna go ahead, let off our other side of torps. Really nice torpedo reload time on the Sampson. I was very disappointed when I couldn't get a Gleaves build to work, but I feel like just down in 2 and 3, the aggressiveness of players doesn't let you really do a full concealment torp build with this. It would be fun just because like a concealment build with 19-second reloading torps, you know, you kind of, you would be a lot of fun. Sadly, can't really do it, especially because you only have about a half kilometer buffer, as I said earlier. Anyway, St. Louis takes those torpedoes, and we are doing fairly good damage to him. AP sadly was not able to pen and do very much damage into his superstructure. At this point, we do notice that there is the enemy destroyer that is charging our battleship back there, and I was like, oh, I guess our destroyer has, you know, he just sees the low health St. Louis, does not want to help out our battleship. We're gonna go ahead, attempt to assist with this. Oh, he is firing torps at the enemy destroyer, because that's going to work at long range. St. Louis still burning down a little. We'll go ahead, pop off some pop shots while he's dead in front of us and spotted, but we are going to go ahead and start the retreat and try to help out our teammate, as it looks very clear that he's more interested in trying to finish off this St. Louis rather than assisting our battleship and protecting him, which is slightly unfortunate, but it's what you would expect now that you're down in these lower tiers. Wakataki must have gone just slapped previously by that battleship and is taken out, and now we can see our friendly destroyer is fleeing the St. Louis. We're going to go ahead and just prepare to try to finish off the St. Louis with our guns. Torps not in range. They are fairly short range torps, but he's broadside to us, so we have plenty of room to go ahead and hit him. And at this point, our teammate goes ahead and wipes out the St. Louis. Look at that beautiful crack down the center line of the St. Louis and watch it collapse. And that is us winning our side. Our team took out all 3 of their guys on this side, and it's now our turn to kind of start pushing over to the enemy side. At this point, we kind of have to make a decision. We can either start to push in to the cluster of the rest of their ships, or really go for the carrier. And this is where I was like, okay, let's see what happens as we play out, as we move out there. And once we do that, we'll go ahead and make a decision whether it's going to be smart for us to engage this maelstrom of ships, or if we want to go ahead, because we know their carrier isn't in that maelstrom, if we want to go ahead, isolate the carrier, take out the carrier, remove that valuable piece from their arsenal. Now, as far as the ship goes, Sampson, I think it's perfectly adequate. It's perfectly great. Right now, my go-to tier 2 has been the Campbelltown, especially after my New Year's or my April Fool's video. If you didn't see that, go ahead and check it out. It is a fantastic video. But Campbelltown has been kind of my go-to tier 2, and Sampson will now not like take the reins, but it will be a viable option that I may go to. The guns are really good. They have decent pen for the tier, and especially for destroyers. And the torpedoes are fun. Tier 2 matches, that's all they are supposed to be, really. They're just supposed to be fun, and that is exactly what the Sampson accomplishes. It's fun. Also bonus, it's free. Like, if you don't have a Tier 2 premium, go get this for free. That way you can start earning an extra promotion order a week. That is, I have to say, when I started caring about promotion orders, that's when I started to realize, like, the intricacies of this game. Start caring about promotion orders, because you will need them. You may not think you need them right now, but start really investing in looking at the weeklies and trying to figure out ways to earn them. And yeah, I absolutely say if you can go ahead and pick this up for free, if you have PS Plus or Xbox Live Game Pass, like literally you just need to be paying these companies money monthly in order to be able to pick these ships up. I of course have Xbox Live or I have Game Pass, so that's where I was able to pick up mine. I don't pay for Plus over on my PlayStation. And look at that. I don't know where that plane got shot down from, because it kind of just exploded in midair. Anyways, yeah, so at this point, we've kind of realized that they are still clustered, and if we really expose ourselves to them, if we kind of get in that maelstrom, we will not do too well surviving. We're going to keep Wyoming at range, but the biggest threat to us is definitely going to be the aircraft carrier. So we're going to go ahead, sail out, and go ahead and pick up that kill. And now I've kind of said what I want to say about the Sampson, so I'll go ahead and fast forward the video a little, and then once we get out there, we can go ahead and watch us take out this aircraft carrier. So in performing the greatest traditions of the low tier aircraft carriers, being the furthest away is being the bestest away for this aircraft carrier commander. So of course he is off in the far corner, so it takes us a little bit of time to get out to him. But once we do, he is very much a sitting duck. Our speed boost is about to be available again, and we will be hitting it as soon as we can. We just really need to get him within our torp range. We can do okay damage with our main guns, but because of the way he is in this corner, we can't really use our AP. It's just going to bounce, so we can only kind of shift our way around into using our HE and doing what we can. Really what we need to do is get in torp range. Once we get the torps out, that's going to be our large damage. As far as remaining ships, they have a destroyer and a battleship remaining beyond just this aircraft carrier, and probably by the time we get out, we will once we get finished with killing this Langley, those other ships will be all but done for. So really the Langley is going to be our last major play. We saw him drop torpedoes there. Thankfully, it was just off our tail end. We are now in torpedo range. We go ahead, flip to one side, let off those two torpedoes. Now, the torpedoes don't do a ton of damage, so we are going to need to launch multiple times at the Langley. So we have our port side torps on the way. Now we flip over to get our starboard side. And this is the great thing about the Sampson and its relatively fast reload time, is we immediately, as soon as we could get those starboard torps off, we start flipping back over to port. And by the time we flip back over, our port side torpedoes are ready to go. That's just how quick the reload is on this thing. We go ahead, finish them off, get the high caliber, start heading our back away. But unfortunately, we will not be in range to do any more damage. But hey, 65,000 damage in a tier 2 match and a high cal is a pretty decent showing for a little tier 2. Guys, if you like this video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Hope you have a great Friday, and see ya. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we have what is probably the best case scenario match for a San Diego. If you're not aware, San Diego, one of the new premium ships available this update for a sort of skeezy way. It is in the random bundles. There are, I believe, 100 random bundles, which means if you have to buy all of them, you're looking at 75,000 doubloons in order to find yourself the San Diego. And I'm just going to let you know, unless it's sitting in that first slot, or maybe if you have one of the rarer prizes, like the insignias there in that first slot, and then you pull the San Diego in your second slot, do not try to whale for this ship. So what is San Diego? Well, as I'm sure you can look at its glorious hull, it is an Atlanta, and you must be saying, Tommy, what improvements have they made to an Atlanta to warrant it going up to tier 7? And let me tell you guys, there's not many. They removed the radar, which I don't think is a plus. There is no additional armor because I think the principle of this boat is no armor is best armor. They have given it a reload booster, and if you've noticed, a certain special sort of shell is firing out of the main gun, and that is sap, which, well, given the guns that we have on here, we have 36 millimeters of penetration, which is why we are in the best spot ever for our little boat because, well, we have a Colorado, which is coated in 25 millimeters of armor, which means we can pen all over that baby. And we have a Flander running us down. And usually, French battleships kind of tough, but SAP does marvels on spaced armor, which means Flanders is also going to be particularly hurt by our shells. But beyond that, what does San Diego have? Well, has the Atlanta's 4.5 kilometer torps, which we will get to show off here. And yeah, that's about it, folks. It is definitely an interesting ship. It is a unique ship. I think it's the perfect global XP ship, if I'm being honest. If I were you, and I have no insider information on this, but if I were me, my guess is we see San Diego for global XP within a year and a half. That's my guess because it feels perfect for a global XP ship. Anyway, Flanders here decided to charge us, so we're going to go ahead, flip over to AP, start trying to get some hits up in that superstructure, turn out and dump our other set of torps. We have one set of torps on the way to Flanders. Let's see what we can do here. And, well, boom, there it is. We'll set another set of torps here as those guns reload. 4.5 second reload on them, or when you have the whatchamacallit a little bit more. And there goes just a massive slap. As you can see, we weren't flat broadside there, but which means that the shells, the very high velocity French shells, were able to arm inside of us and just absolutely wreck shop. But hey, we're up to 100,000 damage within 4 minutes, which I think that's the best case scenario. We also now have a Kansas out there, and we're going to see if we can get a couple more hits on him. And this is kind of how you have to play San Diego, is just behind islands. Commander we are running is Shelley Beepley, all about concealment, because you need every little point kilometer of concealment to go island to island hopping. If you don't have the concealment, you will not be finding yourself having a very good time. That's kind of what I've come to the conclusion with. We're running Beepley just because she has all those concealment mods. If you don't have Beepley, just try to get the concealment down on this. If you find yourself owning good old San Diego. Beyond that, the ship has some of the lowest HP for a cruiser at the tier. It isn't, it gets overmatched by every single battleship and any of the a good chunk of the heavy cruisers, especially up at tier 8. So just be wary, be careful when you're out and about in good old San Diego, because it's rough. All in all, guys, if you don't get the San Diego this update, do not worry about it. I think it's the perfect global XP ship. I hope that we see it come for global XP in the next year and a half, because honestly, I think that would be the sweet spot for it as a global XP ship. I don't really see it being worth any sort of doubloons. It is weird, and I enjoy it for being weird, but ultimately it's a boat that you really have to lean on your teammates in order to be successful. They have to spot. You have to be able to hide behind islands. You can't flush You can't use your radar like you would in Atlanta. It's just overall not the best. Anyways, guys, if you like this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, TommyBoy601, and today we got a review of the all-new premium destroyer, the Sims. Of course, this was provided by Wargaming, so just want to go ahead and get that disclosure out of the way. It was provided as part of the community contributor program, just to let you guys know. Moving on to that, let's go ahead and talk about our comment of the day. Comment of the day goes out to someone who leaves a comment on one of our previous videos. Today's comment of the day goes out to Matthew Riley. He says, Prince Eugen or Otago, the battleships are a waste. He's commenting that on our Turpits video from yesterday because I bought the Turpits and I'm not too big of a fan. If I had to go back, or the next time I get 750, I think I'm definitely going to go Prince Eugen. I'll be honest. And then probably Otago. I just don't think I have enough tier 7 premium ships right now as far as cruisers go. I did just get the Siegfried back in my port, so I'm very excited to get her out and moving. But that being said, let's go ahead and talk about the Sims. Now, the Sims is a tier 6 destroyer from the Americans, and I don't know why she exists. I really don't. She just doesn't really do anything particularly well. So let's go ahead and talk the stats, and then we can talk about builds and all of that jazz. So first, let's go ahead and talk base stats. Sims, hit points, 13,800 hit points with an armor thickness between 1 and 20 millimeters. And I'm just going to go ahead and put up the armor view. I'm not going to talk through it like I usually do, just because it's a destroyer. There's no citadels. There's not really much armor analysis to be had. Interesting though, that 1 millimeter of armor, it's like they just added a 1 millimeter plate on top of all of the turrets. It's really weird. I don't understand why those are up there. Anyways, because of her minimal armor, she has no torpedo reduction. It's what you would expect out of pretty much every single destroyer. Moving on to the main battery, she's gonna have 4 one-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 10.8 kilometers. Reload time, pretty much the fastest for any of the American ships, 3.3 seconds. This is her strength, if you will, is her reload time, but it really isn't much, giving her shells per minute of 72.7 shells per minute. 180 time on those guns, 5.3 seconds. When she's firing HE, it's going to be 1,800 damage with a 5% chance of fire, meaning per salvo you're looking at about a 33% chance to set fire. If she's firing AP, she's going to be doing 2,100 damage, and that means she's going to have a damage per minute of 152,000. This puts her worse off than both the Benson and the Kid, which really isn't a good thing to be kind of being that worse off over just the regular tech tree ships. Moving on, she doesn't have any secondaries, so we don't really need to cover those. Torpedoes, this is where she's supposed to have strengths. Her base torpedoes, she has 2 4-barreled launchers with a reload time of 87 seconds and a damage of 11,600. Defectability range is 1.3, and the torps have a max speed of 65 knots. The range being a very shortest for any of the American ships, 5.5 kilometers. Alternatively, she can equip different torpedoes, some Bliss Levitt Mark 7s, and this is going to give her completely different torpedo characteristics. The reload time on those is going to be 72 seconds. Damage is going to go down to only 8,500. Range is going to go up to 9.2 kilometers. Speed is going to drop down on those torps to 49 knots, and the detectability on those torpedoes down to only 1 kilometer. But overall, I'm going to tell you, I don't end up really recommending these torpedoes just because of how slow they end up being, and they kind of put you in a weird spot. We'll talk more about that later. Max speed of the Sims, 38.5 knots with a turning radius of 500 meters, which is the shortest for pretty much any of the tier 6 destroyers. So she does have a very tight turning radius. Rudder shift, 2.7 seconds. Detectability by sea, 6.8. Detectability by air, 3.6. And detectability in smoke, 2.6. And I know what you're saying, detectability by sea, 6.8. And the range on those torps is only 5.5. Yeah, you're looking at some suicide torps pretty much with this if you don't upgrade them. We'll talk about that more, but just keep that in mind that the default torps on this, while they do the same damage as the Benson, the tech tree ship, require you to be in suicide torp range. So there's a lot of shortcomings to be had with The Sims. Next, let's go ahead and talk about those mod slots and consumables. First off, in mod slot 1, you have the usual options. I went with aiming system mod 1. Second slot, I went with steering gears just to help out with that being able to turn quicker, get that sharper turning radius to proc quicker, just try to boost what she does have as a good stat. Next, I went ahead and picked the concealment mod just because I'm trying not to have suicide torps. That's kind of the goal with this ship, is try not to have suicide torps, so the default torps are the ones you go with. Finally, she does have a fourth mod slot, but that one is for the exchanging of the torpedoes, depending on which ones you want to go. Remember, when you do have these kind of bonus torpedo mod slots, you don't have to pay for the upgrade, so that's kind of a nice little bonus of not having to pay to upgrade to what turns out to be worse torpedoes. Finally, let's go ahead and talk about those consumables. She has the base damage control party, 5-second duration with a 40-second reload time. Then she has 2 charges of smoke, 27-second duration with a 121-second dispersion time. Reload on that is going to be 240 seconds, and she has 2 charges of them. And her last consumable is the engine boost. It boosts your max speed by 8%. Duration is 120 seconds with a reload time of 180 seconds. She also has 2 consumables of that. As for commanders, I'm going to go ahead and recommend Vincent Mordoff. I really like him just because of his base stat. If you don't have him, Halsey is kind of his alternative. It's the one that he is based off of, but his base trait of being able to boost the fire rate is really why I chose him, because compared to the tech tree and the regular kid, you are down 1 turret, so you want to try to make up for that DPM in any way that you can. So that's why I like going with Mordoff. His inspirations for me are going to be Bay and Luis Vallot. I like Bay just to reduce that spotting distance. You could go for a double concealment build if you have Swirsky, but I like having Violette just because he makes it so that you get off of the radar after you stop firing a little bit quicker, and that can also end up saving your life a lot of times when you're in these American warships. As far as skills go, I have Observant Rage equipped that is going to reduce the main battery reload time of the destroyer and improve the torpedo detection at the cost of a slower rudder shift. Then I'm going to choose Look at Me Now. That's going to decrease sea detectability range. I'm going to choose Twist and Track just to get that closest ship indicator. And then I'm going to also pick Sheltered Arms. This decreases the chance of your ship's main gun and torpedo tubes being incapacitated. At maximum, your armaments cannot be incapacitated, but they can still be destroyed. And then finally, as a legendary tier skill, I have Leviathan, which increases the maximum HP of your ship at the cost of a lower maximum speed. And that is who I have equipped for that. With all of that said, let's go ahead and talk about some of the key stats that we've gone ahead and modified now, things that are different from what we had and what changes in our build. So first off, reload time, we've reduced it all the way down to 2.9 seconds. Rudder shift, we've slightly reduced it to 2.4 seconds. And finally, the key stat is we have reduced the detectability on the ship all the way down to 5.6 kilometers, meaning we don't really have suicide torps anymore. They are at 5.5 on our range on the torps. So there's 0.1 kilometer where it's kind of suicide torp, but as long as the ship is coming towards you, it really works out where you have the time. Anyways, that's going to be the key stats that we have changed. Next, let's go ahead and talk about the history of the Sims. The USS Sims was the lead ship of her class of destroyers in the United States Navy during World War II. She was the first ship to be named for William Sims, an admiral who pushed to modernize the U.S. Navy. The Sims was laid down on July 15th, 1937. After shakedown training, Sims joined the Atlantic Squadron at Norfolk, Virginia on August 2nd, 1940. The destroyer then operated in neutrality patrols in the Caribbean, South Atlantic, and North Atlantic waters. With the outbreak of war on December 7th, she became part of Task Force 17, formed around the aircraft carrier Yorktown. The task force sortied from Norfolk on December 16th, 1941, for San Diego, transferring her to the Pacific, where she would remain for the rest of the conflict. From there, she sailed as part of a convoy taking Marines to Samoa, arriving on January 23rd, 1942. At the time, it was believed that Japanese would attack Samoa to sever Allied communications with Australia, And to thwart such a move, a carrier raid was organized against Japanese bases in the Marshall Islands. The Yorktown Task Force was to strike the islands of Mealy, Duluth, and Macon, while another task force centered around the carrier Enterprise was to hit Quajon, Wachi, and Malape. Task Force 17 departed Samoa on the 25th of January with the Sims in the screen. At 11:05 on January 28th, she sighted an enemy bomber. At 11:14, a stick of 4 bombs fell approximately 1,500 yards astern of her, straddling the wake of the destroyer. The next day, the 2 carrier forces and a bombardment group attacked those islands, and they withdrew. In late April 1942, a Japanese task force was assembled to begin operations in support of Japanese moves towards Australia. This constituted a covering group to protect the landing forces at Tulagi and a striking force to eliminate Allied shipping in the Coral Sea. Shoho was attached to the covering force, and Shohaku and Zukaku were the striking force under command of Admiral Takeo Takagi. The American ships were divided into task force centered on the Lexington and Yorktown. Sims was ordered to escort the USS Nisho. She was an oiler, basically a fuel ship. The task force refueled on the 5th and 6th of May and then detached Nisho and Sims to continue to the next fueling point. On the morning of May 7th, a search plane from the Japanese striking force sighted the oiler and destroyer and reported them to Takagi as a carrier and a cruiser. Takagi ordered an all-out attack at 9:30. 15 high-level bombers attacked the 2 ships but did no damage. Then at 10:38, 10 planes attacked the destroyer, but skillful maneuvering evaded the 9 bombs that were dropped. Finally, a third wave of 36 Val dive bombers attacked, and they basically delivered a devastating strike. Nisho was soon crippled and burning aft as a result of 7 direct hits and 1 plane that dived into her. Sims was attacked from all directions. The destroyer defended herself as best she could. 3 250-kilogram bombs hit the destroyer, 2 exploded in the engine room, and within minutes the ship buckled at midship and began to sink stern first. As Sims slid beneath the waves, there was a tremendous explosion that raised what was left of the ship almost 15 feet out of the water, and that was the end of this ship. She was sunk during the Battle of the Coral Sea. So yeah, that is the Sims, and let me tell you, her story gonna happen to you a lot. Sims, not exactly the most effective destroyer in the American arsenal that you have that you can play in this game. So let's go ahead and take a look at a somewhat successful game in The Sims, and we'll talk through her strengths, weaknesses, and all of that during that commentary. So let's dive into that. So here we are on Fault Line. We are spawning at the top of the map in the middle, which means we're going to go ahead and try to play middle. I think when I first spawned into this game, I thought I was bottom of the map, and I started playing it like I was at the bottom. But either way, here we are. We have the Sims. We've been located by someone else, most likely another destroyer, and we have most likely located them back. As far as build, we do have the shorter range torpedoes equipped, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about that now. I think the Sims struggles because she is a ship without a strength as far as a focus goes. I think you have the Kid, who's very much a gunboat. You have the Benham, who is very much a torpedo boat. And then you have the Benson, who is a slightly worse gunboat, but also has just as good torpedoes and is just a better all-rounder. And the Sims just fails to be that all-rounder. Anyways, we're in B. We're contested. There's another ship in the cap with us right now. And I think having... Kid pops up right there. So there we go. We have a pretty much a sister ship of ours. We have a ship that has 1 extra gun. And we are now going to show off why Mordoff is the key to being able to survive this. Because if we didn't have the very short reload time that we do... Now, The Sims does have a very fast reload time. But if our gunnery isn't on point, and if the Kid, as we can see, he's not hitting everything, we are definitely being more accurate. And we're getting a little bit more fire out. But if we weren't that accurate, we probably should have lost that little bout right there, if we're being honest. Anyway, Kid goes ahead and sits inside a smoke. Because we've positioned ourselves on the inside of this island, it means that no one is able to see us as we're fighting. the Sims was the only, or the kid was the only one that was spotting us, and because he's in smoke, no one else can spot us. And now we have another ship in the area. Of course, we do get Twist and Track to kind of show us where he is, and we know that it's in the capture point because we are now stuck at 36 seconds. We're going to go ahead and poke our nose around the corner and see who's just knocking. This is one of the strengths of the Sims, is she does have relatively quick torpedoes with a decently quick reload time. So New Mexico right there, he doesn't really know we're here, which is surprising. Once his secondary start firing at us, we're going to go ahead and pop smoke and hope that one of our teammates is spotting him. Luckily, it looks like our teammate is sort of, he's either popping in and out of spot or he's kind of spotting him through it. 2 torpedoes hit there. I'm like, sweet, we got two torpedo hits. That New Mexico has to be hurting. 3 torpedo hits and he's still not down, and that's the problem. Now, New Mexico does have really decent torpedo reduction, but there we just hit him with 5 torps and he still only has half of his health. So we're now just going to go ahead and whittle him down. Luckily, we only have 41 seconds left on the torpedo reload, so we're going to do what we can. Keep an eye on our smoke firing range, or smoke firing penalty, and just make sure that he stays without it. And we're just going to keep moving in this smoke and hoping that he doesn't blind fire us, because if he can land a full salvo on us, we are sunk. But we switch on over to AP because we can go ahead and harvest that superstructure for some decent damage. You can see we're doing decent numbers up in that superstructure. Sims, once again, it's a bare bones kind of American DD. If we looked at the history, it was built before the war. It's what we thought we would need in the coming wars, and she performs okay. It's just, I think the Sims performs the worst of any tier 6 destroyer. I think she's just kind of a weird ship that's lost without a cause, and you don't want to deal with her. Anyways, we go ahead and see that the targeting indicator on Twist and Track is not pointing to where that kid used to be hiding. So we have a feeling he's trying to come in for a torp run on us. We're going to poke our head out, and there he is, coming up real close. Now, the one benefit to these short-range torps is they are very much knife fighter torps. They are, widespread, cause confusion, see what we can do. As we can see, we let those torps go, and that kid stopped firing. He's now trying to line up his torps on us. He fires them way too late, and they are fairly easy for us to dodge. And that's why those torps are useful. They're knife fighter torps. They're the American boats, to begin with, are get into a capture point and secure that capture point, lock it down, and they have the guns and torps to do it. The problem I see with the other torps that are available on the Sims is the range makes you too confident, and you end up burning the torps. The other torps are slower, but they have a decent range on them. But the problem with that is at tier 6, you're most likely going to have people that maneuver. They know not to sail in a straight line. So that max range really isn't helpful, especially when you have the really slow torps equipped. So what ends up happening is you try to stay at range with those torps, and you kind of plink them along, and they dodge them relatively easily. And then you can't use what is traditionally the strength of the American boats, which is their guns, because if you're at range, if you're at the 9 kilometers that those torps are effective at, that they have the max range at, guess what? Your guns, because of your arcs, aren't too effective at 9 kilometers. So you can get within 9 kilometers of them, but they are going to be just as easily able to kind of reverse out of your range. Your max range is only 10.8 kilometers. Like, there's only 1 kilometer they have to reverse. And then even if you smoked up, you've burnt the smoke, they've reversed out, you're kind of useless. Anyways, as far as games go, we have B and C. A has kind of been abandoned, and we're going to go ahead and play the objective. We've gotten 2 of the caps, and there's no other really fruitful targets for us. And it looks like there's 2 kind of ships over on the A flank. So we're going to go ahead and support this cruiser that is over at A, just because it sucks to be alone. So you can always use a friendly spotter / friendly destroyer. And that's what we're going to go ahead and be the assist for this cruiser, just so that he doesn't have to take on another cruiser and another battleship on his own. Bootiani pops up. We're going to go ahead and fire our torps, just try to let him know, see if he keeps sailing straight, and if he does, we'll have that nasty surprise for him. We're also just going to kind of wait. We know we're going to be in range, and we can go ahead and kind of pull the aggro. We can go ahead, fire at him and just kind of wait for him to turn his turrets. And as we do, we slide behind this island. He's turned his turrets, and as our cruiser rounds the corner, we're definitely going to be able to support him. Of course, we are still spotted because there is this battleship. Luckily, it doesn't really hit us, but we're kind of spooked at this point. So out of desperation, we're going to go ahead and smoke up, see if Mutso ends up being spotted by any of our teammates. Spoiler alert, he isn't really, so this smoke kind of ends up getting wasted. And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. He's at the range, he's at the far edges of our range. We're not going to be very effective at firing against him. So instead, we're going to go ahead and kind of leave him be. Take a hit right there. He blind fires into it and gets us down to 2,700 health. We're going to fire a couple more times because we know he's going to go behind this island, get the fire going, see what else damage he puts it out pretty much immediately. So we don't really get any damage over time. But we're going to go ahead, steal that A cap, or at least go ahead and get the extra XP from going into A and get close to our cruiser. Kind of say, hey, it's 3-on-3 now, and this is we're going to try to stick by you, see what we can do for the rest of this match. Anyway, back to the Sims, because I'll be clear, the rest of this match really isn't that exciting. Sims overall, the whole thing is, I don't think she has a right spot within the destroyer lineup. I think she's an inferior gunboat, she's an inferior torpedo boat. If you try to equip the non-standard torps, it puts you at weird ranges that you don't end up really excelling at. Like if you keep at those ranges, as we were talking about earlier, you're not going to excel at those ranges. You're just not. So the only really option is to be sort of this like close-up knife fighter. But when you do that, you kind of also want to have all 5 guns, and you just don't. So overall, Sims not a ship I would probably recommend unless you have a weird like personal attachment to it, unless like the Sims class is your favorite class of destroyer. If not, I think this is what you would consider a collector's boat. It is, you want every ship in the game, go ahead and buy the Sims. If not, I honestly don't feel like you are going to be missing out on anything. Mutso pops up here, and at this point we're not going to fire at him. He's far out of our range, but what we're able to do is spot for our teammate, let him do the damage that he can, and this is going to be our main role for the rest of this game. We don't really have the HP to pop up much anymore. We're going to end up popping up, but you know, we don't have the HP. We are a sort of a flag defense kind of thing, so going to be our best bet, but unfortunately we have burned both of our smokes. Our utility is pretty much burnt out. It would be nice if we still had our smokes and we could use the cruiser as a spotter while we go ahead and take out the 2 cruisers and battleship that remain. But sadly, that isn't going to be how this match ends up going. Sims, she just doesn't have the versatility. She doesn't have the right equipment to really be a star at tier 6. And the other big problem is the tier that she's in. I think I almost would say she should be tiered down to tier 5. I think at tier 6, making her go up against tier 7 ships is just mean. Like, it just isn't, it really isn't fair to her. She doesn't really have any characteristics that make her stand out, that put her in the tier 6 echelon of American destroyers. I think overall, it might have been a better call for her to be tiered down to tier 5. We're going to go ahead, we pop up, and we are pretty much surrounded by these cruisers and the battleship, and we realize we've kind of overextended ourselves. We're going to pull out, hit that speed boost, and try to get out of here. We haven't fired our gun yet, so we're not going to be permanently spotted. Of course, we do have Viet. Just in case we do fire, we will end up being out a little bit less time. Mushin fires at us. Thankfully, he's go ahead and missing. Remember, he's both the ships, both the cruisers are still kind of high angle ships. They are both the HE spammer sort of ships. So being at range is going to be a large disadvantage for them. They don't really have flat firing arcs, which is why we kind of feel comfortable with going ahead and letting ourselves get spotted here, because we know that we can go ahead and dodge those. But then Mutso, with its very flat firing arcs, goes ahead, takes us out, reminds us why we're here. But we take out Muchin, and that's the end of the game. Guys, that's Sims. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Will you be buying The Sims? Personally, for me, I would save your money, wait for something else that strikes your fancy. If you like the video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we have a review of the all-new Tier 7 campaign ship, the Somers, the American destroyer that's essentially a Shimakaze. Now on PC, the Somers is a Tier 10 ship. They've managed to shrink it down to Tier 7, and let me tell you, it is a wonderful destroyer. It is one that provides such joy and happiness and just fun overall, and a reason to bring out that American Torp Commander, Albert Gleaves. With our reviews, of course, we're going to go over our build, our commander, the stats, and then take a look at a game and mainly talk over the goods and the bads of the ship. So, with all of that said, let's go ahead and dive on in. First, let's open up with what will be the commander, and we already teased that, and that is Albert Gleaves. Gleaves is the American torpedo commander. I think you want to build this boat for torpedoes. This boat has very, very good torpedoes and average guns. Now, you could go Vincent Mordoff and then get like upper tier average guns and really good torpedoes, but I like speccing full bore into what a ship is absolutely best at, and that's why we are going with Gleaves and the torpedoes. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the build with Gleaves. Of course, his base trait is going to increase the range on the torpedoes. Inspirations that we're running are Eric Bay and William Sims. Bay is going to get that concealment. Sims is going to get that just little bit extra health that you'll need to kind of duke it out with the other destroyers. Then the rest of the skills that we are running are going to be Subsurface Venture, Look at Me Now, Perceptive, Smoke on the Water, and Unstoppable. Let's go ahead and take a look at the mods that we have running on the ship. In the first mod slot, we're going to be running Aiming System Mod 1. In the second slot, we are running Steering Gears. You could also do Prop Mod. I just like being able to turn the tail when I want to be able to turn the tail on the ship. Then we're running Concealment Mod, and then finally we are running the Torpedo Launchers Mod, and that is because we want those torpedoes to get reloaded as quick as possible, because we want to be able to put out as many of them as possible. Next up, let's go ahead and take a look at the consumables. Some very basic consumables. Damage Control Party, it's going to last for 5 seconds. It's going to reload in 40 seconds. Smoke Generator, it's going to, the duration on it's 29.7 seconds. Smoke dispersion time is 131.4 seconds. The reload time is 240 seconds, and we get 2 charges of it. And then finally, we have the prop mod, the engine boost, and that's going to boost your max speed by 8%. You're going to get 120 seconds, it's going to reload in 180 seconds, and you're going to get 2 consumables of it. And with all of that said, now let's go ahead and dive on in to the stats of the ship. And first things first, with Somers at HP 19,960. That's why we're running Sims, to get a nice around 20,000. You'll really enjoy that, because it means you can take a couple of hits and keep going. Armor thickness on the ship between 9 and 20 millimeters. As far as an armor thickness goes, well, we'll go ahead and take a look at that wonderful armor viewer. And guys, it's not that impressive. It's a destroyer. 19 millimeters pretty much everywhere, and then up in that superstructure you're looking at 13, and of course, because it's a destroyer, you're not seeing any sort of citadel. Final armor stat is going to be that torpedo reduction. Torpedo reduction is going to be 0%, because it does not have a torpedo belt. Next, onto the main guns. 4 two-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 10.9 kilometers. Reload time on them 6.6 seconds, giving you 73 shells per minute. 180 time on those guns 12.2 seconds. Not exactly the quickest, but absolutely serviceable. HE damage 1800, giving you 131,400 DPM with a 5% chance to set fire. But because you have so many guns, it does definitely feel a little bit more than that. AP 2100 damage, giving you 153,300 DPM when firing AP. Next, well, usually this is where we would talk about secondaries, but the ship doesn't have any secondaries, and when we get to AA, you'll see just how poor the AA is. But now the star of this ship is the torpedoes. three 4-barreled 533 millimeter torpedoes with a reload time of 94.9 seconds, doing 17,900 damage. Detectability range on them, 1.4 kilometers with a torp speed of 70 knots, which is like average, but it feels just so slow because of the range on them, which is 12.6 kilometers. Yeah, you can just kind of almost cross map people with these. They are magic. Like, if you have people who are just sailing in straight lines, Sommers is the ultimate threat. Next, onto AA. Range on it, 3.1 kilometers with a minimum damage of 14 and a max of 22. I think this is one of the worst AA armaments in the game, especially up at this tier. Max speed of the vessel, 38.6 knots with a turning radius of 620 meters and a rudder shift time of 3.1 seconds. Next, on to the concealment. Detectability by sea, 5.6 kilometers, by air, 3.1, and when firing in smoke, 2.6. So, those are the stats of the ship. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at a match in the Sommers. Okay, guys, so here we are in the Sommers, and we are on the map Atlantic. 3 destroyers on each side. We can see from the spawn, each kind of spawn set has its own dedicated destroyer. So we're going to go ahead and just head on out to sea because that's our closest cap. And we're just going to hope that our other fellow DDs kind of take care of the areas that are around them. Sommers, as far as a ship goes, let me tell you, I am loving this thing right here. It is so much fun. The guns are decent where you don't feel like you're at too much of a deficit when you get in a gunfight with another destroyer, and the torpedoes are just stupid. They are just wonderfully great and magical just because of the range. Like right there, this is what you get with Sommers is in these early opening parts of a match, you can just let go and you can say, okay, we're gonna try some long range torps because generally people aren't expecting torps this early in the match. So if we want, we can go ahead, kind of let them go. If they decide to sail on a straight line, which generally earlier in the match, people will end up sailing in straighter lines, then we can do a pretty good job. Anyways, enemy Sommers pops up there. He pops up around the back of the island. He's firing AP. Good on him for trying out the AP, especially when we were broadside like that. That could have been a very good play for him, but fortunately we don't end up losing too much. But we're going to go ahead and sail out just in case he has some torps coming for us. We dump torps on the other side of the island, just see if he wants to sail in a straight line. Sadly for us, he does not want to sail in a straight line, and we find a nice new little port that we almost make contact with this rock. But anyways, we're kind of renegotiating. Mogami has already been slapped coming into sea, and if we're looking at the map overall, we're not in too good of a spot right now. Enemy team is capturing A, B, and C. So we need to kind of get on it. We go ahead, decide to push right back in. We know that Mogami is kind of curling up in that little corner over there. So it really is just going to be the Sommers to kind of deal with. And we just have to kind of keep an eye on Mogami. If we can go ahead and find him, we see he has his plane up, trying to get a little bit of extra spotting out of him. We're just kind of trying to find the enemy Sommers. Now, as far as concealment goes on Sommers, it does do pretty decently. We, with our kind of slightly spec'd into concealment, not a full concealment build, we're down to 5.6 kilometers. I'm pretty sure you could get it down in the 5-ish range if you chose to build full concealment. But I think you're giving up too much to get full concealment in this, especially when Sommers, I feel like it is much better played at like a medium-ish range. Because it has the long-range torps, because it has 8 guns, and something we didn't get to really talk about is the guns are surprisingly accurate, even at range, and because your torpedoes and your guns kind of match ranges, in fact, your torpedoes outrange your guns, Sommers feels like it is very comfortable not being a knife fighter, but instead being played as a medium-range sort of destroyer. One that kind of sits in the medium ranges, fires its guns when it needs to, gets decent hits that way, but then also has the torps to back it up, kind of give out these wide spreads where you can go ahead and hit people if you need to. Anyways, enemy Sommers pops up there, and now we get a nice little gunfight. He's still firing AP. We don't take too much damage from him there, and because of his AP adventure and our teammate Sportium, He ends up going down right there. We are now clear to cap C, which is what we need to. Our teammate in the other destroyer has started to cap B, which is exactly what we want. And now we have these two battleships kind of sitting out in open water for us, and that's exactly what we want. But we also have this Mogami who has very much just kind of huddled himself into this corner. Of course, the Japanese cruisers, one of their biggest defenses is their ability to maneuver and get out of the way of shells. Sticking yourself in a corner like this is not going to prove to it's not gonna go well for him. It just isn't. So anyways, we have this smoke cover. We know where he is. We know he's kind of wedged in there. We're gonna see if we can kind of sneak up on him. Of course, we have to be careful because we don't want to approach from the rear because he has rear firing torp angles. If we can approach from the front, we can get in, dump some torps, and just kind of dev strike and walk away, which is exactly what the plan is, especially because we do have this cover. C is now ours. We're now starting to accrue some points, and it's time to make what is essentially a somewhat slow YOLO run. And that's one of the things I want to note about Sommers, is it doesn't feel too quick. 30-ish knots, 36, 37 knots. Really, when you're maneuvering, it feels more in the 33-ish range. The speed boost does definitely help when it gets you up past 40, which is very nice. We end up taking a hit right there. We lose steering. We start our turn. Beautifully wide torp angles on this ship. I don't know if you can see. You saw just how wide those torp angles can be. They are excellent. That is definitely one of the nice features. Anyways, Mogami is down, and now it is time. We see this Jean Bart is pushing up. He is 8 kilometers away. We go ahead, drop our torps, and now we can engage with our guns as we tap on the brakes and start engaging him as he is flat broadside to us. I think we throw a couple rounds of HE, but then we flip over to AP because a Jean Bart that is broadside, well, doesn't exactly have the armor to stand up to being hit broadside. 3K a salvo right there, which is absolutely beautiful. Look at the shell grooving. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, this 8-kilometer engagement range is where Sommers is really, really happy to sit. It is absolutely happy to sit in this kind of medium range, and just kind of hitting ships, taking little chunks out of them, and you're plenty accurate to hit the battleships to do some chip damage at those ranges. Anyways, Jean Bart is now taken care of, and well, we can go ahead and push ourselves into B. Right now, our team is down on points. We are matched on as far as caps go, and we are up in ships. So we are doing okay. Mogami's plane spots us there. We're a little worried that we may take some incoming fire, so we start doing the little wiggle. Brandenburg is the main battleship out there. He's playing it, I'm going to say, somewhat smart. He is making sure as to not engage us, or at least attempting not to, or making it so that we can't really hit him. Not really playing to the Brandenburg strengths, but I understand. He is now all alone without destroyer support with a very long-range torpedo destroyer in his presence. But we need to play for the match. We can see that the B cap is currently contested. We're going to keep an eye on this Brandenburg's path because, well, we do have the wonderfully long-range torp. So if we can get a torp run off, it would be a good idea for us. So we set off just 2 of the torps. We keep 1 in reserve just in case we come up with a knife fight in the cap, because we saw it was contested and we don't know where this enemy destroyer is fleeing to. Once we see the enemy destroyer's torpedoes kind of go by the wayside, we decide, okay, it's probably safe for us to dump that last set as a widespread towards the Brandenburg, maybe get a lucky hit. Now we are down in tide as far as ships go on each side, and we need to start capping B. We get into B, of course, us and the other destroyer are locating each other. Brandenburg, we're trying to see if we're going to get the hits on these torps. The torps hit like a truck when they do hit. We can see he's turning out. He's seen the torps, and well, we get 1 little tap right there, 2 little taps right there, and we do cause some flooding. Though I don't think it is a permanent flood, or is it a permanent flood? Or no, he's going down, I think. Anyways, Udachi pops up right there. We hit the Brandenburg with 1 last torp right there. He goes down. Udachi kind of out and exposed right there, ends up disappearing in his smoke. Gets the incapacitation right there, and we're waiting on it. And we see our enemy, or our friendly, ends up finishing off the Udachi with the blind fire. We can see that our location scout is kind of saying, hey, there's another ship this way. Our torps are up and reloaded. We know there's a battleship in this direction. We're like, okay, perfect. We'll use the smoke as a way to conceal our way, get a little bit closer. Uh-oh, we are spotted. Uh-oh. What's coming through this smoke? Ooh, we take a big hit from the Richelieu right there. But of course, at this point, Richelieu is not the Jean Bart. He doesn't have a reload booster. We just need one set of torps to send him to the bottom right there. Bye-bye. We pick up the Confederate right there. And then we have the Akatsuki. Akatsuki doing some decent damage to us. And the thing we have to take into account is we do not have the health to really engage the Akatsuki anymore. But we're at 4 kills, and goddamn if we're going to try to go get that Kraken. Yes, the smarter play probably would have been to go to sea, or maybe just kind of stay in a is it a fencing role? Just kind of guarding our 2 remaining battleships as far as making sure they don't get hit by any torps. But man, do we want to go for that Kraken. So we are going to push. Of course, we're probably going to be at a disadvantage here. Akatsuki is probably going to be built a little bit better for stealth than we are. So we do have to be extremely cautious because he will open fire on us and do probably some pretty good damage. But the good news is we are seeing he's kind of tracking at a steady pace away. So he's not looking to cap anything else, which is good. We can see we are spotted by him. Way out spotted. We juke this first shot. We take the second shot right there. Thankfully, our team does start engaging the Akatsuki. Of course, we are just going to have to burn our health in order for him to get hit. We go ahead, pop our smoke. It is too little, too late. He ends up taking us down. But we end up with 123,000 damage and a pretty fun game that does show off the Sommers. Overall, Sommers, I have been really, really enjoying the ship. It has been an absolute blast. And yeah, I can't wait to continue playing it through this update. It's a great ship. I definitely recommend picking up the campaign. But guys, if you like the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we're going to be taking a look at the all-new American Tier 8 Tech Tree Destroyer, the Allen M. Sumner. We're going to be going over a full review of the ship. That's the commander, that's the modules, that's the consumables. We're going to be talking what this ship excels at and what it's good and all of that, and we'll walk you through and show off a game and talk through all of the stats. So if that sounds interesting to you, make sure you stay tuned. So first things first, let us dive into the commander of the ship, and we are running good old Vincent Mordiff. He is my go-to for the American destroyers. He's essentially a Halsey, but he has an excellent base trait that boosts his main battery reload, which is super great. Other skills we are running are as followed: Observant Rage, Mortar, Perceptive, Sheltered Arms, and Unstoppable. Sheltered Arms is something that is also unique to him. It's going to reduce the chance of your main battery being main battery and your modules being knocked out. Our 2 inspirations we are running is Eric Bay and William Sims. And yep, that's the commander. Let's go ahead and talk about those mod slots. Tier 8s, even though they've gone up a tier, they don't receive an extra mod slot, sadly. So we are stuck with the usual 4 that you would see on something like a Tier 7. Those our selections for this one is going to be Aiming System Mod 1, Steering Gears Mod 2, Concealment Mod, and finally, Main Battery Reload Booster. I think those are probably going to be your best ones. You could make an argument that you want the extra range, but the shells are just a little too floaty to really justify an extra 5% range on something like that Main Battery mod that boosts the range. You could also go for the engine boost to help accelerate and decelerate, but I still think the being able to turn quicker is going to be what benefits you just a little bit more. Consumable, well, we have the damage control party, the bog standard one. You know it, you love it, you've used it since the beginning of this game. So 5-second duration, 40-second reload time. Then you're going to get 2 charges of smoke. They're going to deploy for 28 seconds, stick around for 124 seconds. It's going to reload in 240 seconds, and you'll get 2 charges of it. And finally, you have the engine boost. It's going to boost your overall top speed by 8%. It's going to last 120 seconds. It's going to reload in 180 seconds, and you're going to get 2 charges of it. So those are all of the details. As far as what is the Allen M. Sumner, think of it as the class that preceded the gearing. And, well, it plays like the gearing. We'll get into the similarities coming up right here, but guys, it's literally just a gearing a tier lower, and it's freaking magical. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive on in to the stats of the ship. Allen M. Sumner, hit points 21,200, just 2,000 under the gearing. Armor thickness between 13 and 20 millimeters. Let's go ahead and take a look at that armor view. And, well, guys, it's a destroyer. It's coded in 19 millimeters, and then the superstructure is 13 millimeters. That's really all you need to know as far as the armor thickness goes. There's no torpedo belt, so there is no torpedo reduction. Main battery, well, you're going to have 3 two-barreled 127 millimeter guns with a firing range of 10.9 kilometers, which is weirdly more than the gearing. Yeah, it's just a little weird reload time on those, 2.3 seconds, giving you a shells per minute of 157. 180 time on those guns, 8.3 seconds, with a damage of 2,200, giving you 345,400 DPM, with a 5% chance to set fire when using HE. AP, on the other hand, 2,530 damage, giving you a DPM of 397,210. Torpedoes, well, these are where it varies, because here's a hint. Those main battery stats, nearly identical to the gearing other than the range stat. Like I said, it's really, you're going to pick up a hint, you're going to pick up a theme here. This ship is just a gearing at a tier lower. Torpedoes, 2 5-barreled 533 millimeter torpedoes with a reload time of 145 seconds. Damage 17,900 with a detectability range of 1.4 kilometers. Torp speed is going to be 66 knots with a range of 16.5 kilometers. That's right, if you're familiar with the gearing, you just heard a bunch of stats that are the exact same. The only difference is Sumner has a 10-second longer reload time. 145 seconds compared to 136, so 9 seconds. But still, AA, well, you're going to have a 5-kilometer range, minimum damage 45, max damage of 136. Max speed of the vessel, 36.5 knots with a turning radius of 620 meters and a rudder shift time of 2.8 seconds. Finally, the concealment of the vessel, detectability by sea, 6 kilometers, detectability by air, 3.1 kilometers, and detectability when firing in smoke, 2.6. And, well, it's stealthier than the gearing by 0.1 kilometers. So really, once again, this feels like it's some sort of misprinted premium or some weird variant. Anyways, those are all the stats of the vessel. Let's go ahead and dive on in to a match with it. So welcome to Dos Hermanos, aka Two Brothers, and we're going to start off swinging by setting out some of those torps. The reason is, well, the Sumner has some very long range torps that have decent speed to them, but especially when you're on a map like Los Pollos Hermanos, no, like Two Brothers, you know that people like to kind of be transitory out there, and maybe 1 out of 10 times you get the enemy destroyer by throwing out some zoning torps like this, so we might as well explore our options and throw them out there. Of course, we are checking the map. We have an evenly spread amount of destroyers. That's something that hasn't really been true as of late, because it really does feel like we've been experiencing some unbalanced destroyer matches. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take the lead at the front of this island, see if we can get any spotting. We do see the enemy aircraft coming in. The stats of Sumner's AA, not the best, but still pretty decent. We're going to go ahead. We know we're spotted. We don't want to blow our smoke this early. American smoke, it's great for getting into a position, but it can be absolutely rough if you have to blow it early. Friesland out there, he's experiencing that now. He just blew his cover. We're going to go ahead, engage him, let him hide into his smoke, and then be able to use this time to drop off the radar because, well, he was the only one in range for us. We now also have the good old information that there is a Friesland over on our side of the map, and that does mean we have to play this smart because, well, while Allen M. Sumner is a king of tier 8, The Sumner, like I said, it feels like a gearing, and therefore gearing was already one of the best gunboats at the legendary tier. Bring it down a notch because you have more range, slightly less hit points, and you know a slightly longer torpedo reload, and it's still doing really fine for itself. It's still gonna be okay when it comes down to these matches. But anyways, Friesland, we still have to be worried about that DPM monster, so we want to play this smart. We don't want to try to push into him right now. He could be having his sonar up. If he has his sonar up, he is going to be able to easily spot us. Though we do find ourselves this nice little sheltered location right here. We're going to use the island for cover, not for visual cover, but at least for fire from the for cover from the Friesland and the rest of the enemies. We'll keep an eye on the Iowa's turrets. If he decides we're worth countering, then we'll go ahead and hide on behind these islands. Also, now we see that the second of the three enemy destroyers is also on this side with us. So we are going to have to play this a little bit more cautious. We're going to stick our nose out around here, just see what we can see. We can see Friesland's still in his smoke. We're going to try to kind of wombo combo this, if you will. And by that, I mean, we're going to lay those torps down so that they travel both through the smoke and still at that Iowa. Because they're just zoning torps, because they're just slow, we're going to assume that maybe they are going to have to, sail through them, try to cause some random hits. Also, Republic comes out. He's broadside to us. As always, American AP is very strong. We're going to farm some decent damage off the Republic right here. We can also see Friesland is still taking note of us, and we're going to let him kind of fire off at long range. Of course, destroyer shells very floaty, so the further range out you are, a little bit safer you end up being. Also, we're just kind of trying to keep him engaged. Maybe one of those torpedoes will end up hitting him. Sadly, we just miss him. It was a good try, right? That's a good try. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead, try to hug back behind this island right here, try to get some cover. Of course, enemy dive bomber coming in. Interesting strategy, coming in at us at 90 degrees when he's not a Russian. I was very confused and thought he was a Russian ship just because of the way he was coming in. I was like, oh, do I have to turn? No, he's just attacking at awkward angles. That's fine. Anyways, Friesland pops up here. Our carrier doing a decent job of keeping him spotted, or at least at this point, I think we're the one spotting him. We're going to go ahead, pop our smoke. We know we can gun him down by the time he gets to us if he doesn't have his sonar. Of course, he drops off spot. We'll set a set of torps as a distraction. Friesland still there. Thankfully, our team is spotting him. I think it's our plane who's doing an excellent job. It's our carrier because, of course, Friesland, nasty AA, so he is definitely sacrificing some planes in order to make this play. He gets an excellent drop, and, well, we are going to finish off Friesland. We don't need to worry about torpedoes from Friesland because, well, he has none, but we do need to worry about torpedoes from that ship right there, the Black. He ended up burning his radar right there. Didn't get too many hits for the burn, which is okay by us, but we do know we are now sitting in smoke. Of course, we probably have time. It is the Black who has monumentally slow torpedoes. In fact, I think that's one of them right there. We're going to have time to get out of this position, sail around. We do have the confidence with Sumner to be able to push up, be able to engage the Black, because once again, Sumner, pretty much the king of gunboats at this tier. We do nearly sail into another torpedo, but we cleverly dodge it right there. But yeah, Sumner, I don't know why it's the way it is, because it really does feel like a gearing just one tier lower. I know I keep saying that, but I can't impress on you enough how much it feels. We have a full health Black here. Watch as we just simply demolish this boat. Of course, Black based on the Fletcher, the preceding ship. Of course, he does have some small nerfs to him, but you can see what we just did to him there in that short thing. Republic backing up, trying to support his Black. We'll go ahead and get the dodge there, and narrowly dodged the Black, who shot through that little gap right there, so good on him. I don't know if we're going to be so lucky on this one. Nope, he's going to take a good chunk from us there, but we want to continue engaging this Republic. Aircraft carrier drops in his torps. We'll sneak around it, and, well, that's all we have to worry about there. We're going to go ahead, start turning out here, just because we don't know what the status of those Black torps are. We know he fired at least one set of them a little bit ago. We don't know where the other ones. We don't want to push in too much on him. Of course, he's going to have the advantage. He's going to have the spotting just because his planes are sitting over here way more than our planes are sitting over there. Once again, their guy coming in at the 90-degree bombing run. Thankfully, not the most effective strategy from him, because or else we could have been a little bit world of hurt. Thankfully, our radio frequency identifier getting a good fix on the black. 2 salvos. Oh no, 3 salvos, and he's gone. We do end up picking up the clear sky medal there. So gearing pretty good. Of course, I think we're going up against a Kaga right now, and well, we know the paper mache status of the Kaga. But anyways, speaking of the Kaga, there he is. We'll go ahead, start engaging the Kaga here. Our team is doing well so far. It looks like the enemy has begun and is nearly within our base from the other side. Our 2 battleships have been pushed to the lower left-hand corner. So as of now, the plan is try to finish off this Kaga and then swing hard down into the capture point, because they are probably going to need our assistance. We are the only destroyer left alive, and when you are the only destroyer left alive, you are one of the most important pieces. Right now, we still do have an aircraft carrier, which does provide spotting, but destroyers are a very important tool, and their effectiveness boosts as you survive longer and longer in the round, just because there's less and less there's more and more opportunity for ships to have gone to different places, and therefore spotting is just more and more important. We let out that set of torps. Kaga looking like he's going to sail straight into them. We're just trying to take some avoiding action right here on these torpedoes. We don't want to give away free HP to the enemy. Kaga has that beautiful flat front section. We're going to try out the AP on it. It works okay, but we'll go ahead and just flip over to HE, try to secure the kill. There we go, 100,000 damage, and now time to burn towards the cap. As far as my thoughts on Sumner, she's a fantastic ship, guys. Absolutely fantastic. If you like American gunboats, you are going to like the Sumner. That is just how it is. It is a fantastic vessel, and one that really just carries the legacy of the American destroyers. It's great at being a gunboat. The torpedoes are a utility at this point in these boats. I think I've definitely seen some people want to build them as a sort of torpedo boat, and I've been guilty of building the gearing as a torpedo boat, just because, like, gearing where it is already, you could, in theory, put gleaves on it, and the guns are serviceable enough where it can still compete with all of the other legendary destroyers. And I think Sumner is still in that way. So you could still build Sumner as if it was a gearing, and you could build it kind of like a torp boat. You could, if you want, put gleaves on there, boost those torps. I don't think you're going to be as effective, but you may be able to put more torps downrange, which is, always fun when you're in a destroyer. But the guns are where it's at, man. The guns are simply fantastic. Anyways, our team has now very much secured the enemy ships that we're pushing in. We did not really plan on this, and if we're looking back, this is probably where I make a mistake within the game, just because we can kind of start seeing that Massachusetts is making his way north, and our carrier is also making his way into the enemy capture circle, and that could spell some disaster for our late game. Not that we're in too huge of a risk of really losing this game, given the number of boats we are up, but if I look back, I probably at this point should have headed north, tried to cut off the Massachusetts at the top of the path, as opposed to what I'm doing here, which is trying to just catch up to him, which, it is what it is. These are why this is why we analyze gameplay. We look back, we understand our mistakes, and we try to learn from it, right? Anyways, back to the Sumner. Sumner, she's just great. She's just great. Is she the best destroyer at the tier? Maybe. I mean, we're fresh into it. We don't have a lot of evidence right now as to which ships are the best, but anecdotally, Yugamo is just more Kagero, which, yes, it's a fun tort boat, but that's all it is. If you get seen, you're dead. And when you're going to be tier 8, and you're always, no matter what happens, going to have to play legendary ships when you're in tier 8, right? I mean, maybe there will be a day where you play tier 7 ships, but would you rather have Yugamo or Shimakaze? Shima, all damn day. Which, makes sense. It is the next tier up. From what I've heard, Delny has been a resounding meh. So there's no reason to really play Delny if you have Cab. Z46 has been, I've heard mixed things on that. I'm trying to earn that ship next because I want to take it out. But Sumner is just her legendary tier counterpart. Like, with a 10-second longer reload on the torps, 2,000 less health, a little bit further range, a little bit better concealment. It feels like it's just some weird variant of a legendary boat. It feels incredibly powerful, and it plays incredibly powerful. I think also the boat sits just a tad bit lower in the waterline, which makes it a harder boat to hit, which I am absolutely fine with because it's fun to play. But yeah, we go ahead, pursue this Massachusetts up this path. Probably not the smartest play, but I mean, at this point, as we discussed earlier, we are definitely going to be winning this match. So we just need to engage him right here. And we go ahead, set out our torps just in case we can't finish him. Pop the smoke, and well, down he goes. And that finishes us off in the match. One short of a Kraken, if I recall, but with a decent points haul. So, guys, if you liked the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy61, and today we're taking a look at the all-new Tier 5 tech tree ship, the Tennessee, released into early access in this most recent update and headed towards regular tech tree status next update. We're going to be doing a quick review of her. With these new tech tree ships, we're kind of shortening the usual review cycle, not doing a full like onboard gameplay and the stats, just mainly covering the stats, and we'll talk through the game if we have time. Tennessee is a great ship. Like, most of the tier 5 American battleships are great ships. She continues this surge. She's by no means is she like better than West Virginia, or is she the greatest ship that's ever been set afloat, but she is a solid all-around battleship who is great at range. We're gonna go ahead. We're running Sims, the accuracy build. You know it, you'll love it. Sims with Scharnhorst and Cunningham to get the most accuracy you can on this slow, long-range battleship. And that's how we're going to play her, slow and at long range. We're going to go ahead, basically stay in this quadrant for the majority of the game and rack up over 100,000 in damage. And it's not even like we're being slow about it. And right there, we just got the Dev Strike stole from us, but it is whatever. Anyways, let's go ahead and dive on into the stats. You're looking at a max HP of 53,800 with a minimum armor thickness of 16 and a maximum of 457 millimeters. Torpedo reduction is 37%. Her main battery is 4 3-barreled guns that are 356 millimeter. If you've played the California, you've played the Tennessee. They are sister ships. We'll go over the distinct visual difference in them a little later. Firing range on the guns with our build, 16.9 kilometers with a reload time of 31.5 seconds, giving us a shell sprint of 23. 180 time on those guns, 42.4 seconds with an HE damage of 5,000, giving us a DPM of 115,000. Chance of fire on that is 30% with an AP damage of 11,130. The DPM for AP is going to be 255,990. She does have 2 sets of secondaries, 8 1-barreled 127mm guns and 10 1-barreled 127mm guns. Both of them are going to reload in 4 seconds. The 8 1-barrels are going to go ahead and reload in 4.5 seconds, have a damage of 1,800 and a 9% chance to set fire, and the 10 1-barrels are going to have an 8-second reload, same 1,800 damage and a 6% chance to set fire. AA range is the is tied for the shortest range of any of the American battleships at only 3.5 kilometers, with a min damage of 68 and a match of 116. A far difference between her sister ship, the California. Max speed of the ship, 19.5 kilometers. Oof! Look at that beautiful hit on the Helena. Another massive chunk out of it. Rudder shift time on the ship is going to be 12.4 seconds. Detectability by sea, 14.2 kilometers. Detectability by air, 11.3. And firing in smoke, 12.3. And that's the stats of the Tennessee. As far as mods go, I'm running the main battery traverse mod and steering gears just to try to increase that maneuverability. Overall, Tennessee plays really great. I hope you've seen so far where we are just chunking enemies for damage when they give us broadside. And that's kind of what you expect with American battleships with 356mm guns. They are very dependable guns. They are very accurate guns. And if you play correctly and you angle correctly and you wait for your moment and you know how to lead, they aren't going to let you down. They're going to massively hit battleships. They're going to massively hit cruisers. If you know how to lead it, Florida comes in, fires at us, having the same caliber guns, and you can see we weren't angled correctly and we don't have that much armor on our rear, and he was able to do some significant damage to us. And that is the blessing and the curse of the Tennessee, is you can absolutely take some pretty big damage in it, but you can also give it right back. Between this and New Mexico, which do I prefer? Honestly, I feel like it's a tie between them. I feel like they're both very similar ships overall, and it's going to be just like another stop along your way for, in this case, to get to the North Carolina and Kansas, or to get through Colorado and Iowa if you're using New Mexico. But by no means are these like bad ships. I think Tennessee is fabulous. We're up to 85,000 damage, and we've done just consistent hits. We've been hitting long range shots, and they've been doing a ton of damage. We've been finding the citadels. Reload time is long, but that's playing an American battleship, right? Like, that is the experience of the American battleship. Long reload, very accurate guns, and they hit like a truck when you can find the citadel. And that's just what we do time and time again. Like Helena right there, we nearly dev struck her. Like, we just keep on doing these huge chunks of damage. And that's why I love the American battleships. They're slow, but they are very, very dependable. So, Tennessee, as we previously noted, as we kind of wrap up this game, she is the sister ship to California. But what I found interesting is this is a pre-refit. So basically, both California and Tennessee were damaged in Pearl Harbor. They decided to modernize them. I think Tennessee was fairly okay, and then they were like, we can't really use her because she burns too much oil, so what happens if we modernize her like we did California? And they're like, that's a good idea. So they eventually kind of made the Tennessee look like what we have in this game as the California. Think of this as a pre-Pearl Harbor California or a Tennessee example ship, and the California in-game, the post Pearl Harbor versions of those ships. But, overall, would I have loved to see the Tennessee like have that hull upgrade and then it add essentially the California hull? Yes, that would have been really, really cool. Just because, like, you're upgrading the hull, and that's literally the history of the ship, where they upgraded the hull to be to add massive hips of AA destruction to the ship, and to really upgrade it. Like, it would have been cool if they had done that in the game. I understand why not. I do like the fact that we now have, like I said, a pre and post Pearl Harbor example of both of these ships. So yeah, guys, that's the Tennessee, and that's pretty much the end of the game. There's not going to be much more shooting on our end for the rest of the game. This kid's going to get blown up, and then it'll just be very slow sailing towards the edge of the map to ultimately take out their aircraft carrier. But like I said before, Tennessee, she's a great ship. She's not the greatest battleship of all time. She doesn't have anything that really makes her stand out and makes her special. She's very middle of the road, but you know what? Middle of the road can still be great. It means she doesn't have too many like massive weaknesses. And as far as a tech tree ship, I think she'll fit right in with the American ships. Like I said, I really don't have a huge preference between her and New Mexico. I feel like they play and feel very similar. She does have what seems to be a little bit less of a target on her, just because she's not as tall out of the water. So that is nice. Also, she has those fun birdcage like spotting towers, which is cool. I like them. They look cool. We don't see the wireframe. I don't know. Birdcage, wireframe. I don't know what you want to call them, but they look good. Anyways, guys, that's the Tennessee. If you like this video, go and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know what you think of the Tennessee down below. Do you plan on researching this American line? I know we've covered a lot of them in this past week, but you know we've gotten them and we have decent games in them, so we might as well show them off. There's the Worcester, and we will slowly sail towards it. Anyways, guys, my name's TommyBoy601. I hope you liked the video, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, TommyBoy601, and today we're taking a look at the all-new campaign ship, the good old Tulsa. And I have to say, I think Tulsa is a fine boat. I think she does what she does, but I feel like Wargaming may have done her a bit of a disservice releasing her alongside Salem, because, well, Salem is cranked, and Tulsa gets a little bit getting used to. So what is Tulsa? Well, it's an American heavy cruiser, and it plays pretty much like any other American cruiser. I believe it's a South Dakota class cruiser. Is that a thing? Basically the same thing that Rochester was, the upgraded Baltimore, except they were like, well, let's go ahead and take the turrets that ended up getting designed for Des Moines and try to squeeze them into that sort of Baltimore style hull. And well, they weren't able to fit all 3 guns that you get in a Des Moines or anything like that. They were only able to get 2 of them. So we get 3 double turrets of good old American heavy cruiser firepower. And you know, it is absolutely fine. It is exactly what you would kind of expect a -1 turret Des Moines to perform like. Still pretty effective, but markedly less effective than when it would have all of its turrets, and that's okay, because Tulsa does make up for it in sort of its other traits. Mainly speaking, it's going to be that radar, because Tulsa does have a unique radar. It's the standard 9-kilometer range that you expect from the Americans. However, it is a very long duration of 36 seconds. Yeah, a long time for that radar to be up, and it's very effective even when working with your team, because, well, now that we have that sort of 5-second delay on your radar when you ping someone else, this does get pretty useful and pretty spicy. So as you can see, we're using that radar right now. We didn't initially have Nostrashemi within our radar range, and well, we are now spotted as we are using our radar to get that Nostrashemi just off the map, and we have a gross Gunfus in the middle, and we can go ahead and see what the AP performance is like. It's what you would expect. It's American 203. Like, it performs, it slaps. You just have a markedly lower amount of shells firing downrange. I will say, Tulsa does seem to have a bit extra grouping. Like, I feel like she's a little bit more accurate than like Des Moines or Salem are, and I think that kind of helps with the fact that you have so few shells firing downrange. But it does mean you don't really rack up the huge damage numbers in this boat. It is, unlike a lot of the American boats, it is much more of a support cruiser, just because you don't have that DPM to really lean on like you do with those other vessels. So you are much more reliant on kind of being there, trying to outlast, you know, having that radar survive until all of the destroyers on the enemy team are gone. That is your primary goal in Tulsa. You know, and yes, you can do that in the other American boats, but that seems to be very much the design direction that the devs went with Tulsa. Because as you can see, we are 10 minutes in. We're just passing 60,000 damage. We are not having a barn burner of a game, but we have been, you know, cycling the guns fairly often, right? We've been keeping up with the amount of damage that we've been trying to put out, but there just isn't a ton of GPM, which I feel like people are going, especially now, are going to kind of discount this ship for. You know, what I will say, I did not have a legendary mod on it. I probably could have put a legendary mod on it, which means, you know, every kill I get an extra 5% and I get more reload. And I think this is going to be the problem with ships moving forward, especially in the tier 7, tier 8 legendary tier, is if you want to get the full performance out of the boat, you know, maybe some of these ships end up getting designed around that idea that, you know, the performance will increase over time of the match and they'll be balanced as so. And right now, Tulsa, if you don't have that factor, like I said, you don't have the DPM. You just don't. And that's okay. That's fine. I think as far as a campaign ship goes, like if this wasn't the American Cruiser update and we didn't have Salem, you know, and the seas weren't chock full of them, I think I'd be enjoying Tulsa. I feel like Tulsa is what I would expect the tech tree line to be. I know Buffalo isn't quite that. I don't have Buffalo or I don't have Buffalo purchased given the cost restraints of tier 8. But Tulsa feels like that middle ground. If I went, it feels like it could have been the tech tree ship of first you get Baltimore, then you get Tulsa, then you get Des Moines. That's what it feels like. So I think it fits in well. I think it's a fine campaign ship. It's nothing special, but you're gonna have fun with it. I think you're gonna enjoy it. But that's sort of Tulsa. Anyways, let's get to the game. As you can see, we now have a swarm of individuals pushing towards their cap. The enemy team has been sort of whittled down at this point. They're down to a Worcester, a Shimakaze, and 2 battleships off on the flank. And it looks like our teammates are choosing just to ignore those 2 battleships as we push into their base to try to eliminate the rest of them. You can see we are desperately trying to get some shells to land on the Shimakaze. And, well, we are pursuing the Worcester as well. I am a little cautious on Worcester because he could, you know, if you wanted to, be a little bit of a trouble. But I think just the sheer number of ships we have out here means Worcester won't be lasting long as we begin our push into the cap. We can see the cap is contested, so we know Shima is still somewhere within the cap. I don't want to quite burn the radar as of yet, but I am going to go ahead and activate the sonar. We see where the smoke lies. He's sitting at 9, and, well, he's sitting at 9, which means we can go ahead and pop the radar, and, well, he's not going to last much longer now that he is on the radar. At least I don't think he will. We'll see. The rest of the team starts to chime in, and, well, I think that will be all for that poor Shima Lepanto with those crazy secondaries. Anyways, so those 2 ships knocked out. We're going to go ahead set up in the cap and try to start angling in case those 2 battleships decide to come on through. But beyond that, that's kind of the match all but wrapped up. And this is kind of the game you would expect to play in Tulsa, right? I know Aaron got like a ridiculous game in Tulsa, and I'm sure it will be up. Go check out his video. He had an insane video in Salem with crazy XP numbers. So expect you know, there will be those crazy games. But overall, I think Tulsa is a fine boat. It is fine. It is 66% a Des Moines, and that's all it really needs to be. That's all it needs. It kind of has to perform as, and, well, yeah. like I said, I don't think there's much. There's a reason we're not doing the usual full review of Tulsa. Like I don't feel inspired by this boat at all. It it just is, as this rubric just melts. We finally, hey, we get our first kill of the match. Look at that. As the enemies have this one final battleship, Frederick de Gross. Let's see what we can do. But yeah, it's fine. But guys, if you like the video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we are in the all-new legendary American battleship, the Vermont. And this is an interesting ship. I'll be honest, I did not expect them to bring this ship this quickly, and I have a couple of theories as to why it is here, and we can get into whether it being here is a good thing or bad thing. But today, we're going to show off a game in it. We're going to talk its pluses, its minuses. Excuse the little stuttery footage. It'll clear up in a second. But let's just talk about it. Vermont, of course, is the keystone, the head, the penultimate, the ultimate legendary American standard battleship, the pinnacle of the line for the Kansas and Minnesota lines. And, well, it's a very strong ship. Let's be clear. You know, I already think American battleships are already pretty strong. They're already pretty impressive vessels. And this just kind of does what that line does, but just does more of it. And to obtain it, it's going to cost you a little. It's either going to cost you 30 million silver, so a decent chunk of change, or it's going to cost you 5,000 doubloons. And I do think it's very interesting that they've gone down this path for the acquisition of this ship when they didn't for the destroyer that's in the shop, that's not in the shop, but is just available in the Bureau right now, right? The ultimate German destroyer with its stealth sonar isn't a cost addition in the game, but Vermont, for some reason, is. So why is that? Well, let's talk its stats first and its build. We are running Azure Lane, Colorado. Vermont has a very long reload at 34.9 seconds, and Colorado's ability to trim that down is very advantageous while still maintaining the excellent accuracy that Vermont offers. And let me tell you, it offers some insane accuracy. The shell groupings on this, while yes, sometimes you'll get some wonky ones, there are other times where things are just stacked and you just chunk people. And, you know, in all fairness, that's kind of what this ship needs to do, right? A 35-second reload, it needs to be impressive when your shots connect for that all to be worth it. And not only is that impressive, I think a lot of the other stats about Vermont is impressive. Its HP, 102,800. The armor, at first glance, I would say, is a fairly impressive layout. 32 millimeter bow and stern, with the side plating and decking being between 50 and 60 millimeters. Of course, if you look at Vermont, you'll notice the shape of it. Lots of big flat lines. And of course, big flat lines like to get full pens. So the armor values are quite high and are quite impressive. And some angling will be beneficial, but a lot of time you're firing at a flat plate, which doesn't gain any benefits from inherent armor angling from the ship's shape. So you'll find a lot of times that good old big penetrations are waiting for you. But that all gets made up for it with its guns, because we've talked about the 34.9 second reload, but it has more than that up its sleeve. For 3-barreled 457 millimeter guns, which I know is a bit disappointing. And I'll tell you why it's disappointing or at least that value should make it feel disappointing, because of course 457 millimeters, not enough to bring the Vermont's guns up to Yamato levels of overmatch capability. In fact, when you apply the overmatch formula, it is going to equate to 31.95 millimeters of armor. And of course, World of Warships, they round down to the nearest whole number when talking about armor overmatch. So instead of penning 32 millimeters of armor, which, you know, is a very, very common armor threshold that you find in this game, you'll only be pinning up to 31. And, you know, yes, that's disappointing, but honestly, who needs 32 millimeters? Because it's the one shtick Yamato has, and, you know, those Yamato players, they got to hold on to something. You know what I mean? Anyways, but it still gets us to a certain value that is going to be important, and that is the 30 millimeter threshold. And this is really important because we are getting to an inflection point in this game, that of the 30 millimeter cruiser. I don't know if you've noticed, but Zhao, one of the more recent Bureau additions, has a 30 millimeter belt. And for a brief window, like when I was testing it, or if you got the ship early, that meant you had very good defenses as Zhao. In fact, the only ship that was out there that could overmatch your armor was going to be Yamato and Musashi. And of course, that's kind of expected. But everything else, your belt could bounce. That all changed when they released the Ohio this past winter, because now a ship that is a lot more common, or at least another ship that is out there that's going to be played a lot more. I know Yamato and Musashi are really well big played, but, you know, there's a certain kind of person that plays Yamato only, or that plays a ton of Yamato, so they're kind of just expected. But another ship is now out there that can overmatch specifically 30 millimeters of armor. But there's a problem, or at least I think there was a problem, and there's a reason why it's a good thing they brought Vermont during this update. It wasn't free, right? To get that overmatch ability in the game for an American battleship, you had to shell out some doubloons. And that might strike some people in some weird ways. So what's another way to bring 30 millimeter overmatch into the game? Well, there's Vermont. I do find it interesting that it came so soon, because if, you know, the player base and everyone was to believe Wargaming, very greedy, they'd hold back Vermont for a little bit as to, you know, make Ohio that much more valuable of a purchase. But they've brought Vermont in now, which, hey, once again, pro-consumer move, pro-game balance, right? Adding another ship that can get to that armor threshold is important. Of course, this is 3 months down the line important, because if you buy the Bureau project now, it's not like tons of Vermonts are sailing on the high seas. It's going to take a couple months. But I do appreciate the fact that while Ohio was sort of in that exclusive zone, we now have a ship that can be gotten for free. I understand time is money and all that jazz, but relatively for free to get that same ability. Okay, that's enough of that rant. Let's talk about Vermont and my kind of thoughts about her. Overall, I think she's a pretty great ship, and there are some significant drawbacks you get for a lot of the firepower that comes with Vermont. The biggest one being the speed. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're not exactly a speed demon here. We're at 16 knots during a turn. We're topping out at like 22 knots. Not exactly the fastest vessel out there. And that is the big balancing factor with the ship. It is not a very maneuverable ship. You have to know your position. You have to know what you're doing. But if you catch other people off guard, it is a ship that is just going to slap people. And if you know the vessel, if you know its firing range, if you know it does have a slightly slower shell velocity, if you know how to deal with that and you get to know it, it is going to be a ship that absolutely tears up the enemy team, which, hey, is great. Am I going to be using it, though, very much? Probably not. No. Like, I understand the playstyle, and people are going to love it for wanting to love it. But me, personally, if I have Montana, Ohio, and Vermont all in my fleet, what ship am I taking out? It's probably going to be Ohio. But that's just because I like the playstyle of Ohio more than I necessarily like the playstyle of Vermont. They're both strong vessels. They're all strong ships. Maybe not so much Montana, but, you know, it probably needs some love. But if I could only have one, I think the one I'm choosing at the end of the day is going to be Ohio. I personally just like the faster firing guns. Yes, there's less of them. Yes, they do less damage. But I like the mixture, the play style that Ohio provides more than I like the mixture of what Vermont provides. I'm still going to get it in my bureau. It's still going to be a very powerful ship. But overall, it's one that, I don't know if I necessarily need every day in my life. Anyways, guys, the gameplay you've been watching, there isn't much more to see. We're going to take out their Zao, get 4 kills, and be denied the Kraken. But fun game overall, and shout out to the man at the top of the scoreboard, Drake and Hunter, a subscriber I know I see on this channel during the live streams. So shout out to you, my friend. Guys, if you like this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we're going to be taking a look at the Tier 6 campaign ship, the Benham. A lot of people are going to be unlocking it this week. It is the end of the current campaign. We're going to be taking a look at its stats, the history behind the ship, a couple of games, and a little bit more, so stay tuned for that. So the Benham, she has 4 1 by 127 millimeter cannons, doing a range of 10.8 kilometers with a reload of 3.5 seconds. Her high explosive damage is 1800 with a 5% fire chance and an AP of 2100. Her max HP is 14,790 in my current build with a 6 to 20 millimeters of armor. Her main feature is her 4x4 533 Mark 14 torpedoes with a reload speed of 85 seconds and a damage of 9,233 with a range of 7.5 kilometers at 56 knots. Her max speed is 36.5 knots with a turning radius of 560 meters and a rudder shift speed of around 3 seconds. And with these stats, it does very much put the Benham in line with its Tier 6 tech tree counterpart, the Benson. Of course, remembering though that the Benson does have the Mark 15 torpedoes that do a significant bit more damage than the current ones. That's the kind of only thing I would have wished to have seen on the Benham. But hey, it's still a pretty decent and all-around very good ship. Now let's go ahead and talk about the history of the Benham. Benham was the lead ship of her class and the second ship in the U.S. Navy to be named after Andrew Ellicott Kennedy Benham. She was launched April 16th, 1938, built by the Federal Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company out of Kearney, New Jersey. She was sponsored by Miss A.I. Dorr, the grandniece of Rear Admiral Benham, and commissioned the 2nd of February 1939 with Lieutenant Commander T.F. Darden in command. Initially, Benham was assigned to the Atlantic Fleet and she patrolled off of Newfoundland during most of 1939 and then shifted over to the Gulf of Mexico. She was then ordered to the Pacific. She arrived at Pearl Harbor April 14th, 1940. After alternating between Californian and Hawaiian waters, the destroyer served as an escort for the aircraft carrier Enterprise during the delivery of Marine planes to Midway between November 28th and December 8th, 1941. Those of you that know your history know this means that she kind of escaped the wrath of Pearl Harbor as she was out on that escort mission during that time. Benham served with the Enterprise and Saratoga task forces off of Hawaii with Task Force 16 during the Doolittle raid on Tokyo between April 8th and the 25th of 1942. She then continued operating with Task Force 16 through the Battle of Midway, during which she rescued 720 survivors from the aircraft carrier Yorktown and 188 from the fellow destroyer Hammond. She then went on with Task Force 16 to support landings at Guadalcanal, Tulagi, along with the Battle of the Eastern Solomons. Then Benham joined Task Force 64 on October 15th and remained active in the Guadalcanal campaign for the next 2.5 months. In the Battle of Santa Cruz Islands in late October, Benham was with Rear Admiral Willis A. Lee's battleship cruiser task force, but she did not make any contact with the enemies. However, on the night of November 14th, 1942, Lee led his forces of 2 battleships and 4 destroyers into the narrow waters immediately north of Guadalcanal on a mission to prevent Japanese bombardment of the U.S. airfields there. Benham was one of those destroyers in the resulting second major surface action of the naval battle of Guadalcanal. She was hit in the bow by a torpedo. The whipping effect of this blow severely weakened her midship hull structure, and the next day the destroyer began to break up while withdrawing from the combat area. Her crew was taken on by the USS Gwin, and Benham was then scuttled by gunfire. So that is kind of a brief overview and history on the Benham. Now let's go ahead and take a look at a game. During this game, I am using the commander Mordoff, the recent Halloween commander. I got him in a crate, and he's pretty much a replacement for Halsey, and Halsey is kind of the default when it comes to using American gunboats just because of twist and track. And of course, that's kind of what your key job is as the destroyer, is to find other ships, specifically their destroyers, eliminate them, and then be able to pick off. And that's what this game shows. As you can see, we have a very high destroyer and battleship count. So the name of the game is eliminate the other team's destroyers and then start picking off those battleships. And thankfully, that other destroyer kind of popped smoke, giving a kind of a direction as to where we know he is. We do already have twist and track, but this helps us further. Because of this, we can get in close to those battleships and set up our first torpedo run on them, and maybe also find that destroyer. Maybe he's around still and we can start peppering him. We don't want to get too far forward, but we do have another destroyer with us. So between the two of us, I'm fairly confident in our ability to stay kind of safe during getting this far forward. The other commander you could use with this ship is, of course, Burke. I want to play a couple of games with him. I think the next video coming up will be a game in the Benham with the Burke, just because Burke has all of those torpedo skills. He is set up like an American torpedo boat captain, and we haven't really had a torpedo boat for the Americans, and that's what the Benham is. It has 16 torpedoes. It is trading one of the guns from kind of the Benson for 2 extra torpedo launchers, and that's where I'm kind of split on how you want to play the Benham, because the reason I'm using Mordor, sure. The recent Halloween commander is he does boost the reload time of your guns, and you already have very fast firing guns, but in order to be able to in order to kind of make up for the lack of that one gun when dealing with other American destroyers, I wanted a little bit quicker reload, and that's kind of what we got. Now we saw out of that first torpedo salvo, we got 3 hits on that Japanese battleship. That King George is coming around, and he's going to try to support this Benson. Me and this other destroyer are going to have fairly good luck in taking out the Benson. And once we do that, it will start being easy pickings. That fellow destroyer does lay down some smoke, though we're the only ones spotting the Benson, so I guess he's probably fairly low in health and needs to hide. We're going to keep spotting. Boom, Benson's down. Now it's time to start our torpedo runs. Looking at the map, as far as our side of the map, we now have 3 battleships, none of them being protected by destroyers. Oop, quick dodge of some torpedoes here. But we have 3 battleships on our side of the map. Our team's eliminated all but one of their destroyers. That destroyer hasn't even been spotted yet, but I feel like we've seen the Fuso, the King George, and that Benson were the 3 ships that spawned on our side. So as far as we're concerned, we're all set up to start trying to take out these battleships and to try to start to make some attack runs. Luckily, right now, it looks like both the first Fuso and the King George are heading towards each other, which means we may be able to kind of set up a full minefield for them to have to run through, and hopefully that leads us to some good hits. So we're just going to go ahead and start firing off these torpedoes, lay down the first 2 salvos, and start flipping that ship around. And hopefully with those going, we'll get these other torpedoes in the water. Just going to run out of time on that King George. But yeah, so beyond that, some stats that I didn't cover in the stat section for the Benham are the concealment. Now, detectability by sea is 5.7 kilometers with a detectability by air of 3.1. You do have the usual guaranteed detectability range of 2 kilometers with a smoke fire. Ooh, there we go. First one down. And a smoke fire penalty of 2.6 kilometers. As far as firing angles, our forward and rear firing guns have a full broadside of about 44 to 45 degrees, which is fairly versatile. And then as far as our acceleration goes, we can get from full speed to stop in about 15 seconds if we need to deploy smoke, and we can go from 0 to top speed in about 27 seconds. Now that last torpedo run did go ahead and start a flood on the King George. He ran out of his damage repair party. Probably used it on the first set of torpedoes we sent his way, and now we've pretty much sunk him. He has no chance. He's gonna go down firing, and we've done it. You know, King George is done. We've eliminated all of the battleships on our side. Our team has done a fairly fantastic job, and now we're just going to start kind of heading towards both their base and those other 2 battleships. The California looks like he's either on fire or flooding, so he's not much of a threat. The Gneisenau, he's the one last target that really is juicy. We can see that other destroyer launching torps at him, but the Gneisenau played in the back the whole game, which I don't think is really his strong suit. He's a German battleship, high dispersion, sitting in the back of the map, not going to do him a lot of good. Now, looking at it, he does look like he's going to try to run towards this island. So instead of chasing him, we are going to try to kind of set up an intercept course. One of the things that the torpedo indicator does tell you is an intercept course. And the nice thing is, it's an intercept course for both you or your torpedo. So if you need to try to meet a ship somewhere where it needs to go, if you follow that torpedo indicator, you will meet at that location about. So if you are trying to get ahead of a location or ahead of a ship, using that torpedo indicator really is a good way to figure out a place where you can intercept and be able to launch torps. Now, it's going to be very difficult for us to launch torps at this Gneisenau just because he's running away, which means we're going to have to get extremely close to him in order for these torpedoes to do anything, just because we do have these slower torpedoes. They are not very fast. They're the lower damaging ones. They are kind of middle of the road torpedoes when it comes to destroyers. So instead of following the Gneisenau, we're going to go ahead and start running through the base. We can see our whole team is kind of collapsing down on the base. So as a player, usually you don't want to make suicide torp runs, but you know, guess what? We have some room to spare, It's time to kind of chase the damage. You're not supposed to, but you know what? At this point, if that Gneisenau can take out the rest of our team, he probably deserves to win. Coming up, one of the things I do really like about the Benham is its ability to just launch torps that you usually wouldn't go for. Because you have 4 torpedo launchers, you can go ahead and launch torps when you usually wouldn't. You would, those kind of lucky, almost like half-court shots, like you wouldn't usually take a half-court shot, but if you get 4 chances at a half-court shot, maybe you would take a half-court shot in basketball. Well, with the Benham, because you have those 4 torpedo launchers, you can go ahead and launch half your torpedoes, and guess what? You still have the number of torpedoes you would usually have on an American destroyer. You know, 2 less with going from quads to quintuples, but overall, we have these extra torpedoes that we can launch. So we're going to go ahead, fire on these 2 intercept courses. Maybe if he continues around, he'll hit those. Now that other destroyer did get spotted, so if he knows what he's doing, he's going to go ahead and start turning out. But we're gonna hope that he doesn't, and he just keeps on kind of sailing in the straight line. We're gonna go ahead and sail straight through the smoke and kind of try to find him. And he did. He turned out. He grounded himself, and now it's just time for our bonsai charge. It's really, you know, hey, you know what, we're going to win this game. We might as well have some fun. It doesn't even look like the main guns are too focused on us quite yet. He's probably spinning around. He launches his torps. I'll be honest, I thought they were facing the other way. Those torps take us down, and we get a decent number of hits on the Gneisenau, and it will be shortly sunk. And that's the game in the Benham. I'm really liking this destroyer. Like I said, I'm probably going to play and post another game using Burke as the commander as opposed to the Halsey / Mordorf build, just because I think the ship does have the flexibility to be used by either one of those commanders, and it'll be kind of fun to take Burke out of the cupboard because he doesn't get much use. Guys, if you like the video, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button for all sorts of fun content coming your way. My name's Tomboy601. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Tomboy601, and today we got the Worcester. A little bit late on the upload, my apologies. 3 reviews in a row of ships takes a toll. Usually ship reviews keep me up to at least past midnight, and doing that 3 nights in the review in a row, not exactly tenable. So I do apologize for the late upload on this one, but hey, it's happening now, and that's the important thing. So, Worcester, she is a legendary ship. The ship was provided to me by Wargaming as a rental. I get her for the week. Of course, we also had her for several months in the Legendary Test event, but right now, she is a rental for me. She'll be taken away at the end of the week, and then I'll have to earn her back, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Instead of doing comment of the day today, we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to promote the fact that the next batch of Twitch Prime loot is up. You get 8 standard crates, 16 camos, and 8 boosters of what's up here. Like, it's decent. If you have Twitch Prime, or if you have Amazon Prime, you have Twitch Prime, you can go ahead and claim it. I'll leave the link down in the description below. If you don't have Amazon Prime, I'll also leave a link to sign up for Amazon Prime, and you can go ahead and do that to claim this free loot. So, with all of that said, let's go ahead and dive on into the Worcester, and we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to go ahead and dive on into the build and then talk the stats. So, looking right here, we have, as far as the mods go, we have aiming system mod 1, propulsion mod, steering gears mod, and then main battery mod, and that gives a decent all-around boost to the ship. Propulsion mod, just because this is still sort of an island hopper type of ship, and you will want to be able to get that acceleration as quick as possible. Steering gears will help you avoid some shots, and also be able to let you tank some things when you're out in open water. And then, of course, the other 2 main battery sort of mods, just to increase that main battery. Commander we're using? Well, we're going to be using Norman Scott. His base trait is going to increase shell grouping of a Maine cruiser. Inspirations we're using are Makawa and Mimbelli just to help with getting that DPM up as much as possible. Inspirations, we're going to use Burn It Down XXL and Igniter to boost HE chance. Then Armed and Ready, which is going to give us essentially Ingenious. It gives us how many people are aiming at us, and also increases fire dispersion, or increases dispersion, incoming dispersion. Then Fixated, which is going to help with dispersion for us. And then finally, I found myself running EOP for the Worcester, just because there is a lot of fairly well-armored ships out there, and I was shattering like crazy when I was not using EOP. So though we have to give up half the fire chance, and we kind of built the top half of the build around that fire chance, I did find that still the 7.5% fire chance that we end up getting is well worth it. As far as other stuff on the ship, consumables, we do have a damage control party. It's going to last 5 seconds and reload in 60 seconds. We have sonar, and that can be exchanged out for the improved AA, though I think sonar is definitely the better play here. 3.1 detection on torpedoes, 4.4 kilometer detection on ships, 96-second length on the sonar, and a reload time of 180 seconds, and you get 2 charges. Sonar or radar, you can also switch it out with a catapult fighter, though I think, once again, radar is going to be the better of the choice. Get the 9-kilometer radar with a 30-second duration on it. Reload time is 180 seconds, and you get 2 charges. Finally, repair party. It's going to heal you for 226 damage. It's going to last 28 seconds. Reload time is going to be 80 seconds, and you're going to get 2 charges, and that is the consumables. Finally, let's get on into the stats of the ship. Worcester has 45,400 HP with an armor thickness between 6 and 20 millimeters. If we go ahead and look at the armor view, the most important thing that you need to know about Worcester is she has a 32 millimeter bow, which means when angled, she can go ahead and protect herself from pretty much anything except Yamato. And that does become an issue because you are a legendary tier ship, and Yamato's legendary tier. And let me tell you, the number of Yamatos you see out there, fairly high amount. Yamato's been out there for a while, and you're going to see Yamato. The other big issue with Worcester is her citadel. It sits just out of the waterline. So if you fail to angle, you will be dev struck, and it will be game over. Beyond that, she does have 19% torpedo reduction. She has 6 two-barreled 152 millimeter guns with a firing range of 15.3 kilometers. Reload time on the guns, 5.2 seconds, giving us a shells per minute of 141. 180 time on those, 8.3 seconds, and they do 1,848 damage per shell, giving us a DPM of 260,568, which does sound impressive, but it does not match up to the Tier 7 Cleveland, which actually beats it out, which is kind of surprising. Fire chance when we're using EOP, 7.5%. AP damage, 3,200, giving us a DPM of 451,200. She does not have any secondary firing, nor does she have any torpedoes. She does, however, being that she was designed to be an AA cruiser, have really good AA. Max range is going to be 6 kilometers with a damage at 76 damage per second. And then the minimum range of the AA is going to be 2 kilometers. And when it hits that 2 kilometer ring, it will be doing 495 damage per second. Max speed of the ship, 33 knots, with a turning radius of 750 meters, which is, you know, a little wide for a ship. Then the rudder shift time, we've gotten it down to 5.5 seconds. Detectability by sea is going to be 12 kilometers. Detectability by air, 7.3. And finally, detectability when firing in smoke, 6.3. As we talked about previously, Worcester was designed to be an AA ship. She was laid down in 1945 at the end of World War II. She didn't enter service until after the war in 1948, and as such, doesn't really have a large service record. And being an anti-aircraft ship, the service record mainly consists of being in battle groups in order to protect carriers. That's the doctrine of the time, is to protect the carrier, and the biggest threat to a carrier is other aircraft. Hence, that's what she's mainly known for. As far as the description in the game, designed as an AA cruiser with dual-purpose 152mm guns, though classified as a light cruiser, ships of this class had increased displacement and dimensions compared with the Baltimore-class heavy cruisers. The main twin turrets were equipped with advanced autoloaders, substantially increasing the rate of fire, and Worcester is one of two. So that's the history of the ship. She did have some history within operations, but as I was reading through it, it didn't seem like anything too notable in her service record. So with all of that said, let's now go ahead and talk through a game in this ship. So we are here on Sea of Fire, and while we sail ahead to that middle island, which is going to be kind of where we set up shop for the beginning bit of this match, let's just go ahead and talk my thoughts on the Worcester. When she was in rental, I absolutely loved her, and not much has changed in the game since then. She hasn't really changed much at all, though I did find myself more struggling to play her in during this time. It might just be the meta that has changed. It might just be the players that have changed. It might just be the ships that have changed. People have gotten more experience in legendary ships, and therefore it's not as easy to mow down people in a legendary tier. Fletcher pops up, and we're going to go ahead and start engaging him. Of course, the beauty of the Worcester, all of those guns, and you can go ahead and do some pretty significant damage. You don't want to be caught out when you're in a flimsy destroyer with the Worcester. We do also have another battleship. We have the Richelieu right on over there. We're going to go ahead and hermit crab the smoke from our lightning. Unfortunately, it's a lightning, so that means it's not going to last long, and we're just going to thread the needle here on those torpedoes, and we beautifully dodge those, and we'll take the relatively short duration smoke to go ahead and engage this Richelieu with no problem. Of course, EOP making sure that we are easily able to penetrate deck and superstructure armor, and we are going to start chunking away at the damage on the Richelieu. So as he runs, let's continue talking about thoughts on the Worcester. It's very interesting to me where she falls within the tier, just because, like I was saying earlier, she doesn't out DPM the Cleveland, which makes it kind of weird that this is supposed to be like the ultimate ship of the HE slingers, but she doesn't out damage the ships. We do take a tactical break right here to try to avoid some of these shells, and we do, I think, just take an overpen, thankfully. That is one of the weaknesses of the Worcester, is you are very vulnerable to Citadel shots when you are not angled, and we were definitely not angled there. Though if you do build the ship to be somewhat agile, to be able to turn in on longer range ships, you do have a nice ability to be able to kind of sail somewhat broadside, or at least broadside enough to get your guns on target. And then if you have a long range battleship, you have time to go ahead and turn in to angle correctly and hopefully not take too much of a damage. Now at this point, we are using our trigonomic brain, and we're like, oh, look at all that fire. It has to be coming from a Suzuya. That's 14 kilometers away. Yeah. This was my first match of a morning, and the brain wasn't 100% working, but I was like, oh, it must be a Suzuya firing, because there's no way any ship would stick that close. And then I start noticing the smoke and go, oh, wait, those destroyers have not moved out of what was their spawn, and it's now time for us to go ahead and make a play. It's going to be a dangerous one because there is a Vladivostok kind of looking down that sight line, but Richelieu here, we're going to be able to do some damage to him, get the turn in, and kind of damage him, and then be able to swing our guns and start damaging our other guys. We can see, once again, because of EOP, we are just chunking away, and once he takes that big hit, we know that our battleship for sure will be able to handle the rest of the Richelieu. So we're going to go ahead and swing our guns, and right as we're about to pop on the other side of this island, we're going to go ahead and pop our radar. We see the smoke there, so we know someone's sitting in it, and there's our Fletcher from earlier and a Shimakaze. So Fletcher first, since he has the least amount of health. Down he goes in one salvo. Next up comes Shimakaze. Shimakaze hasn't surprisingly fired its torpedoes yet, which I guess is, I don't know, but I'm sure they will come eventually. There they are. And now we have to go ahead and turn out and start dodging. There's 2 sets, so we just need to be on the lookout for one final set of torps, and we can see them in the water here. One thing that I've gotten better at recently, and it's because I've kind of had one of those epiphanies of like, oh, I've played this game now long enough to understand how to dodge torpedoes, is dodging torpedoes. So basically the idea is if you are turning, you are not moving in a diagonal line, you're just rotating the ship. It's only once you let off the stick is when you're going to go ahead and start moving in a horizontal manner and actually start moving your ship in one direction or the other. If you want a full video on it, I'll probably make a video on the way I've come to understand how the ships maneuver in order to dodge torpedoes, because it's been a small epiphany for me, and I've quite enjoyed it. Anyways, we have now gotten out of firing range of the Vladivostok, and we thankfully dodged his one salvo that came at us. Thankfully, it did not hit us, and we need to start kind of looking at the map. So we could now start to try and long-range shoot the Vladivostok and the Suzuya, though we can probably guess that that isn't really going to be very tenable. Or we can go ahead and look over and see that our base is contested. We have one battleship. There's a destroyer and a cruiser over there, and I think we know what the better play is. It's going to be to play defensive on this and go ahead and start heading towards our cap to protect the base. We do know somewhat where that destroyer is because the base is contested. We can pretty much guess where he is in the smoke, and we can also notice that there was just 15 torpedoes on the screen, which means that's going to be another Shimakaze. Amagi, thankfully, looks like he was able to avoid the majority of those torpedoes, and we're going to go ahead and sail towards this way. As far as gameplay goes, Worcester, she plays exactly like you would expect for a American light cruiser. I wanted to play a game where we really didn't stick in cover and show you guys that there are other ways to play the American ships rather than just sitting in cover, which is why I chose this game as opposed to one where I'm just behind an island burning down ships. Don't get me wrong, this ship can absolutely still do that, but I figured this was going to be a little bit more exciting of gameplay. Baltimore pops up, and we're going to go ahead and just start firing and trying to get the damage done on him. We are spotted, which tells us that Shimakaze is not sitting in his smoke. Baltimore is well through the smoke, so if he is not able to spot us, it is definitely the Shimakaze that has moved out of their smoke, but they are still contesting the cap, so he's somewhere within the cap circle. Balti is taking some pretty decent damage. Once again, EOP really helping us out there and letting us chew through his deck armor. Shimakaze, for some reason, decides to start firing its guns, which, I mean, I guess it'll distract us from firing on Baltimore, because we'll want to fire at the Shimakaze. And he is 10 kilometers, which means we are not going to be able to radar him if he goes ahead and drops spot. So we're just going to have to kind of keep that in mind. He dropped spot, so we're back to the Baltimore. And as we can see there, we weren't quite angled, and we did take a decent chunk from the Baltimore. Salvo's still going away, and we should be finishing off Baltimore relatively soon. And this is one of the things that Worcester is really powerful at. You know, it is a very high DPM ship, and if you can manage to start doing damage through ship's armor, then you're going to be doing a lot better. Shimakaze pops up once again, and now it's just a matter of running him down. He is starting to kind of close off his options. He has decided to kind of push all the way to the map exit, or the map boundary, which means he's going to start running out of maneuvering space relatively soon. And when he does that, he's going to close significantly and be able to be radared if he decides to drop spot. But as we saw right there, when he dropped spot that time, he was just over 9 kilometers, which means we would not be able to radar him. And he's back up at 10, but very much closing with the map boundary. So we just need to go ahead and close distance, and then hopefully our floaty shells won't be so floaty. That is, once again, one of the downsides to Worcester, is you have floaty HE shells. It is what it is. It's what you get for being able to fire over islands. Is long range isn't exactly your king. You need a large target. So these small targets, when they pop up, aren't going to do you the best. And we go ahead, finish off Shimakaze, get the 4th kill. and we're on the hunt for the Kraken, but sadly, we're on the other side of the map, and we will not be getting over to the other side. So that's the Worcester, guys. Legendary tier ship. You've most likely played it. I enjoyed it. I'm currently researching it. I can't wait to get it fully. I've definitely enjoyed playing her. And yeah, I can't wait to continue to be able to play her once Wargaming takes it away. So, guys, if you like this video, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Hey guys, Timeboy601, and today we are back in World of Warships, and we're going to be taking a look at the Tier 4 American destroyer, the Farragut class, and this is a full review on it. So, like I said, guys, World of Warships, this is going to be a review on the Tier 4 American destroyer, the Farragut. So, what I would like to do with these ships is first dive into the real-life history before we go into the in-game stuff. So, without further ado, let's just go ahead and head on in. So, the Farragut class of destroyers were named for David Glasgow Farragut, an admiral in the U.S. Navy during the Civil War, following the tradition of U.S. Navy ships for destroyers to be named after admirals. Of course, cruisers get named after cities, and battleships get named after states. It's the Farragut class is a class of 8 1,365-ton destroyers in the U.S. Navy, the first U.S. destroyer of post-World War I design. Their construction was authorized by Congress on the 29th of April, 1916, but the funding was delayed for so long that the Farraguts didn't end up being commissioned until 1934. These ships were slightly larger than their predecessors, faster, and they only had 2 stacks versus the common 4-stack design of earlier classes. The class was the first of 6 classes of 1,500-ton destroyers built during the 1930s that were used to modernize the United States Navy, and all 8 Farraguts saw extensive frontline service during World War II. None were lost in battle, only 5 survived the war though. After numerous incremental improvements, the 1,500-tonners were succeeded by the 2,100-ton Fletcher class, which of course is the Tier 7 ship in this game, which was not subject to the treaty restrictions that the Farraguts were. The Farraguts were a considerable improvement on previous destroyers, taking advantage of technological advances during the 12-year gap in destroyer production here in the U.S. The impact of aircraft on naval warfare was reflected in their large, heavy, dual-purpose main gun armament. They also had greatly improved machinery, greater fuel capacity that extended their range to 5,980 nautical miles compared to the Clemsons, which is the ship they took over from, 4,900 nautical mile range. Their larger size and improved habitability soon earned them the nickname of gold platers from crews of older destroyers. The list of desired improvements compiled from the operational experience of the earlier Wicks and Clemson classes was both long and comprehensive. Both classes had pointed sterns that dug deeply into the water, greatly increasing turning diameter. This was addressed with a transom stern design for the Farragut class. The previous classes were also flush deck designs. While providing good hull strength, this proved to be wet during high seas. This was addressed with the raised forecastle employed on the Farragut class. Cruising range on both the Wicks and Clemson classes had been a constant affliction of the commanders. The Clemson had been built with wing tanks giving better range, but at the cost of having high-mounted fuel oil on both sides, a kind of vulnerable feature in a ship with an armored belt such as a destroyer. The Farragut class corrected this range deficiency by having a design range of 5,980 nautical miles as opposed to the Clemson's 4,900. Steady improvements to both boilers and steam turbines in the years between the Clemson and the Farragut allowed this improved range, along with greater speed and a reduction from 4 stacks to 2. Now, the Farragut class destroyers were considered unstable in heavy weather and in turns. This was compounded by wartime modifications that made them even more top heavy. 2 of the destroyers, the Hull and the Monaghan, sunk as a result to a typhoon in 1944, and the cause of this sinking was in fact the top heaviness of the Farragut. So as far as service history goes, all the Farragut class ships were present during the attack on Pearl Harbor, where the Monaghan sank a Japanese midget submarine. 3 of the class were lost during the war. The 2 that we mentioned were lost. The Hull and the Monaghan were lost in a typhoon in 1944. And the Warden ran aground in Alaskan waters in January of 1943 and was deemed a total loss. The 5 remaining ships that survived World War II, well, they're broken down for scrap pretty shortly after the end of the war. After all, these were some ships that had seen better days by the end of World War II. So that is everything as far as history goes. Now let's go ahead and dive into the gameplay. For the Farragut, it is a tier 4 ship. You have 1 optional mod along the way. You can either go for main battery modification or an aiming systems modification. The main battery modification, both of these mods cost 2,000 credits. With the main battery, you will increase your traverse speed by 15%, but you will increase the main battery reload time by 5%. As opposed to aiming system modifications, this is going to do a couple of things. 1, dispersion of the main battery is going to go down by 7%. Torpedo tube's traverse speed is going to go up by 20%. Secondary battery firing range, which there really isn't much secondary battery on this, is going to increase by 5%, and dispersion of those batteries is going to decrease by 5%. Really, I went for this one mainly for the decrease in dispersion of the main battery and also torpedo tube traverse speed, because this ship has 2 inline torpedo tubes. This allows you to swivel the torpedo tubes from one side to the other relatively quickly compared to some of the other ships, and that is something that you may have to rely on when you're playing a destroyer and you get up close and personal with some enemies. Next down the line, you are going to get the Mark IV Mod 2 increase to your fire control systems. This is going to increase your firing range by 10% and your main battery firing range to 10.2 kilometers. After that, you're going to get the Farragut B hull design. This is going to increase your hit points to 11,920, your armor to 6 to 21 millimeters. You're going to have 5 main turrets, 2 torpedo tubes, and some additional AA mounts. And finally, you will be able to upgrade your torpedoes to the Mark 11 Mark IIs with some speeds of 88-second reload time, maximum damage of 11,733 per torpedo with a speed of 60 knots. Let's go ahead and dive into the loadout of this. Of course, you're going to have your high explosive shells and your armor piercing shells along with torpedoes. Your consumables, you'll have a damage control party. It's going to take about 5 seconds for it to take effect with a reload time of 40 seconds. You will also have 2 uses of a smoke generator, which takes about 25 seconds to deploy. The smoke screen will last for 115 seconds, and it will take 240 seconds to reload. And your final consumable is an engine boost. It will allow you to temporarily increase the maximum speed of the ship by 8%. The consumable will last for about 2 minutes, and it takes 3 minutes to reload. You get 2 of them per battle. And finally, we're going to go ahead and run down all of the stats. A fully upgraded Farragut will have 11,920 hit points with an armor of 6 to 21 millimeters. The artillery, your main battery is 127 millimeter Mark 21 Mod 0. You'll have 5 of them. Your firing range is going to be about 10.2 kilometers. Your reload speed will be 4.3 seconds, and it will take them about 12 seconds to do 180. Your HE shell, your maximum HE shell damage is going to be 1,800 with a 5% chance to set fire, and your AP shells will do a maximum shell damage of 2,100. As far as your torpedoes, you'll have a 533 millimeter quadruple. You have 2 of those. They will take 84.5 seconds to reload with a 180 degree turn time of 6 seconds. Their maximum damage, like we said before, 11,733, and they'll have a detectable range of about 1 kilometer. Their range is going to be about 5.5 kilometers, and they will go 60 knots. Your AA defense, you have 2 12.7 millimeter Browning Mark II machine guns with an average damage of 8 per second and a firing range of 1.2 kilometers. You're going to have 2 20 millimeter Oerlikon Mark IVs with an average damage of 7 per second. Firing range is going to be 2 kilometers. And finally, you'll have your main guns of of your 527 Mark II Mod 1s doing an average of 16 damage per second when firing at AA with a firing range of 5 kilometers. Maneuverability, well, you're going to have a maximum speed of 36.5 knots. It'll take you 14.7 seconds to get up to 30 knots. Your maximum reverse speed is going to be 13 knots, and it's going to take you about 7.75 seconds to get up to there. Your turning circle radius is about 560 meters with a rudder shift time of 2.6 seconds. And finally, the strength of the destroyer is, of course, its concealment. Its detectability range at sea is 5.7 kilometers with a detectability range by air of 3 kilometers and a guaranteed detectability range of 2 kilometers. And guys, that's the Farragut as far as the stats go. It is a ton of fun to play as. I really enjoy playing the destroyers. It is an all-around kind of average destroyer everywhere. It's not going to be the most heavily armored. You're not going to have the most torpedoes. You're not going to have... There's nothing very special about the Farragut, but it is a ton of fun to use. And it's one that I really enjoy using. It's your average USA destroyer, good enough at everything, not excelling at anything. And if you like the destroyers as a playstyle, this is definitely one to go ahead and pick up. So guys, that is the Farragut. Let me know what you think of it down